So Lord used to tell about the rasa pastimes of Krishna with the Braja Gopis, and so she used to say, this is the super excellent, and that even Lakshmi Devi is actually so attracted. Anyway, so dialogues goes there. But this is the same house where Venkatapata actually was lived, and we happened to go to Srirangam sometime back, and in fact, not that many people know the place. It's very, very, very difficult. So for first time when we really wanted to find the place, it was really hard. And finally, we could see the place where he was, Venkatapata was actually living, and where Gopalapata Goswami was born. So, but we had to really hunt around. And now probably more and more awareness is actually coming in South India, and people probably actually, now actually finding more. Now, actually, currently, one of the descendants of Venkatapata, his name is Murali Bhatta. That's sort of the personality that we really happened to really meet him. And he is actually still a priest in the Srirangam temple. So actually, when we finally reached his home, and when we saw him, the very first that thought was, wow, this is the place where our Goswami, Gopalapata Goswami, was born. And we know from the Sastra that if when a devotee is actually this kind of high, like the Uttamadhikari or whatever, and the Lord has promised what will happen, 21 generations, whatever, all will be delivered. So I could really see the feeling of like what the scriptures are actually talking about. This is a very, very divine place. So when we visited, one of the rooms in this house was given for a couple of cows also. Actually, what you really see there, just the backside, there is actually another room. So where they are actually having a couple of cows, in fact. And also, if you see that on the right side, that room, our Gauranga Mahaprabhu's, that Nagara Sankirtan, that big picture is actually there. You can actually see that is there. But anyway, when we went there, and luckily we could really see Murali Bhatta. And actually, so now they have made a small temple at this place. Actually, what you see, they are calling us Sri Jagannath Mutt. So only if you really ask them, saying, where is Sri Jagannath Mutt, then only you will be able to really reach there. But otherwise, people are not aware of the birthplace of Gopalapata Goswami. And also, we also heard that, of course, we really see the thing in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu carved the deities of Lord Jagannath, Subhadra Devi, and Lord Balaram. And what we see is the picture of them. We see that. And in fact, Sri Murali Bhatta actually took us inside, all the way inside, and allowed us to really touch the lotus feet of the deities carved by Lord himself. It was an amazing experience what we really had. And also, this Murali Bhatta also showed us some sacred salagrams in Masilas. He then told us something that we could not believe. He said, you know what, you guys really came here. Not that many people really come for, to really see the place of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And also not that many people are actually asking, coming to our place to really see the house. Today, something weird happened. I go to Srirangam temple every single day because I am the priest. And I have not missed any day. But today, for some reason, I did not want to go. I really want, just like I wanted to take a day, just a rest. It never happened before. Now what I'm seeing is I'm glad that someone has really come to really see this place, and I'm really, really thrilled. Nobody actually comes here. Well, we could that time think about Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mercy on us. And it was really so wonderful. And then just in that temple outside, we just sat around with all the devotees that we also who also came along with, and we recited the entire Shikshashtaka slokas in front of the temple and read the meaning also. It was amazing one. Also, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then came down to Madurai, visited the temple, and also met Lord Shiva and Parvati, as it is really nicely narrated in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. And there both were residing as a Brahmana and Brahmani. Then after that, Mahaprabhu came to Cape Kamari. That is exactly the place where our temple is. So it's called Kanyakumari. So Cape Comorin is actually a British word, but now it's actually called Kanyakumari, and visited the Bhagavati Amman temple. So there is a temple of goddess Parvati. So that temple is actually very, very famous. In fact, what happened, what you are really seeing here is the view coming from the temple entrance, but the entrance of the temple is actually closed because that Bhagavati, the Parvati, that the deity had a diamond which was really so special. And when the door was opened, this diamond, that light used to really go so powerful. It was so powerful. And some ship which was actually coming, and then the captain thought, oh, this is the place where I can, I have to dock the ship or something. He really happened to come, and then the whole ship got wrecked because of so much of rock. So because of that incident, then after that, they closed the front door of this temple. So anyways, so this is the temple that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu actually visited, which is very near. It's about probably not even 2 kilometers from our place. The Lord then went to the famous Adi Keshava temple. So he was dancing and chanting loudly. Adi Keshava temple situated in Thiruvattar. Thiruvattar is actually in our own, it's called, actually Kanyakumari is actually part of Tamil Nadu. So Tamil Nadu, so Thiruvattar is in Tamil Nadu, but in the border of Kerala. And there he found one of the great treasures of Gaudiya Vaishnavism, as you all know, the glorious Brahma Samhita. So this is also nicely as described by Sridhar Maharaj's book. Brahma Samhita Krishna Bhakti Sastra Dakyakam Krishna Karna Sidhu Nama Krishna Kavya Gayakam Sri Pratapta Rutra Raja Sirsha Sevya Mandiram Prema Dama Devam Yema Naumi Gaura Sundaram. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu brought the treasure, the Brahma Samhita, which is full of conclusions of devotion to Lord Krishna. He also obtained a copy of Krishna Karnamritam. That also actually happened near this place only, in Tamil Nadu. So that was composed by South India poet Bilbamangala Thakura, that we all know. And Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was really singing the lyrics verses of all these the Braja Leela, especially in the Krishna Karnamritam, all over when she was on the travel. Now coming to talking about this Adi Keshava temple. This Adi Keshava temple is very nearby, very, very nearby. I mean, we every time I just go to my place. This is always I will visit with so many devotees. And now the interesting thing is that I would really want to really bring that up here is there are few people who have really doubted apparently that Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu might have actually written the Brahma Samhita by himself. But we see from the history matching that I'm going to really show you that this is a unique documentary that they really made. And it's so interesting that this documentary is mentioning about a Panditji or a scholar named Appa Tikshitar. Appa Tikshitar. He was actually working as a head priest in the head guru of the Raja. Raja means a king. So that is how the documentary is actually talking about, and I just want to really play that. So he's talking in Malayalam, and that is a local language, but there are subtitles coming there. I just want to show. So just briefly, here you go. So you must have heard that. He's clearly saying that Appa Tikshitar, who was reading Brahma Samhitam. So because in Malayalam and in our language, it will get the yam. So not Brahma Samhita, Brahma Samhitam. And every day he used to come, and then in front of the deities, And he used to read. That's exactly that he's saying in this in the documentary. That means what we really read from Chaitanya Charitamrita is completely right. Of course, that's correct. So this doubt is actually not really relevant. And every time I also visit India, as I mentioned, without fail, we go to this historical temple associated with Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And we used to take some devotees, local devotees who are actually just neophytes to start with anyway, because slowly they are understanding who is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And then we used to recite the Brahma Samhita, 5th chapter there. So this is our unique things that every time go to India, this temple, because it is so associated with the Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Brahma Samhita, we never miss. Every time we go there and recite the Brahma Samhita there. And in the documentary, that person, that priest, and he's still the same priest, in fact. And the documentary was really done a little earlier. And he actually is now very close, because we are actually going every time there. And he told that he has been serving this temple for more than 50 years. He knows so many things actually around this, about this temple. And last year, when we visited, it was really so unique that he actually brought so much of prasadam from the Didi room, and he supplied to all of us. It was really excellent. Okay, all right. So now I'll move to the next one. So Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had performed so many pastimes, as we all know, so many pastimes. And okay, meanwhile, I would like to check how many minutes do I have, Prabhuji?
Your presentation is so captivating. I think I've lost track. You've got about 5 more minutes, Prabhu.
5 more minutes. Okay, that's good. Okay. So Lord Chaitanya, okay, thank you. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had performed so many pastimes, and also this Kurma Kshetra, all those things are coming. And this is another poem, last poem I'm just putting from Sripad Maharaj. Nashta Kushta Kurma Vipra Rupa Bhakti Doshanam Ramadasa Vipra Moha Mukta Bhakta Poshanam Kala Krishna Dasa Mukta Pattatari Pinjaram Prema Dama Devam Eva Naumi Gaura Sundaram. At Kurma Kshetra, Lord, near Jagannath Puri, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu pleased a devotee by warmly embracing him and curing his leprosy, Vasudev, and awarded him a beautiful body. He also cleared a doubt by a South Indian Brahmana who was illusioned that the body of Sita Devi was touched by Ravana, the demon. And Mahaprabhu quoted from Kurma Purana about the Mayic form of Sita Devi that Ravana actually took. When Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was in South India, he was assisted by Kala Krishna Dasa, who also traveled with Mahaprabhu. As I mentioned, that time the nomadic Pattatari sect had their camp near Kerala. You can trace their descendants even now, actually. So this sect cunningly caught hold of Kala Krishna Dasa, and hearing the news about his missing servant, Mahaprabhu ran to rescue his servant. The Pattatari men brought their weapons to fight with Mahaprabhu, but all their weapons instead hit them back and killing several. And the blood was everywhere, and they ran away in great fear. Thus, Mahaprabhu saved the ignorant Brahmana Kala Krishna Dasa, who was influenced by Maya and caught in the hands of Pattatari sect. So that is basically what another pastime that we really see that. Now, even though Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is Krishna in the mood of Srimati Radharani, there is something unique between Krishna and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, as you all know. Krishna easily gives bhukti or mukti, even any kind of mukti one may ask, sarshti, sarupya, samipya, salokya, sayujya, whatever you want to ask, he can give. Okay, no problem, take it. But except Krishna Bhakti, he will not give, because he knows that if he gives it, then he will be controlled. So he hides bhakti away, he keep it at the back. So he even ordered Lord Sadashiva to appear as Sripad Shankaracharya and to take away all the non-devotees away from him by preaching Mayavada. That's exactly the situation where I am from. From the Kanyakumari, whatever the place is, exactly as it is said in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, yes, Mayavadism is completely, almost 100%. It's a fighting, big fighting that you have to do to really bring at least whoever eligible there. So, but anyway, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, more merciful. He even took sannyasa from Keshav Bharati, a Mayavadi sannyasi, because he wanted to deliver even the Mayavadis. He even gives prema to the most wretched, Jagai, Madai, everyone. Harinama Tada Tattva Chandalan, Hadihamsa Tada, Brahmanan, Sattvayan, Vaishyan, Shtatosha Sadasraha. So, Mahaprabhu is unbelievably merciful. Unbelievably merciful. I would conclude this with a small song, because every Goura Purnima is my thing to really do something about it. So I will take this opportunity to really just to sing and then complete that one. Prabhu Tava Pada Sharanam Pandeham Sarvatava Sharanam Maha Prabhu Tava Pada Sharanam Pandeham Sarvatava Sharanam Radha Manyatu Prasabhupam Vandeham Sarvatava Charanam Radha Manyatam Rasagupam Vandeham Sarvatava Sharanam Maha Prabhu Tava Pada Sharanam Vandeham Sarvatava Sharanam Maha Prabhu Tava Pada Sharanam Vandeham Sarvatava Charanam Adisutta Bhavam Anusilam Vandeham Sarvatava Sharanam Adisutta Bhavam Anusilam Vandeham Sarvatava Sharanam Sachisuta Balam Dayarupam Vandeham Sarvatava Sharanam Sachisuta Balam Dayarupam Vandeham Sarvatava Sharanam Maha Prabhu Tava Pada Sharanam Vandeham Sarvatava Sharanam Maha Prabhu Tava Pada Sharanam Vandeham Sarvatava Sharanam
Jaho.
Kirtanamayam Tanamolam Vandeham Sarvatava Sharanam Sankirtanamayam Tanamolam Vandeham Tava Sharanam Sundara Devam Adishobam Vandeham Sarvatava Sharanam Sundara Devam Adishobam Vandeham Tava Sharanam Maha Prabhu Tava Pada Sharanam Vandeham Sarvatava Sharanam Maha Prabhu Tava Pada Sharanam Vandeham Sarvatava Sharanam Mandira Danam Yugakshemam Vandeham Sarvatava Sharanam Mandira Danam Yugakshemam Vandeham sarvatapasharanam Sandira udayam navadvipam Vandeham sarvatapasharanam Sandira udayam navadvipam Vandeham sarvatapasharanam Mahaprabhu tava padasharanam Vandeham sarvatapasharanam Mahaprabhu tava padasharanam Vandeham sarvatapasharanam Damanyatam rasagopam Vandeham sarvatapasharanam Adamanyatam rasagopam Vandeham sarvatapasharanam Prabhu tava padasharanam Vandeham sarvatapasharanam Prabhu tava padasharanam Vandeham sarvatapasharanam Vandeham sarvatapasharanam Vandeham sarvatapasharanam. Hare Krishna. Thank you so much for giving this wonderful opportunity. Special thanks to the wonderful Seva team and the dedicated members. And thank you all, the assembled Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis. Vanja kalpa taruvchecha, kripa sindhupyevacha, paditanam bhavanepyo, Vaishnavepyo, namo namah. Hare Krishna.
Just beautiful, really so special. I love your multimedia presentations, Prabhu. They olfactory, they capture our senses and our mind and really bring us to Mahaprabhu's lotus feet. Just wonderful. And I like the idea of somehow making everyone aware of all of the footprints of Mahaprabhu in South India. Sounds like a very nice project. And the last thing I'll say is that the priest at the Adikeshava temple that you met, who's been there for 50 years, it just struck me that there must be a real treasure house, a resource of knowledge that's being held by these very experienced devotees in all these different locations, and how important it is to maybe consult with them and hear from them and discover what they could share with us. So thank you so much. Really, really beautiful. We love it. Love to go on a tour with you to South India. I think you'd be great. So now, without further ado, we're going to move from Virginia and we're going to go zoom to Ohio. There we have Sriman Pankaj Prabhu, good friend of all devotees. Of course, he was born a devotee. He met Srila Gurudev in 1999, took Harinam and Diksha from Srila Gurudev in 1999, and he lives and works in the United States with his family. So without further ado, Prabhu, I'll invite you to take the floor. I think you're there. I saw you there somewhere a minute ago. Are you there? No. Okay, so let's see if I can chase you up. You were there. There he is. Okay, he's just changing rooms. So you can have Prabhu once you get underway 30 minutes to speak about the glories of Mahaprabhu. Can you hear me?
Oh, is it me? Are you talking to me, right?
I'm definitely talking to you. Yes.
Okay. No, I lost my internet for a second. So
Okay.
here I am right now. I'm in the middle of everything right now. I'm in ISKCON and Mayapur.
You're not? Okay, you're not in Ohio. You're in India too. Okay.
I am. And So as somebody who lives living in a hotel, like in Conch, so I'm in Conch Bhavan. This is a temple, so you hear a lot of noise everywhere. It's the real noise of like Mayapur. What's going on here? It's like I feel like I'm on Times Square right now on New Year Eve.
Oh,
It
dear.
is. It's literally like that. So many people everywhere. So we went to a house program at Jaishree's house where some intimate program was done in the earlier. But millions of people are here. There's no way you can go anywhere. And plus there's Holi. So you add that and then, you know, everything else is just magical and magnanimous. So first of all, I'll start with, you know, my invocation. Om Agyan Srimanandasya Gyananjan Shalakya Chakshurunmitam Yena Tasme Shri Guruve Namaha. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pishtaya Bhutle Srimati Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Tinamine Shri Krishna Lila Kathanesha Daksha Mudarya Madhura Gunesha Yuktam Varnam Varina Pursha Mahantam Narayanam Tvam Shisharamami. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pishtaya Bhutle Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Tinamine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gaurvani Pracharini Nirvishya Shandavati Paschat Deshtarine Vancha kalpatrubhesha kripa sindhu bhayevacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha namo mahavadannaya krishna prem pradayate krishnaya krishna chaitanya namne gauratishaname he krishna karuna sindhu dinabandhu jagatpate gopesha gopika kanta radha kanta namaste Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shyadvaita Gadada Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare. So first of all, I offer my unlimited Dandavat Pranam at the lotus feet of my Gurudev Nityananda Krishna Vishnu Pashla Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj. At the lotus feet of my Shiksha Gurudev Nityananda Krishna Vishnu Pashla Bhaktivedanta Vaman Goswami Maharaj. At the lotus feet of my Param Gurudev Nityananda Krishna Vishnu Pashla Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Maharaj and His Divine Grace Nityananda Krishna Vishnu Pashla Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. So we are really very, very fortunate. We are very fortunate being. And the level of great fortune that we have, we don't even understand how fortunate you are. All of us, like me, everybody. We are born in Kali Yuga. So Kali Yuga is the age of cruel, age of fighting, is the age of where everybody is greedy, lusty, have short memory. So with this man or woman or being who has so many limitations and they want to achieve so much because the desires are unlimited, right? Go to Mars, conquer this, conquer that, you know. But really, we can't even conquer a simple thing like a Gurudev used to say, conquer your feedback, conquer your mind. We can't even do that. So in Kali Yuga, everybody's going toward external things, but really our resources are so limited, including us. And we are just extreme distress on every angle that you can think of, right?
Okay, Prabhu's frozen a little bit. Let's see if he comes back. Okay.
You know, read everything, right? Can you hear me?
We can now, yes. You broke up.
Okay.
You broke up for a minute there.
Okay, maybe Krishna. Okay. So that's a condition. And let me try the other. I have this phone here. I can do that. And then just like this right now, 500 years back, I mean, right now things are bad, but think about 500 years back from now. And that too in India. India was not, so 500 years back, there were people arranging marriage of their animals. They were arranging marriage of, like they were doing things just for doing it, spending money on worthless things. And that caused a lot of distress to Advaitacharya. Advaitacharya is Vishnu himself. So Vishnu, he is capable of doing everything. I mean, he's Vishnu himself with Sadashiv. So he can create, he can run things, he can destroy things, he can do so many things because he's both, right? If you look at today I was in the class, Rishabdev Prabhu was talking about like how so many Shaktavesh Avatar have come. Like, for example, our Prabhupada is Shaktavesh Avatar. And then there is so many others like that, Muhammad and Jesus and so many who came and they have transformed the face of the earth in terms of religious belief, dharma, so many things, right? So when a Shaktavesh Avatar of Vishnu can come and do so much, why can't Vishnu, who was here in person with Shiva, could have done all these things? He could have easily achieved the dharma. He could have easily propagated the name. He could have easily done the things that were needed to be done. But he didn't do that. Instead, Advaitacharya was distressed. He was sad. He was distraught. Hatash. He lifted his hand. Today I gave an example like how, when you're driving, those people who have kids, so remember going to the hospital trying to deliver a baby, right? And at that time, a man feels like completely like hatash, means like they have no control. They have no idea what's going to happen, right? It's because nobody knows the medical science. So they just believing, okay, the best will happen. So everything is dependent on God. But here, Advaitacharya is an expert nurse, a doctor. He's Vishnu. So he's distraught and he's saying, how will I deliver this world? How will I deliver the people of this world? They are so much involved in Mayavad. They are so involved in materialistic happiness, bhakti, mukti. They just want only those things. They don't want anything else. How can I help them? So then he did what the Brajavasis did when they wanted to satisfy Krishna. He picked up Tulsi and he put some Ganga water on it and he prayed in Ganga. And he said, please deliver these people. And then Mahaprabhu said, don't worry, I will soon come as Radha and Krishna and I will definitely deliver these people since you have asked for. And then on this beautiful auspicious day of Goura Purnima, when that year everybody was taking bath in Ganga because it was the day of eclipse and everybody was out there taking bath because that's what you're supposed to do. So Mahaprabhu created an eclipse. He created something so that when he appeared, everybody was chanting Hari Bol, everybody was chanting Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, everybody became really suddenly pious because that's what happens. When you see difficulty, you become pious, you become really you start praying basically. So everybody was praying because there was distress in the environment, eclipse, and back 500 years back, people believed in eclipse. They really followed it. They really thought that it was something really that they have to do something to remove it. Even like 20 years back in India, 25 years back, 30 years back when I was in India, it was considered very serious. Now nobody cares. Everybody's eating McDonald's on eclipse. But everybody was chanting Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. And at that time, Mahaprabhu appeared. And when Mahaprabhu appeared in Navadip, before him, his parikar had already appeared. Mahaprabhu has already appeared in Ek Chakragram. A lot of his parikar like Haridas Thakur, obviously Advaitacharya. Can you hear me? Okay. Advaitacharya, he appeared, and so many others, Srivas, Galadhar, so many appeared. And they appeared so that they can assist Mahaprabhu in his pastime. But really, Mahaprabhu came for many different reasons. I mean, there are many reasons. I'm sure people would have talked about it. For example, In Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is saying that I come whenever there is a requirement for establishing the dharma. Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharat. So whenever there is a need to establish dharma, I appear or I send somebody to.
I'm sure you'll come back in a second.
That was a cracking freeze. That was cracking.
It was,
freeze.
yeah. It really.
I'd love to capture those Bhakti Zoom freezes.
He's back now.
Cool.
Okay,
Let me try something else. One second.
all right.
Let me try my cell phone.
Okay.
So I asked Gurudev, like, Gurudev, we are seeing that Mahaprabhu came 500 years back, but still not everywhere. Okay, let's see. Let's try this. Okay.
Right. It looks like he crashed out. So we'll have to wait for him to come back. There he is. Okay.
I'm here on my cell phone. All right, here we go.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, sorry about this. So basically, ask Gurudev. Gurudev, you're saying that, okay, so we know that at the end of the Kali Yuga, Mahaprabhu comes, right? Can you hear me properly?
We can, yes. Yeah.
So
We can hear you fine.
okay, great. So I asked Gurudev, like, you're saying that it is so, like, Mahaprabhu comes at the end of Kali Yuga, but how it is possible that it takes so much time for name to go everywhere? It's not easy for name to go everywhere in such short of time. We have seen with our own eyes for past 500 years, Mahaprabhu came, there are still places that name has to go. Although Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada came and he propagated the movement of Hare Krishna Mahamantra, and now all over the world, everybody knows Hare Krishna Mahamantra, but not everybody is chanting. So how does it happen that Mahaprabhu comes and everybody has accepted the Mahamantra and everybody accepts his philosophy and everybody is liberated? How does that happen? Because Mahaprabhu comes, this whole bar of bhakti comes. That how does it happen? So then Gurudev explained that when that happens, it's at the end of Kali Yuga. There's so much suffering that when Mahaprabhu comes, everybody is very open and receptive to receiving the Mahamantra. The example today I gave in the class was that, for example, if you're sitting in a hot car, 120 degrees, 125 degrees outside Fahrenheit, and 50 degrees Celsius, and your car is like a tin, burning, like hot. So when somebody starts the air conditioning, suddenly you feel the coolness at full speed when there's air conditioning that happens. So similarly, when Harinam comes at that stage, everybody feels the Harinam. Everybody feels that, okay,
Can't hear you, Prabhu. Lost your sound. We lost your sound, Prabhu.
Giving us.
I can hear you now.
Yeah. I'm on my. So sorry about this. This is very frustrating, but
Okay. Okay.
I can just play the background and people can just get the benefit of the dham.
It's Indian technology. Right? It's fine. Don't worry. We're okay.
It's like Apple is trying to meet India, so yeah, so that's what's happening. So Mahaprabhu came, and then when he came, all his parikars were already here 500 years back. And then all the demigods, all the damsel of demigod, goddesses, they all appeared in the house of Jagannath Mishra and Sachi Mata. And they all heard that a baby was born to this elderly couple. And they wanted to see the Lord of their own lord. So they wanted to see. So all the demigods, everybody, they appeared. Some of them came personally, physically to deliver gifts, and some of them, they came in a hidden way that nobody could understand that such person was there. Everybody, Shiva, Brahma, Narad, all the demigods, Indra, everybody came one after another, and they appeared and they started like offering flowers, offering gifts, gold, so many things. On the other hand, what did Jagannath Mishra do? He started giving it away to everybody. He had suddenly a desire like, oh, I want to give 1,000 cows to the Brahmanas. And then he was able to give 1,000 cows to Brahmanas. He had desire, oh, I want to give so much gold to so many people. And like this, he was able to give that gold to that many people. He had no idea from where the money was coming from. He's a poor Brahmin, and so everything is getting manifested by itself. So Jagannath Mishra house, the whole Mayapur, Navdeep, everybody's coming there to see this beautiful boy that is born. And whenever Mahaprabhu is crying, they're chanting Hari Bol, and then he'll stop crying. And then he'll start laughing. So then everybody said, oh, he only stops crying when you chant Hari Bol. So like this, the whole world, the ecstasy, this feeling of prem, bar, the flood that started to come in Navadip. They started to feel it. In the meantime, Nityananda Prabhu, who is in 8 Chakragram, he's a little bit older. He felt that Mahaprabhu has arrived. He came out on the bank of Ganga and he started shouting loudly, Hari Bol! And he shouted so loudly that his voice was even heard in Navadip. That loudly he shouted the name of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He was so excited to receive that. And there were many reasons for Mahaprabhu to come. Obviously, he came to deliver us. He came to establish a Dharam Yuga. But really, what Mahaprabhu came to he really came to experience something which he never had. Prem ras niryas karite aswadan marg bhakti loke karte pracharan rasika shekhar Krishna param karun dui hete hetu hete ichhar uddam. The Lord desired to appear was born from two main reasons. The Lord wanted to taste the sweet essence and mellow of what others were feeling toward him, and he wanted to propagate the love of God. But also, he wanted to taste what his dearmost beloved, Srimati Radharani, was tasting. He saw that there are so many ras. Shant is not a ras, but there are 4 primary ras: Dasya, Sakya, Madhurya, and Vatsalya, so Madhurya. So in all the ras, everybody is loving Krishna. But in Madhurya ras, Krishna is not able to understand that what is this love that I'm experiencing. When Bhagavan appeared as Narsingh Dev, at that time, he felt this love for Prahlad Maharaj. And when he felt that love for Prahlad Maharaj, he said, what was that? He came to Narsingpalli and he said, what was that I was feeling? He took bath in Narsingpalli, the pond there. And they were saying, what was this I was feeling? This love that I felt for Prahlad Maharaj. This was special kind of love that I felt, but then he didn't have it for me. This love of Vatsalya that I felt. And then he looked behind and he said, but there's nobody to love me like this. And he saw that, oh, I came from a pillar. So pillar was my father and mother. So he said, I will never come again I will always come from a mother and a father. So like this, he had some aswadan of Vatsalya Prem in Prahlad. But when it comes to Madhurya Prem, he had no idea of what that was at the level that Srimati Radharani has that love for Krishna. So he says that I want to taste that love. But to taste that love, he has to come as what Srimati Radharani is, as one-pointed devotee. Because when Krishna is there, he's not one-pointed.
he is many pointed, millions of pointed. He has to take care of everything. He's in Dwarka and is thinking about Draupadi getting Chirharan in the palace of Duryodhan. So he's thinking about everybody everywhere. So that's what Krishna is. So Krishna is saying, what is this one-pointed bhakti, this love that Srimati Radharani has, I don't have. And I want to taste it. So for that taste, the special taste, Krishna came. And to taste that, when he decided that he wanted to come, and he told Srimati Radharani, he told Sita Devi that I'm coming, and Mam Gachi, he told, Ram told. So then Radharani said, you know what, wait, don't just go yet. Because if you go like this as Krishna, you are a very soft boy. When you walk through the pebbles, your feet, it is so soft that wherever the pebble touch, it becomes red because of the pebble. The blood comes on the point of that place where the pebble touched on the feet. So you're very soft. You won't be able to act as a devotee. So then she gave her Anganti. So Srimati Radhakanti gave her Anganti so that Krishna can carry the mood of that love, that bhav. And then not only carry, but if, let's say, as a devotee, I mean, we know, we're not that good a devotee, but like a little bit of devotee, right? So we have to go through some suffering, right? I see like a lot of devotees that came. Prabhupada made so many devotees and Gurudev made so many devotees. They came from super rich family background. But when they came, they left all that and they stayed in barracks. They ate like 5 or 4 chickpeas a day. They lived like on a minimalistic like food, minimalistic like living standards. They gave up everything, like super rich people, right? Our Param Gurudev was like that. He was going out and collecting 1 paisa, 1 anna from different people, and he was laying down on the ground with this box of donation and laying down and resting because of hard sun. And Prabhupada saw him, Bhakti Siddhant. He started crying, like, look, he's the son of a landlord and he's begging for me on the street like this and resting. So devotee life is not easy. So Radharani is saying that, you won't be able to handle it, Krishna. You need somebody to fan you all the time. You need somebody to give you like pan or this or that. So you won't be able to handle it. So she said, I'll give you my Abdukanti because I can handle it. Because Radharani is trained. Lalita and Vishaka, they have trained Radharani to go in dark through the forest. They actually train her in her own house in Java. They create similar settings that what if she has to walk through rain in dark? So they create dark environment and then she walks through that stimulated environment by Lalita and Vishaka, and they throw water there, they throw mud, they throw thorns, they throw so many things. And Radharani is walking on this. Sometimes Radharani is feeling so much separation, she falls on the ground like this. And if anybody else would fall like that, they will break the bone. And we know Mahaprabhu, when he was in Jagannath Puri, he was feeling separation and he went in the water. He did feel all those things. He became a ball, like as if he did not have any bones anymore. So Radharani gave her Angakanti so that Krishna can handle that. Because Krishna will not be able to carry that love once he experienced that love. So there were many, many reasons for Mahaprabhu to come, because Mahaprabhu, Krishna, Gurudev, Prabhupada, all those personalities, when they come, there's not one reason. There are thousands of reasons. There can be 3 main reasons, 6 main reasons. There can be hidden reasons, external reasons. But really, at the essence of it, Mahaprabhu came to give us that love of Srimati Radharani. That is Anprit Charamcharat, Anprit Charamcharat, Karunavateen Kalo Samarpat, Unnat Ujjwal Rasam Sabhaktim Shriyam. So he came to give us that. And that was basically we can't taste the love of Radharani, we can't taste the love of Gopi, but we can become the Palyadasi. of Srimati Radharani and taste everything through that. So that's what he came to give. One last thing and I'll finish. It is very important to understand that the pastime of this Kali Yuga is a outlier in many ways. Number one, Mahaprabhu came before he was supposed to came, so we are very fortunate. That's why it's a Dhanya Kali Yuga. And second thing is, Mahaprabhu really never leaves Navadip. In his other pastime, he never leaves Navadip. He's always he comes here and he takes everybody from here back. He never goes to Jagannath Puri. It's only this time that he went to Jagannath Puri. So those are things that we have to remember. And the sannyas pastime is only in this pastime. It may be more, but as far as but it's not the Navadip regular pastime. Is not the pastime of sannyas. The real pastime is the pastime of Sachi Maiya's love for Mahaprabhu. Is Sachi Maiya and Jagannath Mishra, they are so much astonished by the love of Mahaprabhu. He's doing so many naughty things. He goes out and he is going on the bank of Ganga, and where the Brahmins are doing all the mantras, he goes and he drinks the water and he throws on them. He takes the ink and he throws ink on everybody. So all these people come to complain to Mahaprabhu's house at Jagannath Mishra's house, and Mahaprabhu's enter into the house and he comes out with complete dry clothes as he have never gone to Ganga. So, so Jagannath Mishra and Sachi Maiya are thinking like Krishna, Jashoda Maiya and Nand Baba, that maybe the neighbors are saying correct, or I don't know why they are saying like this. So there are so many pastimes, which, I'm sure my time is up.
No, you actually have a few more minutes. I was going to ask you to tell us a little bit more about Sachi Mata. Maybe you can help us understand.
Yeah, so one time I attended a class by Gurudev. He talked about Prem Vivarth in Mathura. It was 2000. I wish we can get the recording of that. It was a beautiful book. Gurudev was talking about like how Sachi Maiya used to cook do her kitchen. Like how many different preps she used to make. She was the most expert cook. So she will make lucky. She'll make the special kheer from lauki. She'll grate it and then she'll cook it in milk, and it will become like this rubbery with cooked lauki. And Mahaprabhu will love it. So Mahaprabhu will eat from he'll eat like many courses of meal. It will start from tikha. Tikha means like very like neem. He'll start with neem leaves, and that is Mahaprabhu's favorite. The fried neem leaves. He'll start from that, and then he'll eat something more sweeter. Like next will be less, like a little bit more pungent, like Karela. Then he'll eat something else. Then he'll eat something else, and then in the end it will be sweet. And then the sweets are going to be many different kind of sweets. So Mahaprabhu is expert at Nyaya Shastra. And everybody comes to learn from him. One time Keshav Bharati came to meet Mahaprabhu. And he came to Navadip because Navadip was the center of education. It was even better than used to be Nalanda. But when Buddhists attacked the whole Indian education system, so they took all the scriptures and they went to China. So all this Chinese medicine, everything you hear are from actually Nalanda. So after that, Navadip was the center under Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. So Nimai Pandit was a great Pandit. He was a great scholar. And the Keshav Bharati, he came to Navadip thinking that if he defeats this people from Navadip, the top guy from Navadip, then he'll become the top person in India, all over the world. So he comes here and people told him like, we are not that great, but there's one boy named Nimai. He's really good. And you should defeat him. And if you defeat him, then you're defeated everybody. But before people came to that, there were many scholars from Navadip. They went in a hidden way to hear Keshav Kashmiri speak. Keshav Kashmiri had Vak Siddhi, all kind of Siddhis from the Saraswati Devi. And Mahaprabhu he heard that Keshav Kashmiri has come and he wanted to debate with him. And he wanted to debate in public. So he said, you know what? Let's not debate in public. Let's call him next to Ganga. Let him meet me in private and let me have a discussion with him. So then he invited Keshav Kashmiri and Ganga. And then when he saw Mahaprabhu, he thought that, you know, he's a small boy. He can easily defeat him. A lot of people in the village also in Navadip, they thought that, you know, Nimai is a great Nyaya Pandit, the Pandit of logic, but he hasn't really read that many scriptures. So it's a 50-50 that he may win. Actually, there's a very strong chance that he may not even win. So there was some jealousy from Nityananda, from Mahaprabhu also a little bit, right? So those people, they said, okay, let's put him in the front and let's let him get defeated. That it will be great. He'll face will become black. Anyway, so there were multiple purpose. Yeah, exactly.
Teach him a
So
lesson.
then,
Humble him.
exactly. So then Nimai, he was sitting on Ganga, and then Keshav Kashmiri came and he said, oh, Mahan Pandit has come to me. And he gave him a lot of respect. He said, please sit down. He said, I want to debate with you. He said, listen, I'm not that expert. How can I debate with you? But I have few questions. Can I ask you a few questions? You're like my uncle, right? So can I please ask you that some questions? He said, yeah, sure, why not? So Keshav Kashmiri became really happy that, look, this guy is like, you know, he's ready to sign on a certificate that he's ready to get admit his defeat. So then said, okay, what is your question? I said, okay, tell me about Ganga. I said, Ganga, okay. So then Keshav Kashmiri immediately spoke so fast. And one of the reasons why when he recited shloka so fast, well, number one, Saraswati was was behind it. And second thing is he used to speak faster so that the people will get confused. Because many times, like people, they speak Sanskrit shloka like, you know, and then people will think that, oh my God, this guy is such a Sanskrit scholar. I should not say anything to this person. Because he spoke like 20 sloks in like 2 minutes, right? You know, so then he spoke like 100 slok in few seconds, right? And then he said, okay, what will this boy will think? I don't think he can do anything. So he said, wait a second, Keshav Kashmiri. He said, Panditji, that slok that he spoke, the 25th slok, you said this slok. But can you tell me the gun and abgun? Means, can you tell me the good and bad quality of that slok? He said, what do you mean bad quality? What do you mean by bad quality? When I speak, I only speak good quality. What do you mean by bad quality? He said, for example, like these are the 7 bad qualities. And he started reciting all the 7 bad qualities of that shloka. And he immediately, Keshav Kashmiri became like stumped. He said, okay, wait a second. Maybe there was some mistake here. Let's go to another shlok. He went to 55th shlok and he said, okay, take this shlok. Can you tell me good or bad quality? He said, like, what do you mean? He said, okay. So these were 7 good qualities and these were 7 or 8 bad qualities. Mahaprabhu recited. Okay. And then in the end, Keshav Kashmiri, his mouth became dry. Saraswati left him. And he wanted to speak something, he couldn't speak. His voice became choked. So then at that time, Mahaprabhu realized what has happened. So he said, you know what? I'll give him some respect. So then he said, you know what? These shlokas, these 5 shlokas he spoke, these were so great. You know, these 7 points, 10 points of each shloka he started telling, glorifying him so that he become like peaceful. So Pandit said, he said, Keshav, he said, Panditji, today you have traveled from far. Why don't you rest? We'll meet tomorrow. So then he sent Pandit away. And then at night, the Pandit sat on his, Keshav Kashmiri, he sat on his asan and he prayed to Saraswati. Saraswati came. Said, why did you make me lose in front of this small boy? He said, this is not a small boy. He's my Lord. And he wanted to defeat my Lord. So what do you expect? I think you should go to him and you should take shiksha from him and then you should go on your way. So that's what Keshav Kashmiri did. So there are many pastimes like this. Mahaprabhu is not like, he showed some ordinary pastimes and some extraordinary pastimes. Like Gurudev used to say, there's so much opulence in Vrindavan that it is so much opulent that you can't even understand because it is all covered by Madhurya. So like you said, Sachimaya is the height of Madhurya. And she gives so much Madhurya to Mahaprabhu that everything is like, is covered, in her love for Krishna, for Mahaprabhu. So there are so many pastimes that we can speak, but I'm running out of time. So and somebody has switched off the light.
Yeah, thank you. Very enthusiastic, inspiring presentation. And you're there, you're soaking up all of the nectar and sharing it with us. And, you know, it's a little bit of out of focus, but
Yeah, there's no
we
light right
we
now.
get we get the idea. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks a lot. Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
So I'm so grateful that Nityananda Prabhu has allowed me to be here, and Gurudev has allowed me to be here, and thank you for inviting me for this. I'm so grateful, and sorry for choppy network, but I'm really grateful for this opportunity.
Well,
Appreciate it.
you're very fortunate, and you made us fortunate by sharing your experiences with us and your Harikatha. So thank you very much.
One thing I want to share from this parikrama that I'm understanding is, being on Mayapur side, I met Srila Bodhayan Maharaj, I met Sripad Sridhar Maharaj, I met Vishnu Maharaj from Chaitanya Math. I'm seeing Jayapataka Maharaj here. He's doing great service here. I'm seeing our Guru Vargas, our Guru God brothers, you know, also Devanand Gaudiya Math. I feel like there is a great opportunity for great growth here, and there's a lot of growth happening. I feel like there's some foot soldiers here. They have dedicated their life. They have done great seva, and they have transformed this whole place. It's a next level now. Like the amount of people that have come here from around the world, in every mud, every place. I'm not saying there's one place, every place. And everybody has played a part, and including you also, you know, Prabhuji, you and your God brothers, they have dedicated their life, everything for this, everywhere. So grateful to see this, you know, that's my only thing. There's a lot of hope for us. And next year, I brought my 2 daughters here, 3 years and 1 year old. They're just ecstatic. They're dancing and doing parikrama and doing dandavats and loving it. I mean, we can give this gift to our kids, you know, in the future and the future generation. So this is very hopeful. That's what I'm saying. So
Yeah, it is
great to be
hopeful.
here.
And I think it's a really good point that that's the spirit of our acharyas, you know, who are wanting to share this gift. And
Exactly.
let's keep sharing it. There's Mahaprabhu's boat is Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj says, it's the all-accommodating moiety. So as many people as want to jump in the boat will expand. So let's get as many in the boat as we can. Thank you for being part of this.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks.
Pretty bold.
Very well.
So now I don't know where we're going in the world. I thought we were going to Ohio, and then we're back in India. I think I'm going to Bolivia now, but maybe I'm going to be in India because that's what the devotees do. I was thinking that actually the devotees are the only people, they should be given free air miles, you know, because even though the devotees probably have one of the biggest carbon footprints of any individual group, it's all for the mercy and purification of the world that they're traveling to the holy places so much. So we're going to introduce Nityananda Prabhu, Sriman Nityananda Prabhu. I think he's in Bolivia, and he was born a devotee in the 1980s. He met Srila Gurudev at age 12 in Costa Rica in the 1990s. And he's taken Harinam in 2005 from Sripad Sajjan Maharaj, and Diksha in 2007 from Srila Gurudev. So I want to invite him to take the floor and speak. I'm going to be handing over the reins of the emceeing to Gaura Sundar Prabhu. At some point, he's going to come in and take over, so I'll be bowing out. Thank you for giving me the chance to do a little bit of seva on this very, very important day. And of course, it's just benefiting me immensely by hearing all of this wonderful Harikatha. So let the waves keep rolling in. We're starting now to churn deeper, deeper, deeper. So over to you, Nityananda Prabhu. Thank you for being with us. And you've got 30 minutes to speak. Hare Krishna.
Jai Ho, Dandavat Pranams. And small correction there. I met Gurudev by the mercy of BhaktiBandhava Maharaj. He's the one who, after several months of convincing, was able to actually get me into the association of Gurudev as his disciple. So he arranged the call to get Harinam. Gurudev was at the time in Hawaii, so yes, he arranged that. And few devotees in Costa Rica, we got Harinam at the same time. So yes, we got Harinam 2005 and 2007 Diksha by Gurudev.
Thank you.
Okay, so anyhow, it's been an amazing festival. I missed a few hours in the morning where the devotees were talking about the reasons of Mahaprabhu's appearance and so much pastime, lila. So the time I was able to join, I got a chance to hear some of these amazing speakers. So after this is finished today, I'm gonna make sure to come over and listen to the whole thing once again from scratch, from the beginning. So let's begin with opening pranams. Om Gyana Timrandasya Gyanangana Shalakaya Shakshurum Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Namo Vishnu Padaya Radhikaya Priyadmane Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Narayana Nitinamine Sri Krishna Lila Katani Sudaksham Maudharya Madhurya Gunaishcha Yuktam Varam Varenyam Purusham Mahamtam Narayanam Tvam Shirasa Namami Tridandinam Bhakta Shiromanincha Krishna Pradavjadita Itahidi Chaitanya Lilamrita Sarasaram Narayanam Tvam Satam Prapadye Namao Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamini Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gaura Bhani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyabhagi
Did you get that all right?
Paschatya
Oh, yeah.
Deshatarine
You're great. Awesome.
Vanchakalpatrubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Brindayai Tulsi Devyaya Priyayai Kesavasya Krishna Bhakti Pradidevi. Okay, so first of all, I really ask forgiveness. This is my first time doing a Zoom event in English. It's not the first language, so I try to explain and share what I've learned and heard from Vaishnavas and from Srila Gurudev. And also, it's like, when you have small children coming at you and you already know everything. You have had experience of the world for a much longer than they've been alive. But when the small child comes and is very happy to share about something they learned in school, they say like, "Oh, mom, father, uncle, auntie, I've learned this," and they start to regurgitate, whatever the teacher has said in the school. And even if they make a mistake, in the presentation or the delivery of their point, the father or the mother or the elders, they are very merciful to them because, it's by this exercise of becoming less afraid of speaking in front of people that we can be able to share this knowledge that we are being given. So please, I ask all of you are my seniors, so please be merciful with me and laugh at anything I say that is a mistake, because if it's wrong, it's by my misunderstanding. And whatever I say that it sounds right and is actually proven by Shastra and Guru Sadhu, then it's just me repeating these words of Vaishnavas. So earlier today we were listening in the presentations of various devotees that they were talking about the reasons of Mahaprabhu's appearance. And obviously they went very elaborately with Shastra, with verses, breaking each word in Sanskrit and giving lengthy explanation of the meaning. I'm not able to do that because I'm not a Sanskrit scholar, nor have a very good memory. So just to point out that one of the innermost heart's desire of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, it was to manifest once again in this material world Unato Jala Rasa, and to do that he had the help of his intimate associates. So one of the most prominent in this task of expanding the Unato Jala Rasa is Srila Rupa Goswami, who is actually Sri Rupa Manjari in Krishna Lila. So Rupa Goswami, he comes to give this Unato Jala Rasa. And I heard that, I read in the chat there was a question about the difference between Unato Jala Rasa and Madanakya Mahabhav. Basically, the difference is Madanakya Mahabhav is something that Radhika, she experiences herself at the highest stage of prem in the meeting with Krishna in the Rasa Lila. And Unato Jala Rasa is this experience that can be shared by Mahaprabhu in this material world by his mercy and with the help of the devotees. So this is Brajana Prabhu. He spoke already about the reasons, as well as Shamarani, Didi, and all the speakers earlier in previous days. So not to bother everybody with this once again, let's focus a bit more on what are the pastimes of Mahaprabhu and what that he performs in his lila as Nimai. So, as we all very well know, he was born in Navadvip, and he appeared under a neem tree. So a few days back that we were celebrating Sri Advaitacharya Prabhu's festival appearance, we remember that Sri Advaitacharya, he is chanting, he's calling out loudly to Mahaprabhu, to Krishna, please come to this material world, give your mercy, deliver everybody. And he does this over a long period of time. And each time that he's praying and praying down in the river, Sachimata, she's upstream and she's seeing this elderly person doing these prayers, crying out, please come, but she doesn't know what he's calling. So she becomes afraid. And it happens that at the same time, she's having daughters, and they're all taking birth and dying very early, or she's experiencing these miscarriages. So she's very afraid of anybody who might see her getting pregnant and giving her some type of curse or something. So she doesn't want to be seen by anybody, but she notices that Advaitacharya downstream, he can see her. So she's afraid. And then Advaitacharya, he's praying to Mahaprabhu, to Krishna, to come, to manifest in the material world. And he's using, what is he using? He's using Ganga Jal, Ganga water, and Tulsi Patta, leaves of Tulsi Devi. So he's offering this Tulsi to Shalanam Shila, and he's offering this Ganga water and calling out, please, please Lord, come now. And then when Sachimata becomes pregnant with Mahaprabhu, Mahaprabhu manifests in her womb. Then Advaitacharya, he places a Tulsi leaf on the water, and this Tulsi goes upstream and reaches the place where Sachimata is taking bath. And the Tulsi sticks to her womb. So she's afraid. She's like, oh, where does this tulsi come from? And she tries to rip it out, to put it away, and she can't. She cannot do that. So stays there stuck. Is looking Tulsi Devi. She's trying to meet with Krishna, touch Mahaprabhu's feet, and get that way his blessings and darshan. So Advaita Acharya, he's calling out to Mahaprabhu to appear, and then now Tulsi, she goes afraid and tells to her in-laws, to her father, to everybody, like, oh, this is what happened in the morning. I'm very stressed. Please help me out. What to do? What to do? And what do they say? They say, do not worry. Advaita Acharya, he's not a bad person. He's not an evil person. He doesn't have a bad intentions toward you or your child. On the contrary, you should try to develop a relationship with him. Send your son to start to study with him, because he's a very good scholar, Advaita Acharya. And that's why Mahaprabhu's elder brother, he goes to study with Advaita Acharya. But by the influence of Yoga Maya, Advaita Acharya, he cannot recognize that Nimai, who has born under this neem tree because Sachimata wanted to protect her child, and that's why he is called Nimai. He cannot recognize that this young baby is Krishna himself, is Mahaprabhu. So that way, when he starts to grow a bit more and he's able to walk, and he goes towards the house of Advaita Acharya, and he calls his brother, brother, please come home. Mom has cooked something for you. You have to come and eat. And Advaita Acharya, he sees Nimai Pandit, and he feels such love, such devotion in his heart that it melts. Same for his wife, Sita Thakurani. They all feel such strong, intense emotion towards Nimai, but they don't understand that he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, because Yogamaya is protecting that for the pastime, sacred pastime. So now Mahaprabhu, he starts performing these amazing pastimes in the house of Jagannath Mishra and Sachi Devi. One of these my favorite pastimes that I've heard over and over since I was a small child was the pastime of him and this Brahman who comes and visits Jagannath Mishra. So obviously Jagannath Mishra, he wanted to get the benedictions from greatly saints and devotees of the Lord to bless his young child Nimai. And when a Brahman comes to the house, he says, I want to stay here for a few days, few nights, and please bring me items so I can cook and offer to my deity. So Sachimata and Jagannath, they arrange for all the ingredients, all the utensils for the cooking, and the Brahman, he begins to prepare a very amazing preparation to offer to the deities. So when the Brahman closes his eyes and starts to chant the mantra to offer the bhog, then what happens? Nimai gets inside of the room and he starts to eat each and every one of the items that he prepared very carefully. So the Brahman finished chanting all the mantras and doing everything properly, opens his eyes, and he sees not only the prasad is gone, Nimai is sitting there. Baby Nimai, he ate the prasada. So he doesn't know what to do. He's like, oh my God, I made this offering for Thakurji, and now this young boy has eaten. So he goes and tells the parents, oh, Jagannath Mishra, Sachimata, please forgive me. Will you be kind enough to give me some more ingredients to cook again? Because your child came and ate everything I made for Thakurji. So the parents, they are very ashamed, they don't know what to say. And they take Nimai and say, you stay in this room, don't go in there, leave the Brahman alone. And the Brahman, he again prepares very nicely everything, makes a nice plate, places the mania, and starts to prepare for chanting mantras and offer bhog to Thakurji, closes his eyes, and before that he looks at the door that is locked, that there is something blocking it so it cannot be opened from the outside. Then again closes his eyes and starts to chant the mantras with so much love and devotion that what happens? Again, opens his eyes and Nimai is there eating the prasad. So this goes on and on for a few more times, and each time they try different things, different tricks to how to keep Nimai away from the Brahman, from the offering. And each time the Brahman is calling the deity, please accept this offering and give me your remnants. And every time the Brahman opens his eyes, Nimai is there. So finally, one last time, they say, wait, we need to do something. Please, Jagannath Mishra, you sit outside of the door and you make sure your son doesn't come in. It's going to be very, very late at night. Thakurji needs to eat and go to sleep. And then in the morning, he has to wake up again. Otherwise, won't have time to sleep. And as we know, the day is split into 8 separate times that each time of the day, Krishna is doing some particular pastime. So before Nisanta Lila comes, he has to eat and sleep something before then Nisanta Lila can come. Otherwise, he won't have time to go and meet with his beloveds. So Jagannath sits outside of the door, and Sachimata, she's holding Nimai in the other room, and the Brahman closes his eyes, and now he's doing one last offering. He starts to offer everything with so much love and devotion. And then when he opens his eyes, what happens? Nimai is there. He's eating the food, but also he starts to take the form of the deity. And the Brahman gets confused and says, what's happening here? And then he starts to chase him. And then he's chasing Nimai, but sometimes it's the deity form. And then he's standing in front of the deity. Now he's same as Krishna. And Brahman, he doesn't understand. And then he shows his forearm forms. And then he shows his form of flute and everything. And Brahman is like, oh my God, you are my worshipable Lord. I couldn't recognize you. But you are here in front of me. You are accepting my offering. Every single time I have offered and called you, you have come and have taken this book. So please accept this and give me your blessings and give me a boon. And what does Nimai say? He becomes again young Nimai and he says, please do not tell this pastime to anybody. Why? Because Nimai doesn't want people to know that he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He has on one hand Yoga Maya preventing people from realizing this, and on the other hand, every time he shows his Aishvarya, his form as the Supreme Lord, he says, please don't tell this to anybody. Because if Aishwarya enters into Navadvip, it's going to ruin the mood and it's going to make the inhabitants of Navadvip be afraid of the Lord and have a distant relationship with him. So he doesn't want that. He wants outside of Navadvip, that's okay. They can accept me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, worship me as Bhagavan himself, I don't care. But inside Navadvip, please don't worship me as God himself. So that way the Brahmana, he makes a promise to Nimai and says, okay, I will not tell this to anybody. But as we know, the Brahmana may have shared with someone this story because now we have access to this amazing pastime. So as such, Nimai, he keeps growing, he just keeps performing incredible pastimes. But he performs these pastimes alone. He is missing most of his associates because they are in different parts. For example, Nityananda, he is in Eka Chakra and he's traveling throughout all India doing parikram. Different personalities and Goswamis, they're taking birth in South India, in Assam, in Bangladesh, all places out far from Navadvip. So Mahaprabhu, he's performing these pastimes alone. but he wants to also meet with his intimate associates. So that's why he's meeting with Rupa Goswami. He had these incredible conversations that are, some of it, very small portion, has been recorded in Chaitanya Charitamrita. He also meets with Ramananda Roy, and he has, again, incredible discussions about bhakti and the purpose of our life and our doing sadhana, and what is the goal of everything, what is the sadhya, the end goal of everything that we are doing here. So then he's meeting with Kim Pataparudra, he's meeting with so many amazing personalities. And then when he enters into Tota Gopinath, then the devotees gradually start to also return to the Nitya Lila pastimes. And some devotees, they come after that. And then what do? They start to cry, oh, how sinful, wretched, and unfortunate soul am I that I've missed Mahaprabhu's birth by a few years. And they are the ones who are taking then the message of Mahaprabhu, and they're spreading all over India. And we have like devotees such as Narottam Thakur, who they received such incredible Shakti to write all these amazing poems, amazing songs, bhajans, glorifying Mahaprabhu, glorifying the pastimes, the leelas, and everything. So it's like message of Mahaprabhu, it's so important because he has come to give something that no other incarnation is able, willing, or capable to spread, which is this Unata Jwala Prem. So, but Mahaprabhu, he didn't write many things. He wrote the Sikshastakam, he has written a few notes and corrections here and there in some of the scriptures written by the Goswamis, and he has given teachings, instruction to different personalities, but he hasn't written many books himself. So we have all this knowledge, access to all of this by the mercy of Rupa Goswami, all the Goswamis of Vrindavan, and all of our Gaudiya Guru Varga. So we heard in the morning that the tree of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he has two main branches, but one is Advaitacharya, the other one is Nityananda. But if we remember from the line of Nityananda that comes Sri Janava Thakurani, she summoned all the devotees to come to Keturi and to speak about how to establish the mission of Mahaprabhu, which we heard in the morning also, that it is Krishna consciousness. Krishna, Bhagavan, and consciousness is Chaitanya. So Krishna Chaitanya is the real Krishna consciousness. And she is establishing this. She says we're going to have 5 truths, and this will be known as the Panchatattva. Why 5? Why not 3? Why not 100 or 1,000? Well, she said we need to have these 5 because that way we have a way to give all of these tattvas and siddhanta, and give also a personal relationship for the devotees to be able to practice bhakti in a way that they will go from seva sadhaka, from performing seva service in a physical body, sadhaka, towards siddha rupena, to perform seva in the spiritual world as their internal and perfected form of siddha deha, siddha rupa, siddha sarupa. So she's establishing this Panchatattva, and she gives the mantra Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivas Adi Gaur BhaktiBandhava. And that's when the people in the Keturigram, some of them, they stood up and left because they couldn't accept Srivastakur and Gadar Pandit to be part of the Panchatattva. So they have their own mantra. What do they chant? They say, Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhaktavinda. They don't accept Gadadhar Pandit because they say Krishna and Radha, they are already manifested as Mahaprabhu. So what is the need of having Radhika as Gadadhar Pandit also in this Panchatattva? And then Srivastakur, he came up to give us something very important. He gave us two very, very crucial instructions with his own life example, that we must do what? Srivasangam. We must join together in a small, intimate group to chant the holy name, and in that way we will be able to develop the proper moods. And then what do? Nagar Sankirtan on the streets. We come out and we spread all that we have nurtured in small congregation. So based on this Panchatattva, we're following now in the line of the Goswamis, and coming to our parampara and to our gurus. And it doesn't mean that I have my guru, you have your guru, therefore we cannot chant the names of Radha and Krishna in the Mahamantra, because Mahaprabhu, he came to give us the holy name of himself and the process how to chant. And he said it should be congregational, it should be everybody together, regardless if one is Brahman, Vaishya, Kshatriya, Shudra, Grihastha, Vanaprastha, Brahmachari, Sannyasi, Bantasi, or lo que sea, anything, whatever it is, doesn't matter. We should always remember that the message of Mahaprabhu is this consciousness, which is not limited to a particular place of birth or to a particular group or congregation where we happen to live. So I think I'm running out of time, but anyhow, I'm very, very happy that we had such amazing programs and the ability to share with the devotees regardless of our physical location, and missing so much the Holy Dam, missing so much Navadvip and the Vaishnavas who are there giving this incredible Harikatha. So I hope please you can forgive all of my offenses and my misconceptions, because like I said at the beginning, I'm a very small child still in this Krishna consciousness. I might have been born in ISKCON and grew up among devotees, but all the nartas from previous births, they are still present within my body. So please forgive all my offenses and give me your blessings so that I can return to the Holy Dam, take the dust again from Navadvip and put it on my forehead, and then return here to the Western countries to continue this cycle of what it is, not samsara, but samsara dava nala vida loka. Following the footsteps of Guru. Jai. Goura Purnima, Hari Hari.
Hari Hari Bol. Very beautiful, Nityananda Prabhu. I just wanted to say it was very beautiful hearing your descriptions of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's childhood pastimes, especially of Mahaprabhu eating the bhog. But I was particularly touched and about your very nice, insightful differentiation you made between Madanakya Mahabhav and Unnata Ujjvala Rasa, which is very important for devotees to understand, and you did that at the very beginning of your talk. That Madanakya Mahabhav is what Radhika ji has only in her heart. No other gopi has that, no other person in the whole creation. But that Unnata Ujjvala Rasa is what's really Manjari Bhav. That's the one that can be distributed to jivas. That Mahaprabhu is really tasting for Madanakya Mahabhav, and the spillover of that is the Manjari Bhav, or the Unnata Udbhava Rasa that the jiva can taste, because Radha Bhav or Madanakya Mahabhav is not something that the jivas are qualified or capable of tasting. So you brought that out very, very wonderfully at the beginning of your talk, and that's extremely important. Also, I like very much your description about the Pancha Tattva. You spoke about Srivas Pandit and the importance of congregational chanting, regardless of who one's guru is, which is very, very important. We touched a little bit on Goura Purnima there. That really, because we're all in Gaura Parivar, and his instructions that we all engage in congregational chanting and Naga Sankirtan. I also particularly thought that the description about when Sachimata was pregnant, and the Dvaitacharya put the tulsi leaf on the shalagram, and the tulsi leaf swam upstream to touch the womb of Sachimata, because she wanted to be on Mahabuddhi's lotus feet. So that's very, very beautiful. A description, and these childhood pastimes are extremely sweet. We speak about Krishna's childhood pastime, but Mahabuddhi's childhood pastime just as sweet. In many cases, he was very, very naughty also. And so you described how naughty he was in his constant interrupting of the bhog offering by eating it himself. So that's just really, really quite remarkable. We don't hear so much about that. We hear a lot of times about the more esoteric moods of Mahaprabhu, but these moods of him as a child and how he's hiding the fact that he's a Supreme Personality of Godhead from everybody, it makes the pastime all the more richer, because it's operating on several different layers. So thank you so much, Nityananda Prabhu, for that, and bringing us into Mahaprabhu's childhood pastimes. That was very, very touching and enlightening and very vivid. So thank you so much for that. And now we're going to be going to Srimati Radhika Dasi, and she is from the UK. She was born a devotee, and she met Srila Gurudev in 1999 in Mathura, and she took Harinam from Srila Gurudev in the year 2000, and Diksha as well, and she's going to be singing for us and to open up the next section. So I'm going to turn it over now to Srimati Radhika Dasi. Is she here? Trying to see if Radhika's here. She's not here, it seems. Okay. See if we can locate her. Well, maybe she's about to come on, contact Yasodanandan Prabhu and see where she is at this present time. Okay, so what we're going to do is, because we can't seem to find her, we're going to go directly to Mukunda Prabhu. Now, Mukunda Prabhu, I think, needs no introduction. He is one of the best speakers and tattvavits in our Sangha from Florida. It's always an incredible pleasure to speak with such an erudite and hear from such an erudite devotee. He is on the East Coast, United States, in Florida, and he met the devotees in 1972, and he moved into the ashram in 1975. He met Srila Gurudev in 1986, and he took Diksha from Srila Gurudev in 1997. And he's traveled and preached extensively through Africa. And really, he's such a joy and pleasure to hear from. He's always very insightful, and he always increases our understanding of the tattva. So now we're going to be transferring our attention to Mukunda Prabhu, who will now speak for half an hour. Jai Mukunda Prabhu, Dandavats. Is Mukunda Prabhu here? Well, seems like nobody's showing up. Well, oh, wait a second here. Let's see. Might need to wait for Mukunda Prabhu to show. So Srimati Radhika Dasi was supposed to speak.
Hi, Bo.
Oh, there she is. She's here. Wonderful. So nice to have you. We thought you disappeared on us and we're going to do a no-show, but it's wonderful to have your darshan.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's okay. It happens. It happens. And I know everybody was up late last night doing their Goura Purnimas. So even getting to the broadcast today is challenging for some, but we thank everybody for doing so. But we want to send everything over to you now. And you're going to, I've just introduced you again. I'll just say you one more time. You're from the UK and you were born a devotee. And you met Srila Gurudev in 1999 in Mathura. You took Harinam and Diksha from Srila Gurudev in the year 2000. And you have a beautiful singing voice, so we'd like to hear from you. And devotional voice, some bhajan that you would like to introduce.
Okay. Sorry, I wasn't able to join this amazing program earlier. But it's incredible actually how Gurudev pulls us all in and engages us and brings us all together. So thank you perpetually for giving me opportunity to serve in some way, shape or form in the way that Srila Gurudev instructed and directed and always orchestrated for all of us, I think. Just wanted to share the bhajan, Gauranga Tumi More, and then just share a little bit of a pastime that is quite deep and exciting actually for all of us. I hope that's okay.
Sure, wonderful.
Gauranga Tumi more doyana chari ha Gauranga Tumi more doyana chari ha apana kariya ranga charane rakhiya apana kariya ranga charane rakhiya Gauranga Tumi more doyana chariya Gauranga Tumi more doyana chariya Tomara charana lagi sabate agina Tomara charana lagi sabate agina Shitala charana paya charana loinina Shitala charana paya charana loinina Gauranga tumi more doyana chariha. Gauranga tumi more doyana chariha. Ekule akule muhi dilu tilanjali. Ekule akule muhi dilu tilanjali. Rakhiya charane more apana raboni. Rakhiya charane more apana raboni. Gauranga tumi more doyana chariya. Gauranga tumi more doyana chariya. Vasudeva goshe bole charane dariya. Vasudeva goshe bole charane dariya. Kripa kari rakho more pad chaya diya. Kripa kari rakho more pad chaya diya. Gauranga tumi more doyana chariya. Gauranga tumi more doyana chariya. Jaya Sachinandan Jaya Gaura Hari 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 Jaya Kali Yuga Pavana 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 Gaura Hari Jai Navadvipadam Jaya Navadvipadam Jaya Navadvipadam Jaya Navadvipadam Jai Navadvipadam Jaya Navadvipadam Navadvipadam Jaya Navadvipadam Jaya Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Nitai Gaura Haribol Haribol Nitai Gaura Haribol Nitai Gaura Haribol 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol Nitai Goura Premanande Hari Hari
I will.
Bol.
People. Thank you for that, Didi. Beautiful.
Jnanatimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshuram Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Namam Vishnupadaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Srimad Bhaktivedanta Narayaniti Namine. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Ti Namine. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Gaura Prasthaya Bhutale Srimad Bhakti Pragyan Keshava Ti Namine. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Ti Namine. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhu vayevacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So before sharing, I'd like to offer thousands and thousands upon thousands of heart-like flowers unto the lotus feet of our Srila Gurudev, Nityalila Pravishna Vishnupad Astotar Sata Shri Srimati Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj. And again, the same unlimited heart-like flowers unto the lotus feet of Nityalila Pravishna Vishnupad Astotar Sata Shri Srimati Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada. My pranams, my Dandavat pranams to all the Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis present on this call in this wonderful day of Sri Goura Purnima. As I said, I didn't have the opportunity to join you in this seva, but Gurudev somehow managed to provide the opportunity for the children that I was teaching at school today to engage in Abhishek. So 4 different classes got to bathe Shri Shri Gauranitai today. And I was just reflecting before joining you all here how magnanimous Mahaprabhu's mercy and mission really is. It's just unlimited. That even someone who is still suffering the reactions to past misdeeds and desperately trying to clamber up the hill towards some semblance of Guru Nishta can be engaged so deeply in bathing the Lord throughout the day. The pastime that I actually always feel quite fascinated by since hearing it and since hearing Srila Gurudev's illuminations of it is found in this beautiful book, The Embankment of Separation, by His Grace Srila Gaur Govinda Swami Maharaj. And just reflecting on the chapter where he describes the fainting of Sri Ramananda Rai, who we've had revealed to us by some miraculous mercy is Vishakasaki in Braj Leela. And that he shares that as Vishakasaki, she shares her appearance in this world with Srimati Radhika. So these moods that she carries are so in tune with her demos Saki. And Maharaji just poses the question that why did Sri Ramananda Rai faint when he saw that that Krishna became Sri Sachinandan Gaura Hari. So on meeting, Maharaj describes that Ramananda Rai and Lord Chaitanya embraced each other as though they were long lost friends, you know, and that there was a recognition there that you know, this is my Saki, this is Srimati's Saki, this is my dearmost. And that recognition was there immediately for both of them. And on sharing their dialogue, there is this upliftment as we hear that pastime of tattva and an understanding of how we hear from the beginning, the foundations, and then as Shamrani Didi always says, deep, deeper, deepest. So in that journey of that discourse and dialogue between these personalities, we hear that discussion, and we understand that Lord Chaitanya is Krishna in the mood and the Kanti of Srimati. So we're hearing that discourse from this combined form, and this form where Krishna is absorbed in the mood of Srimati Radhika, and that conversation and dialogue is happening. But what's fascinating is until that illumination is given by our great spiritual guardians of devotion, as Srila Bhakti Rakshashira Maharaj so eloquently labels our lineage, our Sri Rupanuga Guru Varga, brings us to this attention that finally Lord Chaitanya manifests his form as Vrajendra Nandan Shri Krishna to Rai Ramananda. And again, there is this moment of stunned fascination in this revelation. But when Shri Krishna then transforms back into Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Rai Ramananda faints. So Maharaj is asking, why? Why is he fainting at this point? You know, begs to question, why didn't he faint when he first met Lord Chaitanya, right at the beginning of the conversation? And he shares this beautiful analogy of how the bumblebee enters into the very heart of a flower, and when it enters into that space, it collects on its entire being, its entire body, the golden pollen of that flower, and is completely covered with that. So then when it then exits this flower, its form is completely altered and changed in its complexion and color. And this analogy brings us as close as it possibly can to the level of wherever we're at. Gurudev so perfectly put in a class in Badger one time that he's giving the highest mood to everybody. And he said, just like in a shower, when you stand in a shower, so much of the water will go down the drain and seem like it's wasted. But some of the water gets absorbed into our body, into our skin, into our being, and we will absorb as much as we need. So like that, when Srila Gurudev and our Sri Rupanuga Gaudiya Guru Varga, our guardians of devotion, are showering this nectar upon us all, like the most highest moods and tattva. Some of it will be absorbed into our being, into our heart. Another time, he even said in Govardhan during Kartik Vrat, that even being in the proximity of high-class Vaishnavas, Rasik Vaishnavas, like atoms of prem are emanating from their very being, and those atoms can somehow be absorbed into our being. When we receive mantra initiation, that mantra can enter through our ear, bypass our calculating intelligence and mind and ego, and go and sit straight in the heart, and manifest into the most perfect love. So just like that, hearing pastimes like this, which are so esoteric, and analogies that bring us to the edge of that deep, intimate understanding of who is Mahaprabhu, to the degree that we have qualification of or adhikar, to that degree we will assimilate something of it. So right now for me, that's just this fascination, because this analogy is describing how Sri Krishna took on the mood and the kanti of Srimati, how he entered deep into her heart space, deep into the center of her being. And when he re-emerged from there, he had taken on her complexion and her mood, and even her Dimosaki witnesses this transformation as Rai Ramananda, and witnesses this transformation of Krishna becoming Mahaprabhu, and is so overwhelmed with the depth of that exchange that he faints. When, oh when, is our prayer, time and time again. When, oh when, will that day be ours, when we can even touch upon understanding such high pastimes and the extent that is shown to us, that this pastime can cause a dear Saki of Srimati to faint, seeing it as if for the first time. And yet we are enabled to hear these pastimes again and again and again. Our acharyas have, and we see it time and time again, they have like toiled to write these down for us, to translate them into a language we can understand, to then illuminate those translations in the most simplest form, and hand feed it to us again and again. And even, and I speak for myself in my folly, to just still be distracted and still be commanded by my senses and my mind, somehow be brought back again and again, to be reminded that there is a higher taste that is so sweet and so imbued with sweetness, and that there is a process of approaching personalities, these Vaishnavas who actually may leave our vision temporarily, but never leave us. And Gurudev wrote in a letter one time that I'm always with you, protecting you. You will never feel alone at any time. And when I read that letter and that passage of that letter, I knew that that instruction wasn't just for me. That instruction was for all of us, for his sons and daughters, for his shiksha, especially for his shiksha disciples, for his granddaughters and grandsons, and for anyone who has even the slightest greed for hearing about these pastimes, that they are all, our entire Sri Rupanuga Guru Varga, they are all always there, protecting us and never letting us feel alone at any time. When we hear and we sing like to Gurudev, Nahi naata bulana mujhe, don't forget me, it's the jag mein akeli hu, I'm alone in this world. Actually, we don't even get the opportunity to taste loneliness because they won't allow for that they are closer to us than the air that we breathe. And they bring us into this path that is endowed with so many opportunities to feel the love that this Prem Purushottam, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sri Sachinandan Gaura Hari, came to give to every living being. We hear it in bhajan after bhajan, ke jabe, who will go? Who will go, brothers and sisters? It's our choice to go. Like Krishna says to Arjuna at the end of Bhagavad Gita as well, now it's your choice. So everything has been given, now it's your choice. What will you do? So we hear that we're at the Ghat of Gauranga Mahaprabhu, and anyone can come. The lame, the blind, even the ignorant can come there. And that we're guided by Sri Guru. We have a boat of Harinam to carry us, and we have the oars of the Sankirtan movement, and we have the favorable winds of love guiding us in the right direction, always in the right direction, even if the path is, or the journey is crooked, always going in that right direction. And that is the magnanimity of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, of Sri Sachinandan Gaura Hari. So thank you for allowing me to remember some of those teachings, to reflect on some of those teachings. Thank you for giving space to me as your little sister and a young fledgling on this path, to stay connected and stay faithful to our Sri Rupa Guru Varga. Vancha kalpataruscha kripa sindhu bhavacha patitanam bhavnebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha.
Wow, that was very wonderful, Radhika, Didi. So many wonderful gems that you put in there. Right from the very beginning, when you spoke about Abhishek and how everybody is able to participate in Abhisheks. I know in Los Angeles, we had an Abhishek last night, and the place was packed, and brand new people never come, to Krishna consciousness, arrived for the first time. And it's, you get to see how merciful Mahaprabhu is. They come to him with a conch shell, and they're actually directly bathing the deity, and you see this exchange that's taking place in front of them. And that's really the beauty of this process. We get to actually experience what it means to give mercy to the unqualified. So I witnessed that last night in our Abhishek, And you brought that very beautifully in your description at the very beginning. And the beautiful analogies that you brought about the bumblebee of Mahaprabhu being lost in the core of the flower and getting covered by the pollen. And how he takes on the Kanti Mala, the Kanti of Srimati Radhika ji, because he is gone deep, deep, deep into her moods. And when he comes out, that's how he gets the color. And very beautifully, you described using that analogy about how we also absorb when we hear and we're in the presence of the sadhu. These atoms of prema, they come off of them. And I know Srila Gurudev speaks about that, and that was very beautiful that you brought that out, that Srila Gurudev used to say, you know, some devotees thought, well, I can just listen to a recording of Srila Gurudev. I don't have to go there. And Srila Gurudev said, no, they have to see me. They have to see me. And it's very important because the prema atoms are coming out of their glands and out of their bodies. So you brought that up very beautifully, and how that's how we receive prema. That a single moment's of association with a pure devotee is worth millions and billions of years of reading the Shastras. So you brought that out very beautifully. And then you spoke about the shower, that we're in the shower, but some water gets wasted, but some is going to actually be absorbed depending on the adhikar, which is very encouraging for people to understand, because sometimes it's overwhelming, but some absorption is definitely going to be there at all times. And how you spoke very beautifully about Srila Gurudev saying that we will never feel loneliness. I thought that was very touching. That in this path, Sri Guru is as close to us as oxygen, as you beautifully said, and that we're never alone on the journey. And I thought that was beautiful. You talked about the boat and the oars of the Sankirtan movement. So everything was just very touching and beautiful. And I can see we're all fainting like Rai Ramananda after hearing your offering. So thank you so much, Didi, for that very, very touching, and bringing the Embankment of Separation, that beautiful book by Srila Gaura Govinda Maharaj that has all these deep moods beautifully coming from his lotus mouth. So thank you again, and for your touching bhajan as well, and for adding to this wonderful gathering today. Jai Sachinandan Gaura Hari.
Ki Jai. Haribol.
Haribol. So now we're going to be going to Mukunda Prabhu. He's one of my favorite devotees, one of the topmost tattvavits in our entire Sangha. And I introduced him before, but I will do so again. He, here we are. Yes, he's in Alachua, Florida, and he met the devotees in 1972. He moved into the ashram in 1975. He met Srila Gurudev in 1986. And he took Diksha from Srila Gurudev in 1997. And he has traveled and preached extensively throughout Africa. It's always an incredible honor to hear from this Vaishnava who has studied the tattva very deeply and has a great maturity in his understanding of all the subtle nuances of the tattva that sometimes devotees may not be aware of. So it's a great honor and pleasure to bring him on. He always adds to our understanding and edification of the tattva, and increases our understanding of what the gurus are actually speaking to us about. So without further delay, I turn everything over now to Sriman Mukunda Prabhu in Florida. Jai Mukunda Prabhu.
Dandavats, Prabhuji. I'm very happy to see your face. I actually called you the other day. I had some question.
Oh, really?
So, Yeah,
Oh.
so I consider you like my senior. I wanted to
Oh,
make some inquiry there.
sure.
But we'll find time for that. But for now,
Sure.
of course, it's the glorification for Sri Sachinandan Goura Hari for this Goura Purnima Maha Mahotsav. So two things I want to try to accomplish today while doing two things, because I've been speaking from last night and my wife is always getting on me about watching my voice so I don't lose my voice, is to try to stay calm, one thing. Two, to present two unique facets of observing the nature of the appearance of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. One is understanding that the appearance of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is actually the appearance of the prem of Rasaraj and Mahabhav. So Rasaraj means Shri Krishna, Mahabhav means Srimati Radhika. The transformation of their prem is the very root, the bhakta root, which is Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So I want to try to explain that based on one verse of Srila Krishna's Kaviraj Goswami in Adi Leela. It'll be text number 5. Then also I'd like to explain something in the Western world that we say a lot. Not a lot, I won't say we say a lot, but one euphemism is, you cannot have your cake and eat it too. But I want to show how Sri Krishna, in his Vidagdha, his expertise, managed to both acquire the mood of Srimati Radhika and become the sakshi or witness to accomplishing that feat. So I want to try to establish these two things in the very short period of time that we have. So one, Sri Krishna is Atmaram. This is stated in so many different places in Brahma Samhita Ishwara Parama Krishna Satchit Ananda Vigraha Anadi Radhe Govinda Sava Karana Karanam. That he Satchit Ananda Vigraha means that the very Sarup of Bhagavan is composed of Satchit Ananda. It also means same as Sandini Samvitaladini. So because he is completely self-contained, what is it that Bhagavan could want outside of himself? Yet the last line here says, Sava Karana Karanam. He becomes the cause of so many expansions. Swamsa Vivinamsa Rupahana Vistar Anantava Kunte Brahmanande Karena Vihar. He performs so many different leelas in so many different personal forms, so many expansions, and among the Vivinamsa Jivas, right? Both in the unlimited Vaikuntha planets, means unlimited incarnations, also even here in the Brahmandas. So what is the cause of someone who is completely Atmaramata in the highest way? What cause would they have to want to experience anything outside of themselves? So our acharyas have analyzed. There are two kinds of satisfaction. One is Atmaramata and one is Pararamata. So Krishna, though he is Atmaramata, he desires to taste his own inner satisfaction in an external way. External is relative speaking here. In an external way by manifesting all of the various elements of his internal satisfaction. So the essence of his internal satisfaction is described in the Skanda Puran. There it says, Atma Rama Sturadika Tasya Ramana Eva Aso Atma Rama Sati Prokta Muni Bi Guya Vedi Bi. The confidential meaning of all Sastra regarding the term Atma Ram in relation to Bhagavan is that Radhika is always doing Ramana in the heart of Sri Krishna, and for this reason he is Atmaram. Gurudev once gave Harikatha, and he spoke about the proof and personification of this fact in the form of the deity of Radha Raman in Braj. That though at that Radha Raman temple, there's no manifest murti of Srimati Radhika, it should be understood that Thakurji could not be named Radha Raman unless Radhika was doing Ramana in the heart of Krishna there. Understand? So Radhika has these two features of Murt and Amurt. Murt means when she's actually manifest, and Amurt means when only she's manifest in the heart of Krishna doing Ramana. Krishna's Kaviraj Goswami is written, however, Radha Krishna chahiye ek hi swarup, Leela rasa asudite dhare dui roop. That permanently, Krishna, in order to taste rasa, Rasa here means with a small a. In Sanskrit language, rasa with a small a means the ingredients tasted is called rasa. So to taste the various ingredients of prem ras, Krishna performs unlimited leelas, and Srimati Radhika, by her expansions as Purnamasi Devi, Leela Shakti, etc., manifest unlimited leelas for Krishna to taste this rasa. The pinnacle of all of these leelas is expressed in Sri Ramananda Samvad. Samyak Saravasana Krishnera Ras Leela. Here, the word rasa has a long A, and it indicates ashwadan, means tasting. The Ras Leela is that Leela in which Krishna tastes all rasa, 12 kinds of main rasa, means 5 kinds of mukhya ras, 7 kinds of gaun ras, and also so many nuances around so many different elements of ras. All are tasted in the Ras Leela. The Shrinkala, or the binding thread of that Rasa Leela Vasanate Radhika Shrinkala, is Srimati Radharani herself. So, Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, in this verse I want to speak from regarding how Mahaprabhu's appearance is based on the evolution of prem, speaks here. Radha Krishna Pranay. So he uses the word pranay here. In Ujjwala Nilamani, pranay is explained. Sarupam pranaya sasya visramba katita budhi. That the learned persons say this word pranay means when there is visramba between lover and beloved. It means there's no barriers. Just giving a mundane example, so please bear with me because mundane example. If anyone is having their first date, any lady and any gentleman, there'll be so much etiquette or maryada to be observed. You'll not take any liberties beyond a certain common expressed etiquette. Even if you want to hold hands, you will ask permission, or you'll get indication that it's okay. When any nature of affection reaches a certain point, however, the affection starts to become the dominant feature, and the individuality of lover and beloved starts to lose itself in the height of that affection, and therefore visramba, intimacy, can take place in a natural way without being questioned. This is the meaning of the word pranay. So when Radha and Krishna are together, Radhika's lajja, Radhika's apprehension, etc. is all dropped, and therefore Krishna can act in such ways to be very pleasing to both Radha and Krishna. So here, Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami is saying, Radha Krishna pranay vikriti. That love, which has become pranay, love starts all the way back in Shraddha, actually, but clearly it manifests in Bhav, Sudha Sattva Viseshatma, etc. Then that love comes to prem. Samya Masanindito Santo Motaste Sankita Dishlo. That then becomes pranay. Excuse me, sneha. Oh, forgive me, sneha. That sneha is also described there. Roya Paramakashta Chit Deepa Deepana Hridaya Dravyatam. The heart further on to become sneha. Then pranay is mentioned. You understand? Pranay and man have intimacies. It's not Ujjwala Nilamani class. I'm not giving details here because we'll never finish. So he's saying that this love, which has this transforming ability, and this is an important factor when you study about praying, because maybe 2 verses after the verse Sudha Sattva Viseshatma, it explains how praying works. So I'm only giving the essence of these verses. That praying is Swayam Prakash and Swayam Aswadyan. It means it is self-manifest and self-tasting. In other words, love is independent. It is not just based on the lover and beloved. We're going to see that coming soon, that love itself is independent. So now he says that independent love undergoes transformation via the Ladini Shakti, means Radhika herself, but her potency is Ladini Shakti Asmad. This is the cause of the transformation of love. Now he's explained something very excellent here. Ek Atmano Api, even though Radha and Krishna are one Swarup, as I quoted that verse earlier, Radha Krishna Acharya Eki Swarup, they are one Swarup. Bhuvi Puradeham Vedam Gatao. Now, for tasting Leela, they have permanently separated into 2 forms. Here is the real punchline of this verse. Chaitanyakyam. This person named Lord Chaitanya, Chaitanya Aikyam, this person named Lord Chaitanya, Prakritam, who's now manifested, Aduna, now manifested, Tat Dwayam Akyam Aptam. Now again, Radha and Krishna have obtained oneness. So here's what to understand clearly here. Radha and Krishna already mentioned as one. The question will come, what is the difference between Radha and Krishna formerly having been one and now Chayakyam Aptam again having obtained oneness? What is the difference here? This is the mysterious question. You understand? It gives rise to so much beauty. What has changed is that now Krishna has experienced the unfoldment of Radha and Krishna's pranay. Their mutual love has expanded unlimitedly and has caused now Radha and Krishna, their individuality to be lost and for them to again come together under the influence of that prem. You understand? So prem has been the controlling element in the evolution of Krishna tasting Leela Ras in so many ways, the pinnacle of which was Ras Leela. But even in the Ras Leela, it's mentioned, Purva Vrajavilase 18 Abhilas. Though Krishna tasted the height of rasa in the Ras Leela, still he was left with three desires. What desires? Shri Radha Pranaya Mahima. What is the glory of Radhika's pranay? Similarly, Krishna has Chattu Madhuri, Venu Madhuri, Rup Madhuri, Lila Madhuri, Prem Parikara Madhuri. How Radhika tastes these Madhuris is exceptional due to the height of her prem. I didn't go all the way through, but of course, pranay becomes man. Man has two different elements. That man becomes rag. That rag, following it, inspired by it, becomes anurag. This anurag is the first time in which the love overtly takes over the divine couple, because it's mentioned in the definition of anurag. Anurag, swasamveja dasha, prapya prakashita, yavarasraya vritischet. That this anurag has the feature that it takes over the lover and beloved. You understand? So now Radha or Krishna are not in control. Who's in control? Prem. This is the nature of anurag. That anurag becomes Mahabhav. Rud, Adirud, Modan Mohan, and only exclusively in Radhika, Madan Bhav. So that Madan Bhav has a unique feature. Yoga Eva Bhavedesha, Madan Vijiti Kopi Madanaha, Rajvilasa Virajante, Nityalila Sahasrida. This Madanakya Mahabhav, which is the pinnacle of the transformations of love that Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami is talking about, produces in Radhika a unique feature. That unique feature is that Radhika can experience Krishna in unlimited prakosh simultaneously. Yoga Ev, they are never separated, but the appearance of separation, etc., all appears via prakosh. If anyone, I'm always thinking all devotees in same understanding here. Prakosh means like different chambers. So Radhika experiences Krishna simultaneously in unlimited chambers all at one time. You understand? And depending on how she focuses on any chamber, she experiences meeting or separation. Therefore, according to this verse of Madanakya Mahabhav, Radha and Krishna are never separated. So their separation is only a udipan to stimulate love. Navinavripalamena sambo krishnashnute. Because Milan, meeting, is nourished by separation. So only for this reason does Mathura and Dwarka exist from the vichar of Gaudiya Vaishnavas. Krishna never takes one step out of Vrindavan. How? Because by the nature of the prema of Radhika, they are always together. So what is Mathura and Dwarka? Mathura and Dwarka are Virohe Prakoshta Braj. Only others will see them as separate places. I remember I went to visit Dwarka many, many years ago, and the Pujari in Dwarkadish temple, he says, do you know what is the meaning of Dwarka? He said, Dwarakaha. Dwarakaha means, from where has the door to this place come? Because we read in Sastra that Krishna was in Mathura and they were hearing the bubbling of the Jamuna very nicely. Then they went to sleep and the next morning they heard waves crashing, heavy waves. They woke up in Dwarka. So he says, Dwarakaha, from where has this place come? But Jiva Goswami revealed in Gopal Champu, Brijabasi is doing a yagna, we're praying for the safety of Krishna. And may Krishna's arms be protected, Swaha. May his whole body be protected, Swaha. May he be surrounded by a great moat, Swaha. May he have a huge fort, Swaha. So the love of Brijabasi manifested that Dwarka. We read in Sastra Puran so many things. Vishwakarma built Dwarka. According to Gaudiya Vichar, deep mood of Vichar, the will of the Brijabasis to surround Krishna protecting manifested a heroic Kshetra called Dwarka. In that place also, the unique feature of Sudur Pravas can take place. There are different kinds of meeting and separation. One kind of meeting separation is called Sudura Pravas, means when Krishna goes to a distant place for a long time and comes under the control of others. That Sudura Pravas gives rise to a special kind of meeting called Samriddhi Mana Sambho. So during the Surya Grahana solar eclipse, when Krishna comes to Kurukshetra, that is called Samriddhi Mana Sambho. Understand? So Mathura and Dwarka only heroic Kshetras of Braj. So my original point here was that the transformation of Radhika's love up to the point of Maranakya Mahabhav becomes the means by which Tat Dvayam Akyam Aptam, these two identities of Rasaraj and Mahabhav again obtain oneness. In doing so, Radha Bhava Dyuti Suwalitam Nomi Krishna Sarupam. So now Krishna gets the Bhav and Dyuti of Srimati Radhika. But how he does it, this is also a wonderful thing. And this was told by our Holiness Srila Gaura Govinda Swami Maharaj. He told, listen, Krishna always wants to have the mood of Radhika. Gurudev once told, and it was a very deep thing, he describes from the Padma Puran the ontology of the Adi Ras Mandal. In Padma Puran, it mentions in the Adi Ras Mandal, Sri Krishna appears there, and from his left side manifests Radha. From his right side, who manifests?
Gopishwar Mahadev.
Originally Sadashiv. Now that Sadashiv performs the Leela to become Gopishwar Mahadev. But it's a very interesting thing. What is this Sadashiv? Sada means always, like Kirtaniya Sadahari means always. The word Shiv here means auspicious. Gurudev, in an article, in a lecture from March, I copied it, March 2000 in Mathura, he quotes that Sadashiv is an Adi Icha, means an original desire of Krishna. What is that desire? First, he describes what is the nature of Radha. Ra means Aradhana. Aradhana here means not worship, but love. Da means Davati. Radhika, by the nature of her love and affection, is always running towards Krishna. But actually from Gaudiya Vichar, we want to look the opposite way. Ra here means Rag, especially Anurag, which becomes Mahabhav, which becomes the height of Radhika's prem, Maranakya Mahabhav. That Rag is so attractive to Krishna, he's doing Davati. He's always running to chase Radhika. So we want to see things from that angle of vision. You understand? But what is the purpose of this Sadashiv? So Prabhuji told very nicely, that Sadashiv performs the Leela to become Gopishwar Mahadev. What is that Leela? That he has a curiosity. The Adi Icha of Krishna is the curiosity. What is the nature of the love of Radhika? Where best to understand it than the Ras Mandal, where it's on full display. So that Sadashiv then gets the form by the grace of Purnamasi Devi dipping in Brahmakund to enter the Ras Mandal, but has no substantive mood. It still has Purush Bhav. So immediately the gopis discover, oh, some Vibhav is here, some not Vijatya Bhav is here, some unstable mood is here. They approach, and we know the story. I'm not telling the whole thing. We'll never get to the other part. So there they chastise this Sadashiv, but they give him a seva. Because the only way to understand Gopi's mood is doing Gopi Anugatya. That's why we pray to Vrinda Devi. E Nivedena Dana Sakya Anugata Koro. Give me Anugatya to Sakis. Meaning here not only Sakis but Manjaris. So they gave him this savor. You guard the Ras Mando so no one else like you can cheat and try to come in here. But what was that? That was Krishna's Adi Icha to understand Radhika's praying. You understand?
Welcome to the EE voicemail.
So that form of Sadashiv then guards the Ras Mando as Gopishwara Mahadev and accepts Gopis as his Ishwara, his worshipable objective. Now, very interesting thing also, that in Srimad Bhagavatam, in the 10th canto, it explains that on the night of Ras Lila, the moon appeared. I'm now explaining what is Krishna's Sakshitva, means his witnesshood, because he wants to see himself tasting the mood of Radhika. We've described how prema unfolds, creates the root of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Now we're describing his Sakshitva, how he's witnessing it. So on the night of the Ras Lila, the moon appears there. So here in Bhagavatam it says, Tado Uraraja Kakabuha Karahi Mukam, that Krishna, observing the moon, saw some interesting thing. He saw that when the sun was setting and the moon was coming up on the eastern horizon, the name of the eastern horizon is called Purvadisha. This Purvadisha is the wife of Suryadev. But he saw that Chandra had arisen and started to paint with the rays of his hand the face of Purvadisha with kumkum, this reddish color. You understand? So painting the face of Purvadisha, he thought, I've appeared in this Chandravams, in the dynasty of the moon. And if my elder is doing such a thing, it should also give license to me. So there's no ill feeling that on the night of this full moon, that I'm also calling gopis to come for us. Because even in my dynasty,
That was unbelievable.
Great
Well,
person.
on both ends, because I had the issue of not being able to get into the account.
Haribol, you need to
And
be
then,
muted.
and
You
then I
should've
did it on
known.
the phone, it's fine. Then
I think he doesn't know.
Yeah, he doesn't know. Yasodanandan Prabhu, you need to mute.
Oh, hang on a second. Am I on?
You muted. You were talking. We need to have you.
Unmuted, yeah.
Hey, you want? I thought Mukunda's got more time, no?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. Yeah, but I was just saying, you were unmuted. So we were
You
hearing
were
the bleed
unmuted,
over.
so you were talking, and so
Oh,
you
I'm so sorry.
No, not at all, Prabhuji. So this moon, we know from Sastra that we call the moon Chandradev, Devata Chandradev. But it's clear in Sastra that no Purush can witness the Ras Lila. So how can Chandradev witness the Ras Lila? What to speak of witnessing it, but for a whole night of Brahma. So therefore the question arises, who is that Chandra? It cannot be Chandra Devata. It is only Krishna Chandra himself.
Wow.
Now I need Praman for this. So if you will go in the commentary of Bhavarta Deepika, and all the commentaries echo Bhavarta Deepika of Siddhar Swami, he quotes that on the night that this moon rose, the king of stars appeared. Now you go to Bhagavad Gita 10:21, it says there, Naksatram aham sashi, among the stars, I am the moon.
I see. Okay.
You understand?
Yeah.
So that moon that appeared on the night of Ras was Krishna. And what did the moon do? Dristavatkamunvantam akandamandalam, appearing very bright and very full. He provided light so that in the necessary places, all gopis could do their abhisar to come to Krishna, especially Radhika. What else did he do? Tatvanam, komala, gobir, ranjitam, shining through the beauty of the green leaves. He provided a very soft shade, coming through the jasmine flowers, another color, coming through various lotuses, other colors. In this way, he painted the Ras Mundo with so many inspiring colors to bring out the Ras between Radha and Krishna. So now again, he's doing seva, but as Sakshi, in the form of the moon. You understand? So every night, first night, one whole night of Brahma, then every night, Krishna's performing this Leela. Now, having seen and understood this Rasa Leela, now the moon became a Kirtaniya. What is meaning? That moon started to describe the beauty of Radha and Krishna's praying. How? By Vyanjan Vritti. or Parokshvad. Whole Bhagavatam is based on this. Vyanjan Vritti means sort of indirect meanings, very sweet meanings. So here the moon first tells the story of the aspiration of Krishna in meeting and separation. How the Tithi of Radhika's appearance is on the Shukla Paksh in Shravan Mas, means the 8th day of the bright moon, the moon when it's waxing. Krishna makes his appearance on the Krishna Paksh, Ashtami of the Krishna Paksh, means going towards the dawn. Have meeting and separation. When the moon will become full, it is their Purnima, is their meeting. In the Ashtamis, then both are in separation, aspiring for meeting. So he's telling such katha. Now that same moon, because I'm always fearing how much time I have left. So that same moon appeared on the night of the appearance of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Because Chandra Devata, he cannot even witness the Ras Leela. How can he witness Rasaraj and Mahabhav coming together? Only one person we know got to see this phenomenon. Who was that? Sri Ramananda Roy. At the end of the Samvad, Mahaprabhu gives him darshan of this special thing. What is this special thing? How Krishna acquired the mood of Srimati Radhika. How he was able to steal that mood. So what is the secret to this? I'll show the Gurgovind Maharaj reveal. There are 3 kinds of deep mood of separation, where separation and meeting are together. It's an interesting thing. It's called Bhavi Milan, Bhut Milan, and Bhavan Milan. Bhavi Milan means the apprehension of the lover prior to their leaving. Bhut Milan means the sort of emotional reconciliation when the lover is already gone, and now there's dealings of accepting they're gone and praying when they will come back. But the most painful part is called Bhavan Milan. When Akrura came to Braj and Krishna was on the chariot, at that time, Radhika and all gopis for the first time broke the code of Madhurya Parakya Bhav. One code of this Parakya Bhav is called Prachana Mukata. It should be kept hidden. But on that day, Visrajalaja Rudasma Suswaram, Govinda Damo, Dharamadavati, the gopis gave up all shyness, Rudasman crying. Suswar means in a melody that's so captivating that it breaks the heart, because it broke Krishna's heart. You understand? In a melody so deep, they begin to sing Govinda Damo Dharamadavati. This encapsulates all Krishna's Leela. Govinda, Damodar. Damodar means like his Baal Leela. Govinda is Leela with his coward boyfriends. And Madhav is a special name when Krishna comes under the control of Radhika, when she's in Swadhina Bhatrika Naika. That time he is called Madhav. So chanting these names, they encapsulated all of the remembrances of the Leelas and their great affection for him. Krishna, when he was on that chariot, he did not even look at gopis. He only uttered one word, Yashyati, I shall return. You understand? He did not even reply to the mood that gopis had, so deep mood of pending separation. But Gaura Maharaj gave interesting thing here. He says it was during this time of Bhava Milan, when the heart of Srimati Radhika is the most melted. Krishna came as a Prem Duty. Prem Duty means a messenger of love. This you'll find in Ramananda Samvad. I don't know if I have time to go through, but one poem of Ramananda Roy. Pahili Raga Nayana Bangavela Aduninam Avari Badhalanagela Naso Ramana Naham Ramani Manobhav Dui Manobhav Patiently Jani. Here in this poem, he says, Radhika speaking, from the first day that our eyes met, our love began to grow, and now it has grown unlimitedly, indicating Madhanakya Mahabhav. But he says now, in this particular stage, somehow or another, we've come into a position where we are going to be separated. So now that very love has become like a duty. Na kanjula duty, na kanjula an. Dukiri milane majja te panchavan. before all of our dealings were based around love. Unbodied love is called Ananga. And Ananga is famous for firing 5 kinds of arrows. So Radhika is saying here, formerly, our love was only dealt with by our Milan and being with Cupid. But now she says, Absoy. Absoy means now. Virag, in our separation. Tuhu Beli Duti. That same love has become a messenger. So that love means from Krishna's heart, like a duty. Krishna entered into the heart of Radhika. And if anybody's in a deep mood of distress, what do? You embrace them, it's okay, it's all right. When Krishna was embracing Radhika in this deep mood of separation, Radhika's heart being fully melted, at that time, Krishna was able to enter into the deepest recesses of her heart in that mood of separation and capture her bhav and duty. Because the Varnavastu, the color of Maranakya Mahabhav, is gold. So the evidence that he stole that mood is evidenced in the, like if you rob a bank, sometimes they give you what's called a die pack. I'm speaking for my police world now. That die pack will explode and put color all over you so you can be identified as the thief. You understand? I think they have the same anywhere. So in America, they have this thing, right? So now Krishna's completely covered in the mood of Radhika. So my original point was, as the full moon on that night, he demonstrated this pastime by the eclipse. Krishna, the dark circle of Krishna, is seen coming and entering into the full moon and completely covering it. So though this is happening in the sky, and during that time it inspired all the Navadvip Vasis to enter the Adhoja Rasa. Adhoja Rasa means Ganga Devi. Madhurya Rasa means Jamuna Devi. So the flow of Adhoja Rasa is Ganga Devi. So all the Navadvip Vasis entering the Ganga Devi, they begin to chant Hari, 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 because that's the predominating deity of that area. But Hari has another meaning. Hari also means thief. So Krishna inspired all Navadvip Vasis to enter into the Ganga and call out the glorious nature of his theft of the mood of Radhika. Hari, Hari, Hari. How do we know he stole the mood of Radhika? Vraje prasidam navanita choram gopagananam chadukula choram. Anarpita aneka janarpita papa choram choraga ganyam purusham namami Shri Radhika hridayasya choram. Here it's very clear. He stole this mood of Radhika under that condition of Bhavan Milan. And under that condition, he got the bhav and the duty, which was explained in the very last line by Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami. Radha bhava duty shivalitam nomi Krishna sarupam. That Krishna was able to, really by the mercy of Radhika, because once Gurudev said, Krishna has vidagda, but he has no vidagda to steal the mood of Radhika. Gurudev in his bhav, he would not accommodate that. But like when Radhika steals the flute of Krishna while Krishna's pretending to be asleep, Radhika in the great mood of separation is actually meeting with Krishna in that deep mood of separation. You understand? This is the mystery of that deep mood of Bhavan Milan. It's called Bhavan Milan. It is meeting in the depth of separation. So by heart, Krishna met with Radhika there, and this is how he acquired the mood of being able to get the bhav and duty of Radhika. Now, I've already explained. You okay? Okay, yeah, some noise was in the house, just checking. So now I've explained how Krishna was Sakshi as Sadashiv and Sakshi as the moon. Later in the pastimes of Mahaprabhu, he again becomes Sakshi personally. How? At the Rath Yatra, when Krishna, absorbed in the mood of tasting Radhika's Maranakya Mahabhav, is dancing at Rath Yatra. At that time, Krishna himself directly there in the form of Jagannath with big eyes is being the Sakshi to seeing himself taste the mood of Radhika. You understand? So here are 2 points I wanted to make. How Prem is the unfoldment that causes the Rupa of Mahaprabhu to appear. Secondly, how he is the Sakshi to witness himself being able to taste that mood. So I will rest here. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhebhya patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. If any has questions, I have all references for these things I said, so devotees can look them up. So just quickly, I'll read the references. Give me 1 second to open my notes. And if there's any question in the interim, let me just get to notes here.
Sure.
All right, so the first reference is for Krishna is the moon. I've already explained that. First, you can find it in Bhagavad Gita 10:21, but also in the 29th chapter of Srimad Bhagavatam, in the Ras, the commentaries of Bhavarta Deepika of Adisridhar Swami, and then the subsequent commentaries like Brihad Vaishnav Toshini, Laghu Toshini, etc., and even Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur Sarita Dashini, they've mentioned this thing, the king of the stars, right? Secondly, I didn't mention this, but I expressed how kumkum being smeared by the hand of Chandradev, and that Chandradev being the moon, because in the next verse, he says, Ramana Nabam Kumkuma Arunam, that now he compares the face of the moon to Ramadevi, who's Lakshmi. So here Krishna is inserting himself vicariously in a position of painting the faces of the gopis, because he makes the comparison between the moon and the face of Ramadevi. And he's doing so to compare the faces of the gopis, whose faces he wants to smear with kumkum. But here the meaning of kumkum is anurag. The reference for that is going to be Ujalani Mani in the Stai Bhav Prakaran, means a section on Stai Bhav, text 155, because he quotes a verse there. And in that verse, he gives explanation of this fact. What I spoke about Sadashiva, I already mentioned, is in a lecture of Srila Gurudev in March of 2000 in Mathura. You can find it in the Harikatha, and the poem of Ramananda Roy is in Ramananda Samvad.
Absolutely beautiful and astonishing, Prabhu. So many points that you mentioned that devotees are not at all aware of. I could go on for hours, actually, but just the way you spoke about Atmaramrita and Paramamrita, the satisfaction that Krishna has within himself, and the satisfaction that he gets outside of himself when he separates with Srimati Radhika ji, and that the transformative power of love, how they're completely transformed by the prema, that they're not really in control at all. Radha and Krishna are not in control at all of this process. It's the prema that's doing it. And both of them are completely transformed by this. So that was extremely powerful. The other thing about Sadashiva being a desire, I thought that was a wonderful thing, that Sadashiva being a desire. I've never heard about that way, and how he and as the Sakshi, and Chandra also as the Sakshi, and Jagannath as the Sakshi. These Sakshis of how Krishna witnesses was just priceless. And the understanding and the discussion of Srimati Radhika ji's pranaya, and the whole idea that, even though Radha and Krishna are one sarup, but for tasting, they have to separate for tasting each other. The oneness and difference between Radha and Krishna, you beautifully throughout your whole discussion described. And the Rasa Raj and Mahabhav coming together. This meeting is really what Mahaprabhu is really about. Described at the very top of your, and who was Chandra, the beautiful description of the kumkum on the moon, the way you were describing that, and how Krishna's blackish color covers the moon this way. I thought that dynamic had multiple dimensions to it. That was really, he's the moon, but also he's the blackish one that's covering the moon. So that was just tremendous. I always love when you speak, because you always give the multiple layers, and the backwards and the forwards and the sideways of looking at the tattva, and that's your special gift. And so the other great thing was that Dwarka and Mathura are Prakoshas of Braj. We've never seen it like that. We see them quite different, but they're there to nourish the meeting in Braj, separation precocious. So that was just extraordinary to hear that Dwarka and Mathura are viraha precocious. So that was really fantastic. I could go on forever, but I think devotees are going to be contacting you to get more and more. And the discussions of the different Milans that you spoke about, I had never heard that Baba Milan, Bhuta Milan, Bhavi Milan like that. So I can't thank you enough for illuminating further of how Krishna takes on the color of Srimati Radhika. Yeah, now the duty and it really, really is extremely esoteric and layered. And you have taken us into the depth, and I think we've all been covered by some pollen. When you speak, we also get transformed into that esoteric space that Ramananda Roy witnessed when he saw this combination of Rasaraj and Mahabhav in Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So thank you so much, Prabhu. I encourage everybody to get in contact with Mukunda Prabhu, because I know there's so many questions and more details. He's had such a short period of time, but he condensed it so much, and he has all the praman for what he has spoken. So I encourage everybody to get in contact with Mukunda Prabhu to further elaborate on some of the things that he spoke today that were really pollen for all of us. So thank you so much. And now we're going to be turning it over to Yasodanandan Prabhu. Thank you so much, Mukunda Prabhu. That was just wonderful.
Just one thing though, Prabhuji, it's very important. I have to offer my obeisances again and again to Yasodanandan Prabhu, yourself, and all the members of the Bhakti Zoom Seva team. I don't know if I've expressed it many times, Yasodanandan Prabhu, but how powerful this instrument is in the Seva of Srila Gurudev to bring not only our Sangha, but the whole Gaudiya Mandal together. So many wonderful programs have been put on. I think maybe in our whole Sangha right now, there's no Seva which has the dynamic capacity of this to bring everyone together. And I think if anything was spoken that was helpful, it's because Srila Gurudev is blessing this endeavor, not because of me, but blessing the endeavor of all of us coming together under the auspices of this kind of Seva. Jai Haribol.
Haribol. I couldn't second that more. This is really the most important Seva. We've seen so many hearts open up, and this is the greatest form to be able to connect all of us worldwide and give devotees an opportunity to speak that we've never heard from before, and discuss their realizations. And we realize how valuable this necklace that Srila Gurudev has created of all his disciples and followers, and how much he has empowered and imbued in them. And whenever I come to the Bhakti Zoom calls myself, I see this beautiful necklace that's unfolding all throughout the world. So I couldn't agree with you more that Bhakti Zoom Seva team is one of the most important sevas going on right now in Mahaprabhu's movement. So thank you for saying that. So now we're going to go to Yasodanandan Prabhu, Sriman Yasodanandan Prabhu, who is our host. And he needs no introduction, and Mukunda Prabhu just spoke so beautifully about him. He's from the UK. He met Srila Gurudev in 1995. And he met, in 1990, no, he joined in 1995, the devotees, and he met Srila Gurudev in 1996. And in the summer of 1996 he was on the summer of 1996 on Srila Gurudev's first tour. And the last day of Kartik in 1996, he took Diksha from Srila Gurudev. So we're going to be turning it over now to Yasodanandan Prabhu, our host, and the brainchild of the Bhakti Seva Zoom team. And without further ado, Yasodanandan Prabhu, please kindly grace us with your darshan.
Thanks, Prabhuji.
Bye.
Om Gyan Tirmandasya Gyanjana Salakaya Chakshurmilitam Yana Tashmai Shri Gurave Namah Vanchakapatrubhischa Kripasinducha Patitanam Pavanabhyo Vaishnavabhyo Namo Namaha Srinadapi Sunichana Tarorapi Sahishnana Manina Manadana Kirtani Sadahari Tatenu Kampam Susamikshamno Bhujanavetma Kritam Vipikam Hitva probably Vididamnaste Chivata Yamukti Sadaya Bhak Anya Balasata Sunyam Gyan Kamadhyana Vritam Anukalenya Krishna Shiranam Bhakti Uttama Hare Nama Hare Nama Hare Namaiva Kevalam Kanasti Evanasti Agati Anyata Jai Guru Jai Prabhupada Jai Sarupa Guru Rupanuga Guruvag Jai Raghunathas Goswami Jai Rupa Goswami Jai Nitai Jai Gauranga Jai Jai Shri Shri Radha Krishna Hare Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadata Shri Vasdi Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Offer my infinite number of Dandavat pranams to my such merciful and beautiful Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, and to all of the assembled devotees, everybody watching on YouTube and Facebook, and who will watch the recordings. And I ask for your blessings that this seva can continue and to prosper and to please the divine couple and to please Gurudev and Parampara. Haribol. So today I want to set a context for what I'm going to talk about, which is I want to talk about Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in terms of a 500-year plan and a 500-year team that's actually expanding all the time. Mahaprabhu is called the most merciful divine incarnation, but he's also the most magnanimous. And that magnanimity can be seen in the footprints of all the personalities that appeared with him and all the personalities that appear after him that are helping us so much. He appears once in a day of Brahma, once every 8,640,000 years. That's the other thing I want to stress as well, is not only is he the most munificent and most magnanimous, but we're also the most fortunate because we're born not just so close to where Mahaprabhu appeared, but we're actually born at such a perfect time in terms of how much of this information has been revealed and how much of it's available. Like if you were born even 300 years ago in the UK, you would never have a chance of hearing any of this. We're born at a time when so many great personalities have advented from the spiritual world to help us to make progress, and it's available on things as instant as the internet. It's really extraordinary how available this is for us to progress. And so this is symptomatic. You know how few people have mentioned how Mahaprabhu has one arm raised and one arm lowered. He's tasting and he's distributing. And what we're experiencing right now, Pankaj was saying, like so many people are going to Mayapur right now, is that distribution is accelerating. I think it's correct to say in historical terms, if you date the start of the Western preaching of Krishna consciousness by Srila Prabhupada in 1965, we're way ahead of where the Christians were 35, 40, 55, 60, 60 something years after, no, not even 60 years, because Christ died in 32 AD. So, we're well ahead of where the Christians are. If you compare us 2,000 years ago, we really are. I mean, we see a lot of things that don't look good, but actually this movement is prospering like anything. So I want to start off with, I think it was Sri Dandi Maharaj the other day. He cited the incredible verse written by Jayadev, well, actually written by Krishna pretending to be Jayadev, which I'm going to read to you. "Oh, my beloved," Jayadev wrote in his poem, "the delirium of love has lodged in my head." This is Krishna speaking. "Place the fresh petals of your, Radharani's enchanting feet there to counteract its poison. and let those feet pacify the harsh fire of amorous desires burning within. So this is the position the manjaris like Krishna to be in. He's in one of supplication to Radharani. And in the purport, in the commentary, which I'll just grab here, it says, "O Radha, my suffering will be vanquished only when you accept me. An overwhelming flash of your all-conquering qualities has lit up my heart, and I'm helplessly praying to you to kindly place the fresh sprouted buds of your feet upon my head. These munificent tender feet fulfill the innermost cherished desires of those who pray to them. They are perfect for ornaments because, like new leaves, they are red, soft, and cooling. If you offer them upon my head, the poisonous effect of karma will be counteracted, and simultaneously my head will be ornamented. Here, karma has been likened to the venom of a snake. The touch of your feet destroy the poison of karma, just as the touch of Garuda's feet is the antidote for the poison of a snake. Even my defects, such as the agitation of my mind arising from the heat of karma, will cease when you offer your feet to me. The terrible suffering produced by karma is burning my heart, turning every vital limb into smoldering coals. The fever of karma blazing within and without will be vanquished only when you rest your tender feet upon my head." This is Krishna talking to Radharani. Throughout this song, Sri Krishna is Anukul Nayak, the favorable lover, faithful to one beloved. The Nayika, Sri Radhika, is Praudha, whose mature, fully developed praying cannot tolerate separation. And Mamavati, indignant, she's exhibiting Kilakinchita Bhav, the simultaneous manifestation of 7 Anubhavs: pride, desire, weeping, smiling, envy, fear, and anger. Inwardly, she's overjoyed to finally have her beloved present before her, but nevertheless meets his fervent supplications with indignation and a complexity of other emotions. I mean, how can we possibly understand this idea of Kilakinchita emotions? How can we possibly conceive of these 7 Anubhavs? And yet this is the extraordinary ambition of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, that he wants us to actually understand these moods. What you cannot imagine how high this conception is. I have no realization of it whatsoever. But with the Guru I have full confidence that one day I will have realization. And then if we move on to Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adi Lila chapter 3, it's written, it says, "I've given the purport of the 3rd verse. Now, O devotees, please listen to the meaning of the 4th with full attention." So this is the famous verse, Anupita Charim. "May that Lord who is known as the son of Srimati Sachidev be transcendently situated in the innermost core of your heart. Resplendent with the radiance of molten gold, he is descended in the age of Kali by his causeless mercy to bestow what no incarnation has ever offered before, the most elevated mellow of devotional service, the mellow of conjugal love." So how is he, you just don't appear on the planet, distribute this, and then disappear and leave it to just chance. When you're God, there's a plan. And what a plan. So if we go to chapter 1 of Madhya Lila, there's this beautiful pastime where the Lord, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he stayed at home for 24 years in the Adi Lila pastimes. But at the end of the year 24, in the month of Magda, during the fortnight of the waxing moon, the Lord accepted the renounced order of life. He took sannyas. And this period is called Shesha Lila, and it's split into 2 parts, Madhya and Antya, middle and final. And Mahaprabhu, he sent for Rupa Goswami and Srila Sanatana Goswami to go to Braj. And Rupa Goswami and Sanatana Goswami, they brought various scriptures to Vrindavan. and collected the essence of these by compiling many scriptures on devotional service. And the works are just like a plethora of extraordinary jewels. Sanatana Goswami wrote Hari Bhakti Vilas, Bhagavatamrita, Dasham Tipani, Dasham Charita, and Rupa Goswami's contribution is almost endless. Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Vidagda Madhav, Ujjvala Nalamani, Lalita Madhava, Daivakeli Kalmudi, Stavali, Lila Chanda, Padyavali, Govinda, Visudavali, Mathura, Mahatmya, Nataka Vanana, and Lagu Bhagavatamrita, and that's just touching at the edges. And then Rupa Goswami's nephew, Jiva Goswami, he compiled further countless books, all the Sandambas and more. So his most formidable transcendental and Jiva Goswami's most formidable transcendental literature is probably Gopal Champu. So in the first year after the renounced order, all the devotees, headed by Advaita Prabhu, would go and see the Lord at Jagannath Puri. And after attending the Rath Yatra at Jagannath Puri, all the devotees would remain there for 4 months, greatly enjoying the company of Mahaprabhu by performing hours and hours of Kirtan. And the Lord asked the devotees, please come back every year. And they did for 20 years, traveling from Navadvip to Jagannath Puri. And for the last 12 years, it was simply devoted to relishing the pastimes of Krishna in separation within the heart of the Lord. So Mahaprabhu would frequently exhibit symptoms of madness in moods of separation, because he was in the mood of Radharani. His feelings corresponded to those of the gopis when they saw Krishna at the abode of Kurukshetra after a long separation. Mahaprabhu would dance in front of the cart at Jagannath Puri during the festival, and he would sing the following song. He'd sing, I've gotten the Lord of my life, for whom I was burning in the fire of lusty desires. Let me take Krishna and go back to Vrindavan. He then sang as follows, a verse that no one could understand. He would sing this verse. This is the one that starts, Ya Kamara Hara. And it goes like this. He would sing this in front of Jagannath, Lord Jagannath. That very personality who stole away my heart during my youth is now again my master. These are the same moonlit nights of the month of Chaitra. The same fragrance of Malati flowers is there, and the same sweet breezes are blowing from the Kadamba forest. In our intimate relationship, I am also the same lover, yet still my mind is not happy here. I'm eager to go back to that place on the bank of the Reva under the Vetasi tree. That is my desire. So this verse also appears in Padyavali, written by Rupa Goswami in verse 382. And the verse appears like a hankering between just an ordinary boy and girl. So actually, there's the actual deep meaning was already known to Srup Damodar. But by chance, Rupa Goswami was there one year, and he heard this verse. And he immediately composed another verse describing this original verse. It's one of my favorite pastimes. Rupa Goswami then writes it on a palm leaf, his interpretation of that verse, his expression, and he put it on the roof of his thatched house he was staying in. And Rupa Goswami then went to the sea to bathe. And then Mahaprabhu came to meet Rupa Goswami in the hut, ostensibly not realizing Rupa Goswami was there. Well, that's the pastime anyhow. And he accidentally saw the palm leaf, and he read the verse composed to him, that Rupa Goswami had composed to him. And Mahaprabhu went into complete ecstasy. Rupa Goswami returned, saw Mahaprabhu, and just fell down like a rod. I love the next bit. He goes, then Mahaprabhu then slapped him and put him on his lap and started speaking to him. So Mahaprabhu is now speaking to Rupa Goswami. And this is such an essential part of the story of the last 500 years. He said, no one knows the purport of my verse. How could you understand my intention, Mahaprabhu said to Rupa Goswami. So Mahaprabhu bestows benedictions on Rupa Goswami. And he took the verse and showed it to Swarup Goswami. And Mahaprabhu asked Srup Damodar, how could Rupa Goswami understand his intentions? He said, I've embraced him and I've bestowed upon him all necessary potencies. for preaching the bhakti cult. Isn't that astounding? I've given him all benediction. I've totally empowered him to spread the. Had this not happened, we wouldn't be here today. Just that's that one act of empowerment. But Mahaprabhu did not just appear with 6 Goswamis and power Rupa Goswami to distribute the bhakti cult. He's arranged for one great personality after another to descend from the spiritual world to help us make it to Goloka and Vrindavan. He's provided the ladder of salvation to us so we can climb it rung by rung from where we're at. We don't have to jump into the sky to catch the ladder. The ladder is within reach of each of our, however long or short our arms are, we can reach that ladder. Now, there are many personalities I'm going to exclude here because I can't go through everybody for lack of time, and I'd be here forever anyhow. But he appears with the co-lord, Nityananda Prabhu, for a start. Nityananda Prabhu has broken open the storehouse of love of God, and he's actually just freely distributing it everywhere. The ocean of mercy was closed, and Lord Nityananda broke it open and made a channel by which this love and mercy could be distributed. Mahaprabhu could have all these feelings, all these sentiments. Without Nityananda Prabhu, it would have remained blocked. Mercy had been blocked. So Satchidananda Gaurahari is himself Unajvala praying, and he brought Unajvala Rasam Swabhakti Shrayam service to Srimati Radhika as her maidservant for us to aspire to and become. But Lord Nityananda embodies his actual mercy, and Guru is the condensed mercy of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and Lord Nityananda is complete, undivided Guru Tattva. Lord Nityananda has spread praying door to door throughout the world. Every person who's a devotee today, everyone who's online is a devotee because of Lord Nityananda Prabhu. And he came with the Lord, co-lords coming to burst this open 500 years ago to make it available to us. But he doesn't stop there. He then arranges, having arranged Rupa Goswami to write a plethora of incredible works that we're still unpacking and learning today. He also arranges for Raghunath Das Goswami to descend. And what's he come to teach us? Well, what do we normally lament for? We lament for material things. I've lost this, or I want this. I haven't got this, or the weather's not good, or I feel ill, or or I want this money, or I want this wife, or I want this girlfriend. But Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he laments for where can I find Vrajendra Nandana, Krishna? That's what Mahaprabhu is lamenting for. Yeah. So we belong to them, but we understand nothing. So we belong to the divine couple, yet we understand nothing. Raghunath Goswami, he's helping us to develop an attachment to bhajan. This was the only anxiety Raghunath Das Goswami had. How will I do my bhajan? How can I make this life one that is not wasted? And how can I attain Krishna in this very life? In this very life. In this life. Not next life, in this life. Gurudev wrote in his own words, for those of us aspiring for Raganuga Bhakti, the life of Raghunath Das Goswami is very instructive. And if we can assimilate into our lives even one iota of his eagerness for bhajan, we will surely become successful. Regardless of whether we're renunciates or householders, we should have some of that eagerness for bhajan that he did. If we have that eagerness, all of our endeavors will be automatically become crowned with success. And then he gave us Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. There was a controversy around the doctrine of wedded love, Svakiyavad, versus the doctrine of paramour love, Parakiyavad. And this goes to the heart of everything the Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave to us. To dispel the misconceptions, he wrote Radha Vatma Chandrika and Gopi Premamrita. In his Ananda Chandrika commentary on the verse Lagu Dvam Atrayat Proktam of Ujjvala Nalamani 1.21, he shows that the theory of Svakiyavad was fallacious and established with full scriptural evidence the conception of Parakya. So if you read that verse in Ujjvala Nalamani, it reads, the criticism of the material paramour by the author does not apply to Krishna, who appeared in this world to taste the thick Madhurya Ras as Upapati, and Upapati is the paramour. And in his Sarata Darshani commentary on the Srimad Bhagavatam, he gives also very strong support to Parakya Bhav. So then he gives us Bhaktivinoda Thakur. This is what Param Gurudev writes about Jaiva Dharma, one of Bhaktivinoda Thakur's greatest contributions to Bhakti Yoga, that my Gurudev read 180 times after he'd literally built Devananda Gaudiya Math, helped build it brick by brick, literally carrying the bricks, made himself give him illness pastimes. He spent a year reading the Jaiva Dharma countless times. Param Gurudev wrote, in his Jaiva Dharma, Bhaktivinoda Thakur has written everything about the authentic process to become a Parahamsa. Jaiva Dharma is the essence of the Vedas, Upanishad, Srimad Bhagavatam, and the writings of Sri Rupa Goswami, Sri Raghunath Das Goswami, and our Guru Varg. Ashtakali Liga is described by those who are advanced, but how does one become qualified to understand it? One must systematically study Jaiva Dharma from the beginning to the end, starting with the first part, where there is a description of the material world and proceeding through a study of Dasamula and all the tattvas. In 10 aphorisms, Bhaktivinoda Thakur describes the whole of Krishna consciousness, the whole of existence. By following Jaiva Dharma properly, your anarthas will gradually disappear and you'll be able to practice bhakti as exemplified by the two disciples, Brajanath and Vijay Kumara. Their practice first in Navadvip and then in Puri, and they were complete conversant with all the teachings of the important literatures by our Guru Varg, including Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Majwala and Alamani. They had realized all the stages of Prema, Vaibhav, Anubhav, Sattvik and Vaibhacharya. Thus they received real Diksha, and they were blessed with a vision of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu dancing with Lord Nityananda and all of their associates. Brajanath's uncle Vijay Kumar was a Parahamsa who renounced his worldly life and was remembering Ashtakali Leela on the seashore. As unlimited waves appear one after another on the seashore, so it is in the ocean of Ras. Krishna is that ocean of Ras, and the innumerable waves of the different bhav, spiritual emotions experienced by the devotee, such as bhav, anubhav, sattvik, vaibhacharya, udipan, and alambana. Anyone who can become qualified, says, to understand Ashtakali Leela by attentively and respectfully hearing Jaiva. I'm going to repeat that. Anyone can become qualified to understand Ashtakali Leela by attentively, respectfully hearing Jaiva Dharma. That's astounding. Without this knowledge, one cannot become qualified, but one must start from the beginning. Hearing with honor will help one to develop strong faith in Gurudev, to follow his instructions. We should be eager to do so. Don't jump to the top of the Ras tree. Begin from the root. Follow the process of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, given in Jaiva Dharma, serve your Gurudev, have strong faith in Sadguru and Vaishnavas, and always be in good Vaishnava association. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur, in addition to that, he uncovered so many holy places. He uncovered the birthplace of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He re-established Gaudiya Vaishnavas that had really been constrained and had reduced over the last 150 years. And his vision was totally non-sectarian, and he prayed for an incredible son, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Prabhupada, who changed the course of history in terms of spreading ultimately bhakti throughout the world. And listen to this as a vision of non-sectarianism by Bhaktivinoda Thakur in his treatise on Gauranga Samaj. He says it's necessary to include in the society Sri Gauranga the three types of people who have faith in him. This is the vision of his worldwide society. One, those who perform bhajan of Sri Gauranga Mahaprabhu, knowing him to be the Supreme Lord, are his one-pointed devotees who are counted among his intimate associates. This category is further divided because even though some people know Sri Gauranga to be the Supreme Lord, they may not consider him the object of their bhajan. Nonetheless, there is no doubt that everyone in this particular category demonstrates love for Sri Gauranga. Then he says, also include those who consider Sri Gauranga to be the topmost devotee will certainly propagate love for Sri Gauranga Mahaprabhu, Gaura Prem, from time to time, even if they belong to another sampradaya. Persons in this category can never become disinclined to the promotion of Sri Gaura Hari, to Sri Gauranga Samaj. And then thirdly, he says, and those who consider Sri Gauranga Mahaprabhu to be an ordinary devotee and a native social reformer also belong to his community. If the second and third categories are not included in the society of Sri Gauranga, then this society cannot be said to benefit the public at large. Taking care to bring them within the community of Sri Gauranga is thus an intelligent act. Accordingly, the conclusion is that the society of Sri Gauranga comprises those great souls who hold Sri Gauranga as an ideal. It's just an astounding vision. So then Mahaprabhu was then given us Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Prabhupada, who massively cut the jungles of Sahajism and Mayavadism throughout his whole life. He had an extraordinary ability to cultivate and bring in high caliber, super high caliber disciples. He established 64 Gaudiya Maths, while warning at the same time of the predominance of the Kamshas and Puntnas who permeate the spiritual institutions. Simultaneously, he created them, and he chanted 1 billion names in preparation. It's just an extra, and he sent his own spiritual son, Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, to spread sensationally Krishna consciousness throughout the world, which brings us to the final two personalities who I like to call the triumvirate of Srila Prabhupada and Srila Gurudev, who are an incredible team, who between them, Srila Prabhupada spread Krishna consciousness throughout the West. He did start from, of course, Srila Prabhupada is in the spiritual world as fully realized and as fully potent as Srila Gurudev, and vice versa. They got different jobs to do. But Srila Gurudev was able to come after Srila Prabhupada and help his devotees, because Srila Prabhupada wanted him to help his devotees to go deeper and deeper and deeper into their sadhana, to realize the Rupa Raghunath line, to realize the topmost, not settle for anything intermediate, but settle for the highest conception of being a maidservant of Radharani, to such extent that Gurudev would, with his great sense of humor, saying, Prabhupada came to tell us that Krishna is the personality of Godhead, and I've come to tell you that he's not, with a big smile on his face, because that's a provocative thing to say, but of course he's not saying that. He's saying that we worship Radharani directly, but of course we also worship Krishna by worshipping Radharani, because Krishna is everything to Radharani. So I just wanted to paint a big conception of just how magnanimous, how brilliant the Lord is, by not just incarnating and adventing for those four reasons, but by setting in train the adventing, starting with the co-Lord, Lord Nityananda Prabhu, ending up right now with Srila Gurudev, and doubtless more incredible acharyas to come, that is literally almost not spoon feeding us, but very close to making it easy as possible. It's Kripa and Chester that gets us back to Goloka Vrindavan. And of course, we have to endeavor. There is that Chester, but at the end of the day, the Kripa is coming from the infinite. So the Lord's doing most of the work. We just got to remember to show up. And that's what everyone's doing here today. We're all showing up. And if we keep on showing up, we're going to make progress. Vanchikalpa Trubhascha, Kripa Sindhuvacha, Bhaktinam Pavanabhyo, Vaishnavabhyo, Namanamaha. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Please excuse me if I've made any mistakes, and I've got no idea how I'm doing on time. I should have that nailed, being part of the team, but I've got no idea where we are on time. How are we doing, Prabhu?
You got 4 minutes.
Oh, well, ask me a question or something.
Okay, well, just I wanted to say this wonderful historical context that you've given us for Mahaprabhu and his advent and his plan was really, really very refreshing and very important for devotees to understand that Mahaprabhu didn't just come and then take off, as you said. He put in place a very detailed plan of successors to carry on his message and disseminate it. And you very nicely made you spoke about how the movement is actually prospering very beautifully and very quickly. How Christianity, it took them a lot longer. Actually, it took 300 years for Christianity to take over the Roman Empire. And Prabhupada, he put Krishna consciousness in almost every country in 12 years. So it just gives you an idea of how fast Krishna consciousness is spreading.
And by the way, the Roman Empire took over Christianity, not the other way around. That's also the beauty of Krishna consciousness, is our fragmentation.
Yes.
It organizationally is actually very helpful to the purity of the Vani.
Yes, and Mahaprabhu has arranged it that way.
100%.
Yes, and so how fortunate we are, you mentioned, to be born at this particular point in history, and how the distribution is accelerating, and the beautiful plan that he's put in place, where has Sri Rupa Goswami being the first one to understand his innermost desire, which he slaps him for very beautifully, and for having captured it, and then benedicting him to disseminate it. And
what's your take on the slapping? What does that mean to you? What does that tell you?
Slapping is very affectionate, especially
yeah.
It's not like what it is in Western culture, where you slap someone because they kind of got you, you know. So slapping in Indian Vedic culture can be very affectionate. So it's more like that, like he caught him, you know.
He
slaps him for that, because Mahaprabhu wants to keep this hidden, but
yes,
was able to
there's
find
a contrariness actually in the slap, isn't there?
Exactly,
which is what you'd expect.
Exactly. So he slaps him for it, and then he benedicts him with the potency to be able to disseminate that through the literatures that he gave us, Ujjvala Nilamani, Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, etc., etc., etc. And then you mentioned Nityananda Prabhu being the other one, the co-lord, and who is, that everyone's become a devotee because of him, that he is a Kanda Guru Tattva and continues to manifest in all of our acharyas. And the embodiment of Mahaprabhu's mercy. And then you mentioned from him too, Raghunath Das Goswami, where he wanted to speak about where can I find Brajendra Nandan Shri Krishna, and his emphasis on bhajan and developing greed to do bhajan, and an icon of Raghunuga Bhakti for all of us that Srila Gurudev has given. And then from him to Vishwanath Chakrabarti Thakur and his discussion of the Svakiya and the Parikiya bhavs, which he describes in Varg Chandrika, establishing Parikiya as the goal, and establishing Parikiya and not Svakiya is what Krishna's tasting in the highest sense, and how that is completely pure and not something to be thought of in a contaminated way coming from this world's conception, because Krishna is really the husband of all living entities. And then you mentioned Bhaktivinoda Thakur and the Jaiva Dharma and his 10 aphorisms of Dasmukh Tattva. Again, this is all the generals that Mahaprabhu has put in place to carry out his 500-year plan. And then you went from Bhaktivinoda Thakur.
And Prabhu, our job is to get into a relationship with all these personalities.
Yes,
that's
absolutely.
What's available to us, is to be one-hearted with them.
Absolutely. And you mentioned how Bhaktivinoda Thakur, bringing him into the modern era with Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, and Srila Prabhupada, these three modern acharyas who really exploded the Sankirtan movement all over the world, with Bhaktivinoda Thakur envisioning it, and then giving it to Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, who seeded it in A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, who then executed it. So very beautifully you've done, and how Prabhupada has expanded, how Bhaktivinoda Thakur expands the society of Lord Gauranga. I thought that was quite interesting, all the different types of people that he recognizes as part of the membership of Mahaprabhu, and how broad-minded Bhaktivinoda Thakur is with that. I remember Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he would say that when he saw the drums and the symbols of the Salvation Army, he would say, oh, just look, the Sankirtan party has already begun. That's how broad-minded he was. And he would go into a Christian church and he would say, oh, just look how beautiful my Lord is being worshipped here. So that beautiful broad-mindedness that you alluded to in Bhaktivinoda Thakur, and of course Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur being the through his pores all the Mahabhagavats came, all these acharyas, and because of the tapasya that he did, creating the 64 Gaudiya Mats, and then of course creating and seeding A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, the father of the explosion of the Krishna consciousness movement worldwide. And how then Srila Gurudev comes from Srila Prabhupada, putting the cherry on top of his cake, who is helping us understand what the Rupa Raghunath line really is, and how we're meant to really serve Srimati Radhika as the only way that we can actually worship and serve Sri Krishna. So beautiful historical analysis of the entire plan that Mahaprabhu has given, and ending with Chesta and Kripa, That's all our endeavor, that actually everything's already been given to us. It's just our endeavor now. Some people think we have to wait for the mercy, but we don't have to wait for the mercy. The mercy has already been given. We just have to endeavor for it, and it's automatically available. So I want to thank you for that wonderful historical context that you gave. And
can I just make a point on that? Because also I realize we're actually a little bit early, and I don't want to I don't want Bhudhara to be on the hop there. Suddenly called in if he's not ready. Because we've actually got another 11 minutes till he starts, but we don't need to take up the full 11 minutes. The last point you make, can you just make that again? Because I want to add to that. I think it's an extremely important point.
That actually everything is already given by Krishna, already given by Mahaprabhu. It's not something to wait for. We have to wait. It's Krishna said, I've already given everything now to you. It's up to you. Sometimes we think everything is up to Krishna. Really, it's everything is up to the jiva now. Everything is up to the jiva. The jiva just has to endeavor, and under the anugatya of the Mahajans, and then everything will be revealed. It's like a guarantee that they've given. That if
I want to add something to that, which is something I noticed that devotees struggle with, and I've struggled with it. I feel like recently there's been a shift, and I wanted to share something, which is this: is that Mahaprabhu is mercy personified. Nityananda Prabhu crystallizes that and has opened the dam that was blocking that mercy. I actually call mercy grace. For some reason, I have a better relationship with the word grace than mercy, but they're the same thing essentially. And what I notice is it's actually just a switch. It's a switch to say, instead of being preoccupied by whether we deserve it or not, we don't even have to think about whether we deserve it. The fact that we have Guru means that we don't have to be deserving. We have it. He's given it to us. It's pouring on our heads. If we want to obdurately, stubbornly, perseveringly, buffalo-like, well, I haven't seen many buffaloes with umbrella, but if we want to keep an umbrella upon our head so that we're not rained upon, that is an active choice of destruction. Actually, all we need to do is have a passive choice of taking the umbrella away and going, I'm ready to put my bucket out and catch the rain. I'm ready to receive the rain. I'm ready to put my tongue out and have it drenched with the rain, because the rain is raining. And why wouldn't I receive this rain of grace to change the stone of my heart into something soft? Because I've been given this infinite amount of grace, which is available to me anytime, anywhere, irrespective of whether I deserve it or not. Because if you had to do it on being deserving, then we might as well all quit now. It's just not going to happen. Who on earth is going to be deserving of the insights of Jayadev in his poem, or the resplendent, heartfelt, or the resplendent concept of being a maidservant of Radharani? How can we deserve that? This is not the spirituality of deserving. This is a spirituality of mercy, grace, magnanimity. We just got to say, I will accept it, instead of resisting. And that's it. In fact, our endeavor is really not about how much we're doing, it's how much we allow ourselves to receive in our hearts.
Beautiful. Yes, it reminds me of what Barshana means. Barshana means that place where it is always showering rain. So Srimati Radhika is always showering rain and mercy, which is Mahaprabhu. So it's always showering. So your analogy about the rain and the umbrella and the bucket is perfect.
Especially if you live in England, there's plenty of rains and buckets.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
But it's or another way of saying it, if you live in a very sunny climate, is why put the same umbrella up to block the sun out?
Yes, exactly.
So this works for rain or sun.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. So Guru and Krishna are always giving mercy. It's just up to the jiva to receive it.
To agree to accept it.
Yeah, to agree to accept
into
it.
The heart. Yeah.
Into the heart. Yes.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Once you do that, everything else becomes much easier.
Yes. Jai. Thank you so much for that. And we will now be.
Thank you for having me, Gaura Prabhu.
Oh, right. Thank you for having me.
And by the way, just one thing I want to say, because I had to work quite hard in my invocation to sort of wipe away all the nice things you and Mukunda said, because of course my false ego steals some of that. I'm not pure enough to give it all to Gurudev, so I'm like trying to remember all the badass things I do. So and I'm not actually. I was kind of doing the opposite to make sure I just remembered what a rascal I am, because I am a rascal. To enable me to just come off that sort of platform of you praising me. But I just want to say the team has expanded, and you know, Yasodanandan Didi and I started this team, and Yasodanandan is she's actually physically on the paracram, so she hasn't been as involved in this particular program. She's just as involved as ever. We're going to do this massive Pushpanjali to Uma Didi shortly. So big thank you to her. But the rest of the team has been, we've had some new people come on board. Sriman Prabhu from the East Coast of America. He's jumped in with both feet. Amazing, really competent gentleman, and Vaishnava, originally from India, works in America now. We have Srimati Yugala Kishori, again, originally from China, who has jumped in again with both feet, is doing a wonderful job, devotional and super qualified. And Srimati Anangamanjari Didi, who's from originally Kazakhstan, another really professional person, very devotional. Both disciples of Dandi Maharaj, and of course Manini Radha, who will be singing in later, and emceeing, who's been a member of the team for quite some time. So we have a really beautiful team. That's this has been the most effortless program so far because of the cooperation of that team. So just a big thank you. I just pray for more Sevaks, because it's just beautiful serving together. It's the Bhakti Seva Zoom show. It's a team for serving the Sangha. It's not about any individual at all, and should never be.
Jai. And thank you, and thank all your wonderful flower petals that attend you. I know you've been very much the core of this, but the beautiful petals that you've brought together have made this flower of Bhakti Seva Zoom team all the more glorious and beautiful. And
does that mean I'm not a petal?
Well, I would put you more in the category of the core.
No, that's exactly what I don't want. So let's move on to
you
Bhudhara.
don't want that, but
you're
a petal.
No, you're the stem.
You're the stem. Okay. So
okay, we'll move right on. This is not about me. Harry Ball.
So now we're moving to Sriman Bhudhara Prabhu, who also needs no introduction. He's one of the members of the Sangha's intelligentsia. He has made so many contributions to this movement. One of them is making Yasodanandan Prabhu a devotee, our host. And he is in the UK, and he met the devotees in 1969. He moved into the ashram in 1972 in Boston, and he took Harinam from Srila Prabhupada in 1972, and then Diksha from Srila Prabhupada in 1973. He then met Srila Gurudev in 1988 in Mathura. And we are very privileged to have him on our broadcast today. And so I'm going to turn it over. He has some very beautiful daughters whom I've met too, who are absolutely devotional gems. I saw them in Kartik this last Kartik in India. And like I said, he's constantly making all sorts of contributions to this movement and making it richer and richer all the time. So without further ado, Bhudhara Prabhu, please kindly enlighten us about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu from your own lotus lips.
Well, I don't know about that, but you know, I always get nervous when I have to speak to the devotees. I don't get nervous speaking to anybody else, but in the Sangha of devotees, I always become really self-conscious. So bear with me, everybody. I'll do my best. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Salakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namane. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gaudavani Pacharine Nirvisesha Sunyavadi Haskatya Deshatarine. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Radhika Priyatmane Shri Srimati Bhaktivedanta Narayaniti Namane. Guru Deva Gaura Chandaya Radhikaya Tadalaye Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tadvaktaya namo namaha. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhaktivinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Hare.
Someone needs to unmute.
I think someone's moving house there.
Yeah.
I'd like to offer my unlimited Dandava pranams to the state of my diction.
I ask the devotee who's
I don't have the controls. Do you?
Pranaji, please unmute. Please mute Pranaji.
Pranaji, okay.
I didn't, sorry.
There we go.
Okay, sorry.
I didn't even know that.
So I offer my unlimited Dandavat pranams to the lotus feet of my Diksha Shiksha Guru Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, and millions of Dandavat pranams to the lotus feet of my merciful Shiksha Guru Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Maharaj, unto our most secret Rupanupa Guru Varga, and unto the lotus feet of Satchinandan Gaura Hari. I want to offer all my respects to the assembled Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis headed by our esteemed Chidandi Sannyasigan, who may not be in the room, but whose presence has certainly been profoundly felt today. So thank you very much for having me. I started the morning off with a really interesting exchange between myself and Brajanath Prabhu. We had our own little, normally we have a Jaiva Dharma class in the morning on Tuesdays, but of course it just fell on Goura Purnima. So I started out by saying, he asked me to speak something, and I started out by saying that today's an auspicious day. But what do we mean by auspicious day? How is it auspicious? And why is it auspicious? Well, we've heard today a number of times that the Supreme Lord, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, along with his associates, have come now in this one day of Brahma, once in the day of Brahma. So to put that into context, 1 day of Brahma is 8,432,000,000 years. It wasn't until 1999 that scientists thought the universe was anything more than 7 to 8 billion years old. That's changed now somewhat. It's now something like 13 or 14 billion. But, you know, it gives us a context for understanding the rarity of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. If we just look at it within the context of the material world, we can think that Lord Chaitanya has only come once. And all of the time of the creation of this particular universe, this is his first time coming. So it's a very rare appearance. And I want to share with you an idea of how rare it is, because in the Jyotish Shastras, there are made mention of different conditions that indicate the arrival or the appearance of an avatar of Bhagavan, an expansion or incarnation of Bhagavan. And to do that, I'm just going to really quickly share my screen with you if I can figure out where you are and how to do it. So I'm going to share my screen. The host has disabled screen sharing. Could you give me screen sharing privileges for Sundar Prabhu?
Yes. Might need to show another. I'm trying to do screen sharing.
I think you have to go up to the top of where I am, with where my name is, and drop it down and say make co-host or something like that.
Yeah. We're working on that right now.
Yeah.
Might need Yasodanandan Prabhu's assistance for this. I don't actually see you now. Wait a
I
second.
am here.
Yeah.
So sorry about the technical complication, but I think it's really, sometimes they say a picture's worth 1,000 words, and I'm going to show you what Nimai Maharaj was talking about in a talk he gave a few days ago, where he said that Lord Chaitanya's chart, every chart, there's a Rasi chart, which is the main chart, and then there are any number of ways to divide the chart up into degree slices, so that you have the Navamsa, Saptamsa, and so on. These are called the Sodasa Vargas. Is Yasodanandan there, or did he bail on us?
I'm trying to contact him now on the phone.
Okay.
Yes. Can you help us out, Manini Radha, by doing the screen sharing for Bhudhara Prabhu, so we can give his visual?
If you make me co-host, I can help.
Well, that's that's what he's trying to. I think that's what he's having a hard time doing.
So you click the box next to my name if you see, and
Yes,
then
I
you
see
can
it.
say,
Sundar, go to the 3 dots. Your 3 dots.
I've got the 3 dots right here. And
yeah,
I'm just,
that you can make people co-host
yeah, make
through
her.
the 3 dots.
So it says make co-host. It doesn't give me that option to make her a co-host. It just says chat, add.
Bhudhara, you already are a co-host.
I'm not. I'm not. I'm not the master of.
so you showed Ananda, and he's trying to share screen. That's really the goal. If you can help with that.
I'm not. I'm out listening.
Okay. Okay. Well, we'll see.
How do I? So you're a co-host. Are you a host or a co-host, Bhudhara?
I have no idea. I want to. I don't think I'm a host or a co-host.
Hang on. Yeah, I made you one. Hang on. Let me see what I can do from my phone.
Sorry, everybody.
That's fine, Prabhu.
I should be able to do it from my phone. Hang on. Participants. Bhudhara. There you are. I'm going to make you host. No, it doesn't allow me to. Hang on.
No.
Gaura.
Okay. Well, there's nothing like dead time in a radio show, so we're. I guess we should just move past it. If somebody out there in technical land can figure out how to let me share my screen, then I'll show you this amazing picture of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's chart and how.
Is there only one thing you want to share, Bhudhara?
There's one thing I'd like to share. Yes.
Okay, I'll be back in time. You'll be able to share it near the end of your talk.
Okay, so this is where I get to improvise my public speaking abilities. So I'm going to flip my presentation around and go back to front and front to back. Okay. Goura Purnima, Hari Hari Bol. All right. So I guess the question is, what I wanted to show you was the absolute rarity of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's chart. And I was going to give you a little baby class in astrology so you could have an idea of how rare an occurrence the appearance of an avatar of Bhagavan is. And what to speak of Mahaprabhu. When we talk about auspicious days, a lot of times people will come to me and say, I'd like a good day for doing some karma or some gyan or some yoga or some kama. I want to enjoy my senses. That's what people think of as an auspicious day. But what makes today auspicious for us is that Mahaprabhu has come to give the holy name and to give prema. He's come to wake us up to the reality, the true reality, to wake us up from our sleeping condition. Jeev Jago, Gaura Chanda Bole, Let's chant the holy names of Lord Chaitanya and wake up from the slumber of our misidentification with the material body. And to give you some idea of what I've been meditating on through the day. The article that Yashashvini mentioned that Vajanti Mala sent out to a few devotees, I believe, I wanted to read selective pieces from it for you. It was written by Srila Prabhupada in 1955. Interestingly, at the height of the Cold War, when America, Britain, and other countries in the world had detonated 66 different nuclear tests. By the way, since then, there have been something like 2,700 nuclear tests. And Prabhupada is writing an article that's addressing the disease of misidentification with the physical body and the consequences of that. So bear with me as I try to read to you something that's read in a palatable way. Yasyatma buddhi kunape titatuke swadi kalatradishu baum ijidi yatirta buddhe salile nakarichit janeshu abigyeshu sa eva gokara. Srimad Bhagavatam 10:84-13. A person who identifies as what is essentially a corpse, composed of three elements, kapha, vata, and pitta, who feels his spouse and offspring are his true relatives, who ascribes holiness to earthen idols, and thinks the water in rivers and lakes is what constitutes a purifying place of pilgrimage, but does not give such regard to saintly persons who are acquainted with the truth of the Supreme Being. Such a man.
I know that you tried. I know you're doing the very best. You're a wonderful person. And all these things you said, I haven't said.
You did not. You said all those things to me today.
No, but
that
you
I'm a lying cheater.
No. I find it manipulative.
Manipulative.
You are
Mother
yeah,
Teresa.
Yeah, that you are what you're doing. I got across like it feels like you can't do anything wrong.
Who is in charge of this place?
Hey, Gaura, I think you need to mute everyone and then unmute Bhudhara.
Mute Brit.
Can you mute everyone?
I've muted Brit.
All right, great, everybody. All right, so we're gonna, drum roll, we're going to carry on now. Okay, yes. So just at this really important juncture in the verse, such a person who misidentifies the body, which is essentially a corpse, with the self, who feels that the products related to the body, the byproducts related to the body, are his relatives, who thinks that water in rivers constitutes a place of pilgrimage. Such a man, the Srimad Bhagavatam says, is deemed a cow or a donkey, or rather a donkey that carries grass or feed for cows. This is Srila Prabhupada writing again. All individuals who do not listen to those possessed of higher knowledge and who instead strive to invent a path to prosperity for all are characterized by a tendency to identify with the material body, which is but a bag of bones and meat mixed together with mucus, bile, and air. As one identifies with the material body, love arises for that body and everything related to it, one's spouse and children, their bodies, and the home one shares with them, as well as the place those bodies were born. Thus, one develops love for the country of one's birth. Once such love of a country is awakened, people's identification with the body becomes so far extended that a sense of reverence for what is but mere dirt arises. These people who have reverence for dirt eventually separate into factions, and in this way end up engaging in activities that simply widen the path to their assured mutual destruction. So like just in this one paragraph, Prabhupada's pointing out that inherent in the misidentification with the body is the seed of our own elimination, the seed of our own destruction. Prabhupada continues, from this identification with the body arises identification with one's country, and at present we are witnessing refulgent proof of the kind of inconvenience that occurs because of that for the people of the world. Of all such factions on earth at present, two, the Russian faction and the American faction, are extremely overpowered by their reverence for their dirt. For about 10 years now, there has been a Snayu Yuddha, a war of nerves, or a Cold War going on in a variety of ways between these two opposing factions of people. In other words, in anticipation of future conflicts, both have busied themselves with presenting nuclear arms before a hot war. The culmination of explosive ammunitions can even start. This mutual depletion of might for the sake of inventing these nuclear weapons is being advertised as a war of nerves. Even before these two factions start their hot war, we are grasping something of the fact that the ultimate stage of such obsessive identification with country leads to total ruin. Prabhupada then goes on to quote the Bhagavad Gita in the 16th chapter, where Sri Krishna is describing the mentality of an asura, or a non-light person, a person who's against the light. And the quote is, they say this world is unreal, with no foundation and no God in control. They say it is produced of sex desire and has no cause other than lust. Following such conclusions, the demoniac, who are lost to themselves and who have no intelligence, engage in unbeneficial, horrible works meant to destroy the world. Persons of demonic persuasion become engrossed in bodily identification and ignore the words of saints, scripture, and spiritual masters. The aggressive acts that they engage in are characterized by a dirt-enthralled small-mindedness, and we are witnessing the evil that has subsequently been inflicted upon the world. Let's give it perspective again. This is 1955. So I was 1 year old at that time. So that's 67 years ago. How much has changed since then? Srila Prabhupada in his article then goes on to talk about the story of Ashwatthama, who in his cowardly way invoked the Brahmastra, the nuclear Brahmastra weapon, to destroy King Parikshit in the womb of Uttara. He talks about how he deployed it even though he didn't have the power to retract it. He goes on to also describe how under Krishna's instruction, Arjuna is told to withdraw the weapon by neutralizing the weapon with his own nuclear weapon. So there's a great responsibility for using such weapons. And Prabhupada says that unless you have that knowledge of how to retract a nuclear weapon, you shouldn't use it. So the people of India, Prabhupada continues, have the, and I'm jumping ahead now in the article, and I'll send the link in the chat for later. The people of India have neglected their ancient leaders and sages, the omniscient rishis, and through their imitation of the West, they have become Boma Idyadi, or dirt worshippers. These dirt-minded Indians do not understand that the size of their dirt has been gradually shrinking. There's a huge difference between India today and India 5,000 years ago. India 5,000 years ago comprised of almost the whole of the earth, whereas India today is but a small portion of land. If the dirt for brains inhabitants of India want India's welfare and want to spread its culture, then rather than imitating Western countries, they can investigate how intelligent classes of those countries are following India, and they can then follow in their footsteps. So it's a very interesting point that Prabhupada is making, that at that time there was an emergence in the intelligentsia of interest in the Bhagavad Gita, in Vedic culture, and so on. And so people of the West, realizing that the pathway of Western moral and ethical thinking was essentially lacking in its depth, and ultimately was going to result in a deterioration in society, those persons went searching for a higher truth in India. So Prabhupada is suggesting that, the idea of trying to be happy in the material world by concocting our own pathway in life without recourse to higher knowledge from sages, from saints, from holy masters is a pathway of foolishness that leads to destruction. So when we say that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's appearance is an auspicious one, it is beyond comprehension how auspicious it really is. Because in the Kali Yuga, there's no check and balance against the advancement of the bad effects of the Kali Yuga. Srila Prabhupada in Los Angeles years ago told us at length about what we could expect in the advancement of the Kali Yuga as the years would go by. And, at one point they said, well, how bad is it going to get, Prabhupada? And he looked and he closed his eyes and then he opened them and he rolled his eyes and said, horrible, just horrible. So, are you there, Yasoda? You want to say something?
No, you're co-host.
Huh?
You are now co-host.
Okay, great. So I want to read the rest of the article. It's just a small, short piece, and give you a sense of why I chose to read the article on Goura Purnima. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, in the course of his Hari Katha, would often remark, all the energies of debate, in other words, the differing opinions of the world, will only be pacified by the words of Mahaprabhu Gaura Sundar. The discordant world is characterized by illusion, and the world of service is characterized by transcendent divinity. The illusory features that exist in and as the discordant world can never be reconciled by illusory endeavors. Violence and nonviolence, both things will forever be parallel to each other. Those who try to eliminate violence and maintain a policy of nonviolence are bewildered by illusory endeavor. So in other words, we can't make the world unitary. We can't. There's a reason why the world is dual. Both sides of the coin serve a particular purpose at different times. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj continues. Then again, those who neglect nonviolence and only try to incite a violent world make another sort of illusory endeavor. But those who engage violence and nonviolence in the service of Bhagavan dwell in a world of service that is characteristically transcendent. Even though the Kshatriya Niti, or warrior's policy that Arjuna adopted on the advice of Bhagavan in the battle of Kurukshetra, may appear violent to the eyes of the world, it is so superior to nonviolence or Brahmana Niti, which is conjured up on the mental platform. Bhagavan is the absolute truth. Therefore, he and his words are one entity. Just as Bhagavan is the eternal truth, whole and pure, his words are likewise eternally true, whole and pure. Hence, what he said of violence to encourage Arjuna in battle is situated at a much higher platform than Arjuna's own mentality, contrived policies of nonviolence. Therefore, following the order of Bhagavan is the only means to find safety from the clutches of the world's illusory mundane feature. The Brahmastra that Ashwatthama cast was a feature of mundane reality, but the Brahmastra that the great warrior Arjuna deployed in the order of Bhagavan to counteract his Ashwatthama's weapon was based on service and was a feature of transcendence. Therefore, if Indians so desire, they can, on Sri Bhagavan's order, protect the world from mundane nuclear devices by casting a more advanced type of Brahmastra. So we're getting to the punchline now. It is imperative that we know what that spiritual Brahmastra is. Under the guidance of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj, we find in the words of Srila Gaura Sundar just which type of advanced Brahmastra all the living entities of the world who are afflicted by Kali can deploy in order to counteract the mundane realm's Brahmastra or atomic bomb. So here's the punchline. The Brahmastra of Krishna Prema, divine love for Krishna that Sriman Mahaprabhu ordered us to deploy, is described as follows. Ateva ami agya dila sabakare jaha taha prema phala deha jadatare. Therefore, I have ordered everyone, wherever, everywhere, give the fruit of divine love to anyone and everyone. Ekala malakada ami kotapala kabo, nadia va e phala ada ki karibo. How much fruit will I eat? The lone gardener. If I do not give this fruit away, what else will I do? I water this tree incessantly with the nectar of my soul's desire. Therefore, there are countless fruits atop this tree. Therefore, give all the fruit to anyone and everyone. Let the people eat of this fruit and become ageless and deathless. The fame of my piety will spread across the world. People will be happy and sing my glories. Those who have taken a human birth in the land of India, make your births meaningful and help others. Now, this last paragraph, for me, is the reason why I was inspired to surrender to Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada's revolutionary zeal, his immense heart, trying to serve the Lord by taking the living entities out of their painful illusion, giving them the holy name of Sri Krishna under the order of his Guru and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. This is what inspired me. Just as the valiant Arjuna destroyed the Brahmastra of the bogus Brahmana Ashwatthama on Sri Bhagavan's order and made the inhabitants of the world happy, may those who identify the followers and servants of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu take a solemn, resolute vow as per Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's order and perform Hari Kirtan in the line of Chaitanya throughout the whole world, thereby protecting the people of the world from this nuclear Brahmastra. So there seems to be more than just a hint here that in the face of all of the calamity and discord and deterioration that we're seeing in the world, the only solution to it is not to kind of meet it on its dual plane, but to meet it with something which is transcendent and more powerful. We take straw in our teeth and fall at everyone's feet, beseeching all of the followers of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with hundreds upon hundreds of anguished entreaties to congregate, taking the fruit of Krishna prema that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has given with his own hands and preach all over the world. We are not saying this only to one individual person. The detestable fate of those who are not distributing Gaura Sundar's fruit of prema and are instead preoccupied with solitary bhajan, imitating the garb of Srila Rupa Goswami, is equal to those who live off the mutts and temples established by Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, or who imitate him by constructing mutts separately all the while neglecting the speciality of his preaching, siding thus with the caste Gosai types. The chief minister of Uttar Pradesh is very busy implementing the Bishuka law. Therefore, beware beggars, sadhu svadhana, sadhu savadana. Shri Gaura Sundar will not tolerate for much longer the lackluster lives of those who do not distribute his message to the world and who are content to live like frogs in wells with their own individual flocks of gluttonous types. Some heavy words here. From now, sadhu savadana. Again, I say, sadhu savadana. Everyone get organized. The living entities afflicted by Kali will make offenses and will keep doing so. That is why Gaura Sundar looks to their simplicity and does not refuse them. There is a saying in English, it's better late than never. It is better to heed Gaura Sundar's words a little late than not at all. Therefore, our request is this. Those who identify themselves as the surrendered servants of Sri Sri Gaura Sundar should all join together. The Acharyas have made and left so many facilities and conveniences for the performance of Hari Kirtan. Do not waste time. Get organized and let the message of Gaura Sundar be preached throughout the whole world. Missionary work requires many people and much money. This is not within the capacity of some lone hero. Swayam Bhagavan, the Supreme Lord himself, Gaura Sundar, spoke of himself as Eka, alone and weak, in order to teach us. Prabhupada puts a question mark in parentheses after that. Ekala malakada ami kota pala kabo, ekala va kota pala padio bilabo. Therefore, we beseech all the pir sahibs of the world and insist that being a lone pir bavurchi bishtikar, a one-man show, will get nothing done. The critical crisis will become only more critical. So, the takeaway for me in this article is that, and thank you for your patience and let me reading it to you, is that programs like Bhakti Zoom and of course all the other things that are going on that the devotees are engaged in is so important in this world. The only thing which is really checking the Kali Yuga is the chanting of the holy name. And I don't know, I think when I see the devotees come together and get organized like Yasodanandan Prabhu is doing, and all the devotees cooperating from different time zones, different places in the world, different times of day and night to come together. I mean, Nuri Hari and Bhavatarini getting up at all kinds of hours in the day just to be able to regale us with their kirtan, their bhajan. Examples like that, they give me inspiration. And so, today is a most auspicious day because Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is coming and he's knocking on our doors. Nityananda is knocking on our door and saying, come on, chant and share the chanting. It's kind of like if you have some good food and you taste it, you naturally want to turn to the person next to you and go, well, this is really good. So I think I'm now the host, and I can share my screen now. So I'm going to do that. So this is Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's chart. And it won't make much sense to you, but you can see his name down here at the bottom and the date of his birth, day of his appearance, and the time of his appearance, which is calculated at 5:48:32 in the evening. And to give you an idea of how unusual a chart it is. There are 16 charts on the page here, as you can see, 4 running across the top and 4 going down. And the top square in a chart is the lagna, or the rising sign, or the ascendant, the AS. And if you look closely, it takes a little patience to do it, but if you look closely at each chart, the moon appears in the ascendant in each of the 16 different charts. Here it is, here it is, here it is, again, and again, and again, and again, and again. If you change the time of birth by 1 minute either way, it changes all of these charts. You know, the more minutes you change, the more they change, the more different they become. So Nami Maharaj quoted someone the other day who said that this is an indication of, the chart of Bhagavan. So if you have the subtle perception, if you understand some of the truths that have been revealed in the scriptures, then we can know for certain, who is an incarnation of Bhagavan. Krishna Varnam Chasa Krishnam Sango Pangastra Parsadam Jagyar Sankirtana Prayer Yajantihi Sumedasaha. So this is the description of the sannyasi incarnation of the Lord, who comes in this age with his weapons, which are his associates, to liberate the living entities from the pain of this world. You're all part of that. I see that. And I just want to encourage you and myself, who am I to speak, but I want to encourage us all to carry on with whatever we can do to help the living entities, to continue in serving Srila Prabhupada, Srila Gurudev, to bring the message of Mahaprabhu to the world as much as we possibly can. This is the one thing that can save the world, and that's why I wanted to read the article that Prabhupada wrote. So I think my time is up, isn't it?
Yes, Prabhu, it is up, but it was so well utilized, the extra time, in sharing with us the astrological charts for Mahaprabhu, and many beautiful points that you brought up. The reading of the essay, that 1955 essay, really captures Prabhupada's heart very strongly, I felt, of the missionary zeal, his commitment to the complete re-spiritualization of the planet, which he speaks about in the Bhagavatam, how he won't tolerate, and speaks about how Mahaprabhu doesn't tolerate. This is a very important point. Those who are just living off mutts, who are content to just do their own bhajan. He wants this to be spread everywhere, to chant and to share the chanting, as you said, what Nityananda Prabhu's message. And that was extremely powerful, because it is the antidote, what you call beautiful, the transcendental Brahmastra against the illusory energy. And the beautiful analogy between Ashvasthama's Brahmastras and Arjuna's Brahmastra, one representing the illusory energy and the other one representing the transcendental energy in service to the Lord. So that was very, very, I thought, a very, very important point that you made. And the obsessive identification with country results in total ruin, which you called, and Prabhupada called, the dirt worshippers. I thought that was a very, very key, important phrase for everybody to understand, that nationalism is simply dirt worshippers. This misidentification with the body is the disease. And the rarity of Mahaprabhu's occurrence, of how auspicious this is, the 8,640,000,000 years that he advents once in a day of Brahma, to give the holy name and to give prema and to remove the misidentification with the body, and which Srila Prabhupada's essay beautifully details, the consequences of which. And, you know, the fact that it's taking place in 1955 during the height of the Cold War. And now today, you know, anybody on the planet can flip a switch and we're in nuclear war because these bombs are everywhere in the hands of some very lunatic leaders.
Maybe I could add something into what you're saying. It reminds me of those series of talks that Prabhupada gave in Los Angeles, and I may have said it before here, but I'll say it again because it is important. He said that, and I was standing there right when he said it. I can remember it very vividly. He said that this Hare Krishna movement will go down in history as saving man in his darkest hour. So it's so easy for us in our little bhajan kutirs and however we're living, and to really not think that what we're doing, or you know, that there's much consequence to what we're doing. But the more that we can do it, and the more that we can get organized in doing it, and you know, I'm not talking about institutional stuff, I'm talking about inspiration from the heart, where we like each other, we have some prema maitri, we have some sense of connection with each other. If we can do that, then anything is possible.
Yes. This meeting of the world situation with a transcendental Brahmastra, I thought that was a very powerful phrase, because it really is, the world situation continues to cycle in all sorts of different facets. Every empire has had its difficulties in history. And really, even history has shown us that the transcendental Brahmastra is really the only solution, because no material solution has ever produced peace. It continues to be a world of strife and anxiety and fear and turmoil for people. And so just the players are different, whether you're living in the time of the Greeks or the Romans, the time of the British Empire, or now during the American Empire. So these problems continue to cycle, but the transcendental Brahmastra is truly, as Prabhupada so beautifully says in his essay, is the only solution. And I really, the way you're talking about being organized and how Mahaprabhu won't tolerate being lackadaisical, especially when he comes, because he's saying, this is the solution, I've given it, now it's your job. And in Chaitanya Charitamrita, he said, it's not just the job of the Indians, he says all jivas, all jivas must spread this message. Some think it's yes, he says in the earlier verse that those who are born in India, they must take this responsibility. But then he says, actually, all jivas should embrace his message and spread that, because it's the only way that light can come into the dark world of the material universe and liberate.
And you know, it is spreading. I mean, you know, there's tens of thousands of devotees all over the world now chanting the Lord's holy name. And the funny thing for me is that I contacted the BBT and I asked them, I wanted to know how many devotees had been initiated by Prabhupada when I joined the movement. And they wrote back and said around 400.
Wow.
So, you know, that's 1973 or 1972 or something. So there were only 400 initiated devotees at that time. And then from that, it becomes this worldwide movement with so many different channels of effort. Anyway, I better stop and get out of the room so that you can carry on with the program. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak. Vanchakalpatubhyascha kripasindhubhyevacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavibhyo namo namaha. Thank you, Prabhu.
Thank you very much, Bhudhara Prabhu. Now we're going to move to Srimati Krishna Priya Dasi, who's going to close with a kirtan. She is in Seattle, USA, and so I will kindly call upon her to please sing a kirtan. of her choice.
Dandava pranams.
Jai.
Hare Krishna, Gaura Sundar.
Hare Krishna.
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you again.
Fancy seeing you here.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your introduction. Hope all's going well in Los Angeles.
Yes. We had a whole shake. The whole house. The kitchen. Packed with the and guests. All the wall. Couldn't. They went till 2 a.m.
2 a.m. Oh my gosh.
A.m.
Sounds like a real party.
Yes,
I should have stopped by. I wanted to, but I
Yes.
get a chance.
We're doing what God said, and we were given whole sets of Bhagvati to the guests.
Wow. Oh my
It
gosh.
was
And the best party favor ever.
Yes.
That's wonderful.
Yes.
Well, yeah. So good to see you. Yeah, last time was with my Guru Maharaj. So yeah.
Yes. That was really quite One Maharaj.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm here at his ashram now in Seattle.
Okay.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Yes. I'm sure he sends his highest regards.
Oh well. I've done the
All right, I should probably get started. Many speakers on this beautiful program. All right, so I'm gonna sing Sake Kalaya Gora Udaram, and it's page 340 from the Shri Gaudiya Giti Gucha. So anyone who wants to sing along, please do so. And yeah, we can begin. All right. Namo Vishnu Padaya Gaura Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate BhaktiVedanta Vanaiti Namine Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jaishree Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhaktavrinda Sake Kalaya Gauram Udaram Sake Kalaya Gauram Udaram Nindita Hataka Kanti Kalevara Nindita Hataka Kanti Kalevara Garvita Marakamaram Garvita Marakamaram
Get that. You're not going to start telling me.
Sake Kalaya Gauram Udaram Madhumakara Ranjita Malati Mandita Madhukara Ranjita Malati Mandita Jita Ghana Kunchita Kesham Jita Ghana Kunchita Kesham Oh, Tilakavinindita Yasodhananayopaka Bhuvana Manoharave Bhuvana Manoharave Tilakavinindita Shashadharayopaka Bhuvana Manoharave Bhuvana Manoharave Sake Kalaya Gauram Udaram Madhumadhura Smita Lobhita Tanubhritam Madhumadhura Smita Lobhita Tanubhritam Anupama Bhava Vilasam Anupama Bhava Vilasam Niduvana Nagari Mohita Manasa Vikadhita Gardhadabha Vikadhita Gardhadabhasam Nidhuvana Nagari Mohita Manasa Vikadhita Gardhadabhasam Vikadhita Gardhadabhasam Sake Kalaya Gauram Udaram Parama Kinchana Kinchana Naragana Parama Kinchana Naragana Karuna Vitarana Shilam Karuna Vitarana Shilam Kshobhita Durmati Radha Mohavana Namakani Rupamali Namakani Rupamalilam Kshobhita Durmati Radha Mohana Namakani Rupamalilam Namakani Rupamalilam Sake Kalaya Gauram Udaram Sake Kalaya Gauram Udaram O Jaya Sachidanandan Jaya Goura Hari Jaya Sachidanandan Jaya Goura Hari Sachidanandan Jaya Goura Hari Jaya Sachidanandan Jaya Goura Hari Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Goura Hari Bol Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Nitai Gaura Hari Bo Nitai Gaura Hari Bo Jaya Sachimanandana Gaura Hari Ki Jai Goura Purnima Ki Jai All assembled devotees Ki Jai Hari Bo. Thank you, Prabhu. Dhanyavad.
Right. Very good.
Oh, that was glorious. Glorious. Chorus, should I start hosting? I didn't
Now
know.
you have to host. It's your time.
Okay, Dandavat Pranams. Let me just invoke. Namo Vishnu Padaya Shri Guru Prishtaya Bhutale Shri Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Madhavariti Namine Namo Vishnu Padaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Shri Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Narayaniti Namine Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Shri Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Vanchakalpatrubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Eva Cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Dandavat Pranams. Shortly Rasikananda, Sripad Rasikananda Maharaj will be speaking, but there's a few minutes. And Bhudhara, I had wanted to read something from Chaitanya Bhagavat, and I was actually planning to read this brief section about the horoscope of Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So I thought it was quite fitting that Bhudhara Prabhu actually just showed the chart. I'm just going to read a short part, and this is from chapter 3 of the Adi Kanda of Chaitanya Bhagavat. And just to set the stage, the Lord had made his appearance, and so many of really all the demigods had come to Navadvip to participate and to glorify him. So this is from chapter 3. Sorry for Leo. Ladu Gopal here is wanting to participate. It says, even before he took his birth, the Lord propagated the chanting of his holy name. Streams of people went for their bath in the Ganga at the time of the eclipse, and all along the way, they chanted the Lord's name. Some, whom from their birth never once uttered the Lord's name, now chanted that name on their way to the Ganga. The sound of chanting emanated from every direction, and the Supreme Lord, the best of the Brahmins, smiled to himself as he made his appearance. Sri Jagannath Mishra and Srimati Shakti Devi glanced at their child's beautiful face and were overcome with unbounded joy. And by the way, I'm reading from this book, but electronically. Overwhelmed, the ladies stood around the child, not knowing what to do. Excitedly, they ululated in jubilation. Hey, Leo. Srimati Sachi Devi's father, Sri Nilambar Chakravarti, found esoteric and wonderful signs in every house of the child's astrological chart, which we were so fortunate that Bhudhara just showed us. Sri Chakravarti was astounded by the baby's beauty and saw all divine symbols upon his person. He said, a much accepted prophecy in Bengal is that, someday, sorry, I lost my chart. A much accepted prophecy in Bengal is that someday a king will be born in Bengal as a Brahmin son. Only the future will prove whether this is the actual child. Anyway, this was it's a really lovely chapter. I don't want to cut into Rasikananda's time, and Leo is being a bit stressed out. But at any rate, just encourage everyone, if you have this wonderful book, Chaitanya Bhagavat, to read it. It's such a beautiful account of Mahaprabhu's time on the planet by Srila Vrindavan Das Thakur. And he also was writing around the same time as Sri Krishnadas Kaviraj did Chaitanya Charitamrita. And he changed the name of his book from Sri Chaitanya Mangal to Sri Chaitanya Bhagavat because someone else wrote Sri Chaitanya Mangal. So many auspicious things. Let me see if Rasikananda Prabhu is actually here. And I don't see you yet, Prabhu. So if you are not here, maybe I'll read a little further. Okay, I don't see him yet, but Yugal Kishore, if you are there, if you can let me know if he's here or if he needs more time. Oh, I don't know. Oh, there you are. Haribol. Dandava pranams. Rasikananda Prabhu. Let me briefly introduce you. Well, first of all, some of you may know him as his previous name of Rasik Mohan. He was born a devotee, very fortunate in this way, and grew up in the family of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Let's see, he just recently took sannyas, which is really exciting in 2022. Before that, he had met devotees, really met Srila Gurudev in 1996, I believe. So Rasik Mohan, I don't want to cut into your time any more than I have. And you have 30 minutes, Prabhu. And if you'd like me to cue you, let me know if you need a timekeeper. Oh, wait, can you turn your mic up a little? Let's see.
Can you hear me all right now?
Yes, that's better. Dandavat pranams. So nice to see you here, Rasik Mohan. Okay.
Jnanatimidandasya jnananjana shalakaya chakshurunmilitam jena tasmai Shri Guruve namah. Guruve Gaura Chandraya Radhikaya tadalaye Krishnaya Krishna bhaktaya tadbhaktaya namo namaha. Hey Shri Guru Jnanadha Dheena Bhando Swananda Dhata Karunaika Sindho Vrindavanasina Hitavatara Prasiddha Radha Pranaya Prachar Bandeham Shri Guru Varam Shri Rupanuga Pravaram Brajarasa Rasikam Chanarayanam Tang Prapanam Shri Guru Charanang Vande Ramana Pristaya Bhutale Rupanuga Bhaktiram Chakripa Murti Narayanam Seva Kunje Brajeram Ye Govardhane Giro Sada Radha Kunde Rasanande Tattat Seva Pradhayakam Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Nitinamane Namo Mahavadanyaya Krishna Prema Pradhayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gauratushe Namah Yata Yata Gaura Padara Vinde Vindheta Bhaktim Sita Punya Rashi Tata Tatat Sarpita Hridya Kasmat Radha Padhamboja Sudhambo Rasihi Tavaivasmi Najivami Taya Vina Divigyaya Devi Tvam Nayamam Charanantike Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jai Shri Guruji Maharaj Ki Jai Shri Prabhupada Ki Jai Samagata Gaura Parampara Ki Jai Nitai Gaur Manini Jai Dandavat Pranams. Dear devotees, dear friends, Hare Krishna, everyone here, everyone watching around the world. So honored to be present here with you all. Dhanavad Prabhu, Raghava Prabhu, Gaur Sundar Prabhu, up there, Jiva Pavana Prabhu, so many other nice devotees. Hari Hari Bo. So wonderful to see you, Bhudhara Prabhuji. So, cutting to the chase. Jai, oh Mahabuddhi Prabhuji here. Dhanavad Pranams, Hare Krishna. So we're hearing so much wonderful Gaur Katha about the glories of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Dhanavad Pranams. We've had a wonderful weekend of glorifications. I was muted. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes, yes.
So we've had a wonderful week at our ashram of glorifications of Mahaprabhu. I've also been traveling recently, so I've been kind of trying to search out how to best serve. And I want to perhaps use that as a theme for this talk, because
Well, you just muted out.
yeah, I'm not muting myself. It says the host is muting me. Okay, well,
let me check on that because I'm supposed to be the host. I don't know who else.
Said the host muted me. That's okay. It's probably necessary.
Weird.
At least somebody can mute me. No one else has been successful but the host so far. Okay, so we keep going. We'll try. All right, I'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, even when I'm hosted in a program, you know, they don't have an effective mute button. So at least here, that's something good about Zoom. Okay, so not wasting time from the devotees. There's so many glorifications of Mahaprabhu. Last night we had a really nice program in New York City, and we've done 3-4 programs back to back, 2 programs at a time in our ashram. But in my old age, I'm becoming a bit of a pragmatist. I say old age because I've lived in temple life for 18 years now. Since 2005, I've been living in our temples in India. And just since 2020, I'm serving in the United States. But I do feel like I've got a lot of rubber on the road, you could say. 18 years is a long time in anyone's life, but 18 years trying my earnest best to understand how to serve our Srila Gurudev's mission as he requested. He asked me since I was 10 years old. So I'm really trying to figure out how best to serve him and understand his connection to the mission of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So I'm just going to share some of my reflections on that, and hopefully that can have some, not relevance. I'm not trying to see, part of my understanding of how to serve Mahaprabhu is I'm here with my seniors. I have a lot of miles on the road, but nothing compared to a lot of my seniors here in terms of their service. Gaur Sundar Prabhu, Mahabuddhi Prabhu, Bhudhara Prabhu, Raghav Pandit Prabhu, Yasodanandan Prabhu, and there are so many Maharajas will be speaking. So this is my meditation today, is how can we please Mahaprabhu on his Avirbhav, on his appearance day? To serve, first of all, service means to please. A lot of people don't know that perhaps about service, but the difference between work, karma, and service is it's based on love. So really, as a thesis for this talk, because I'm always speaking and there's always different topics, but really in half an hour we can't cover Gaur Katha. And so many Vaishnavas are presenting so many things about Gaur's pastimes, and I've been speaking on this about 10 classes now in the last 5 days. So I like to speak about whatever, is inspired in our heart in this time. So really the question is how to please Mahaprabhu on his appearance day. How can we please Mahaprabhu on his appearance day? And first we have to know that to please means we may endeavor to please him, but what is pleasing to him? We should endeavor to understand that. So Mahaprabhu is appearing today, but another thing to understand is that Mahaprabhu never disappears. There's no Tirobhav festival for Mahaprabhu, right? We have no disappearance day for Mahaprabhu. So we don't have to wait, oh, like if we're Christians, we're waiting for Christ to come back. But Prabhupada said, we're the real Christians. That means God is in your heart, he never left. So Mahaprabhu never left. So that's why I'm trying to think, okay, Mahaprabhu is present now. So how do we please him? One thing that's really been a strong feeling for me since living many years in India in the temples is that there's a big difference between having a faith and living a faith. There's a big difference between believing in something and acting upon your belief in something with real faith in it. And so this has been a big point for me. How can we have faith in our faith and live in that faith and serve with that faith? So for me, I try to do that in my life. So if there's a philosophical principle in our scriptures, I try to live as if it's real. So first of all, the first principle I'm living by is that Mahaprabhu is here now. Mahaprabhu is not a Didi we worship, he is Mahaprabhu. And then he has his Didi form. So for anyone who has Gaura Nitai on their altar, this is one of the appearance places of Mahaprabhu. Right? Another thing we've been talking about is that God is always present everywhere. This is Sastra, the scripture. Everywhere, God is present. The pure devotee sees him everywhere. The pure devotee can see the Lord everywhere. Prahlad Maharaj said, you're inside, outside. We say God is in your heart, and then God is in everyone else's heart, and he's everywhere, Paramatma. But presence and appearance is different. What does it mean, appearance? Then I have to appear. So that's why we take initiation. Our initiation is our appearance day. Our spiritual birthday. So for example, the sun is always rising. But if we're hiding in a dark cave, we don't see the sun. So the sun doesn't appear to us. So God is everywhere. But he appears to us when we accept his presence in our life. So this is another point. A few things is to understand how to please Mahaprabhu. We have to understand who is Mahaprabhu. What are his features? Mahaprabhu is Pancha Tattva. Sorry if I'm speaking loud, but I know my mic's a little far away and no one minds. I'm a bit of a Bible thumper now. Okay, so where is Mahaprabhu? Mahaprabhu is in the Didi. Mahaprabhu is in the Didi. Is that his only place? Mahaprabhu is in the Mahamantra. That is his appearance place. So last night we had a program, 40-50 new people. I said, 6 minutes to save your life means 1 round of japa. And if you can't do 1 round of japa, then you do 1 Mahamantra. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. 8 seconds to save your life. And if you don't have 8 seconds, then we say 1 second to save your life, Hare Krishna. Then Mahaprabhu is appearing. Nama Chintamani Krishna's Chaitanya Rasa Vigraha. This Mahaprabhu, he is the Mahamantra. He is Radha Krishna. And in this age, to please Mahaprabhu, you understand Radha Krishna Pranamod. You have to understand Radha Krishna are my life and soul. But Radha Krishna and Mahaprabhu are not different. So to actually become to the stage where Radha Krishna are your life and soul, not just by lip service, but by reality, then you take shelter of Mahaprabhu. Right? We were talking about this at the ashram. People like to sing Radhe, 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 Radhe. And then after we're finished, tired singing Radhe, Radhe, we think, oh, you are my lover, you'll be my lover, or I'll take this, or I'll take that. So to chant Radhe, Radhe, and to our heart to automatically chant Radhe, Radhe, we must take shelter of Mahaprabhu. How do we take shelter of Mahaprabhu? How to please Mahaprabhu? Jadi pranaya rakite ghorange rasane. Shota harirasar katha thake janamane. If you want to please Mahaprabhu, oh, vairagya hoy. What is the path that Mahaprabhu walked? He said, always remember Chota Haridas. Don't be bogus sannyasi. So, okay, now I have something I know what to do. If I do this, I can start trying to please Mahaprabhu. This is my program. How to please Mahaprabhu, because Mahaprabhu is not gone 15th century. Mahaprabhu is today, 2023, Goura Purnima, Mahaprabhu's appearance day. And every day is Mahaprabhu's appearance day, because anytime we chant Mahamantra, Mahaprabhu is there. So this is one way to please Mahaprabhu, not be bogus rascal. I can try. I don't know if I'll succeed. But try not to be a bogus rascal. Good start. Why? The world is full of cheaters. And they say those who can't do, they teach. And then they cheat. So Bhagavatam 2nd verse says, Dharma projita kaitavotra paramo. Our acharyas are not teachers. They are practitioners. First, then we can please Mahaprabhu. Achinotiye shastrartam achare stapayatyapi swayam acharati yasmad acharyas tena kirtita. Our Guru Varga, they practice. So then we can please Mahaprabhu. It's very difficult. Sanatana Goswami, he was wearing a nice blanket, and Mahaprabhu looked, oh, why are you wearing a nice blanket? You should wear a simple blanket. So Gurudev didn't like. I know I heard one story of one sannyasi from another organization. They didn't want to take sannyas from their sannyasi leader because that sannyasi leader had a gold palace and so much opulence. Said, I can't take from there. So this is, I'm telling you, I'm speaking a little bit, perhaps in a selfish way, because I'm thinking about myself, and to be humble means to think of others. But I grew up fearing sannyasis. I can say that honestly. Because it's very easy to cheat, and it's very easy to teach. It's hard to live and to walk the path. And the people are sick and tired of being cheated. So I'm trying to please Mahaprabhu, first of all, by, okay, Gurudev has given me this way of life. I remember as a young boy, I wrote stories against bogus sannyasis. And I was always thinking, oh God, what if I hope I don't ever become sannyasi. But this wasn't my life path I chose. I accepted Gurudev's instruction. He said, be a brahmachari, serve my mission. So I lived and I served that 18 years in his temple. Now I'm taking sannyas. But I'm trying my best to serve Mahaprabhu, to please Mahaprabhu first. Let's not be bogus rascals. That's a good starting point. But that's not productive. That's only not counterproductive. So how to please Mahaprabhu in the present tense? Something we can all do. One thing we can do is we can show up together as a Sangha. So I think this program is pleasing to Mahaprabhu. So I give my pranam to all the organizers, all the participants. Gurudev would say we should offer pranam to the place. So I'm offering pranam to Zoom. Another pranam Zoom. Bhaktisiddhanta Prabhupada said we should use whatever technological advancements are there for the propagation of Krishna consciousness. So Dandavat pranams. But these tools are useless without the people who properly use them. So Dandavat pranams to Yasodanandan Prabhu and to all the devotees helping organizing, to you Mataji, so lovingly inviting and kindly introducing, and to the senior Vaishnavas present, also here to Ramananda Prabhu, to Raga Prabhu, Bhudhara Prabhu, Mahabuddhi Prabhu. We should do sadhu sangha. This is pleasing to Mahaprabhu. So Mahaprabhu today is thinking, is anyone doing anything for me? But it's not for him, it's for us. This is another thing to understand. All right, I have 12 minutes. Let's make them count. Sadhu sangha is pleasing to Mahaprabhu. Before Gurudev left, Gurudev said, my program should continue. So I've been meditating on that a lot. And I've been talking about that at our ashram a lot. We've been talking about endurance. What does it mean to endure all trials and tribulations? Tatenu kampam sushimik shamano. To endure and to continue to serve. So we all can see problems here, problems there, problems everywhere. But Gurudev said, our Gurudev was a lion. He said, don't deal with mice-like problems. Take on the elephant-like problems. Mice-like problems is, oh, today I don't feel like chanting Harinam. That's a mouse. Chant Harinam anyway. Imagine if kids, if their parents, they said, oh, I don't feel like going to school today. I don't feel like going this whole year. Okay, don't worry, don't go to school for a year. Just because you don't feel like doing it doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. So Gurudev would say, chant Harinam. And he would glorify preachers in ISKCON and devotees. He would say, oh, for 30 years they've been chanting without any taste. It's amazing. They have so much nishta, so much faith in Prabhupada, that for 30 years they're chanting with no taste. This is so pleasing to Mahaprabhu. So if we want to please Mahaprabhu, we chant Harinam. Taste or no taste. Right? And we come together and we do sadhu sangha. Sorry, this is not a very philosophical class, but I'm all out of philosophy. I've been speaking philosophy for 8 classes and speaking pastimes for 8 classes. But this is what I'm telling myself. We should do sadhu sangha. We should hear Harikatha. So this is another thing. If you want to please Mahaprabhu, Mahaprabhu said, okay, you're chanting without taste. But one day you should taste the taste. If you're chanting without taste, it means you're not tasting the taste. What is the taste? Chaitanya lila mrita pura, Krishna lila sukar pura, duhe mili hoy sumadurya. Krishna lila and Gaura lila is so sweet. So if you don't relish Harikatha, then how can you develop taste in Nam? Therefore, the first limb of Navada Bhakti is Shravanam, to hear. So to please Mahaprabhu, we hear Harikatha. We hear Harikatha. And we come together despite differences. That's why this one Chaitanya family initiative is so vital. Because another way to please Mahaprabhu is not to serve Kali Maharaj. And Kali Maharaj separates us because your way is different than this person's way, and my way is different from that person's way, and all these different ways exist. But what is our way? Chaita dharpana marjanam, tad nama sankirtanat, nam nam akari bahuda, trinadapi sunichana, nadanam najanam. If we can agree on that, then the rest of the details, we can agree to disagree without killing each other. Because no one's ever going to agree on everything. But let's agree on Shikshastakam. This will please Mahaprabhu. If all Vaishnavas in the one Chaitanya family could say, I agree with Shikshastakam. Your purport may be different from that Vaishnava's purport or that Vaishnava's purport, but we don't have any argument with Trinadapi Sunichana Tororva Sahishna Manina Manine Kirtane Sadahari. We have no argument with that. So therefore, we should agree on the fundamentals, and in a big family, and a big tree, and a big society, a worldwide mission, then there's room for disagreement on certain details. I may be wrong, another person may be wrong, but Mahaprabhu is not wrong. Therefore, Mahaprabhu kept it simple. Chaitanya Charitamrita. Now, one thing I would like to say is, as I've learned from our Guru Varga, we should have primary faith and dedication in our primary scripture. That is Srimad Bhagavatam, Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, and Sri Bhagavad Gita. Then the Goswami literature, right? Then our Guru Vargas. So what is the Bhagavatam version? What is the Gita version? What is the Chaitanya Charitamrita? We follow that. So if we can agree on Brajendra Nandan Sham Sundar Krishna, right? So this would, I don't want to go long on this topic, but I would say Mahaprabhu will be happy if we don't kill each other. Right? Okay. But there's six kinds of Vaishnava Aparad. In this world, people are pretty cowardly, so they don't actually kill each other. They just try to kill each other with their words. And most of the time, you don't have the courage to say it to someone's face. So you say it to 100 faces behind their back. But this is still Vaishnava aparad. But criticism, aparad is a long, detailed subject. I'm not generalizing anything, right? To do it with malice, to do it with hatred, and also ourselves. What did Christ say? Christ said, right? We turn the other cheek, and also we don't throw stones without being sinless. So that's its own topic. But I want to focus on this point today. This is something that gives me, some passion. What will really please Mahaprabhu is that this world is burning fire full of people suffering. Bhaktisiddhanta Prabhupada said it takes hundreds of gallons of blood to save one suffering jiva. And so our Guru Varga has shed thousands and thousands and thousands of gallons of blood for me to be here today. Through our parampara. Each acharya is holding the tradition, holding that tradition alive. And therefore, our humble effort is to also give help to those most in need. So this is something I've been thinking about myself personally. What's easy to do is, we do these sanghas and we do programs with devotees. And this is very nourishing for our bhakti. Krishna says in Gita, Bodhayanta Parasparam, we should discuss katha with each other, but we should also share with those who are suffering the most. Therefore, Mahaprabhu's movement is magnanimous, odharya, expanding the mercy. But the beauty of Mahaprabhu is that he's not just getting rid of suffering. Buddha did that. Lord Buddha came teaching nonviolence and trying to get rid of suffering, but it didn't work. It was just a platform. So what Mahaprabhu is doing is he's giving the highest possible attainment. So what to speak of just getting rid of suffering? What Gurudev gave? That is, Gurudev said, I have not come just to clear the jungles, because the jungle always grows back. Okay? The jungle always grows back. So Gurudev came and he gave the temple, the palace, the jungle is cleared. What is the palace of the Bhagavatam? What is the top floor? What is the temple in the top floor? That is Seva Kunj. So Gurudev said, you want to be free of suffering? Go to the suffering jivas and introduce them to Seva Kunj. So that's what we're trying to do. When there's a forest fire, not all of the resources of the fire department should be put in watering the people who are already not burning. What do I mean? When Swami Prabhupada preached, he said, I need help. He asked his Gaudiya Math brothers, please send me resources. We're at the front line of the battle. But the urgency of that need wasn't felt by everyone. Our Gurudev helped. Some others helped. We're not discussing this point. The point is that Prabhupada said there's a fire, and let's put out the fire, or at least one person on fire. So that is also our mission. Gurudev came to the West, and he gave everyone Braja Bhakti, Radha Dasyam, this goal. Without Gurudev, we should understand the real message of Mahaprabhu would have been lost, or could have been lost. Because Mahaprabhu didn't only chant Harinam. Shikshastakam includes Ashlishavapadaratangpanastumam. This is the mood of the Braja Gopis. Shunyayatam Jagat Sarvam. This is the mood of the Gopis. And he instructed Rup Goswami to establish the mood of the Gopis. He established Sanatan Goswami, Jeev Goswami, all the Goswamis, Krishna's Kaviraj Goswami. Read Chaitanya Charitamrita, really. And then you see the message of Mahaprabhu is to understand Braja Bhakti, the mood of Sakya, Vatsalya, but most Madhurya, and within Madhurya, Radha Dasyam. So this is how we help those who are suffering, not only saying, oh, you are suffering, let me give a band-aid. Let me give you self-help, which is very popular now. I'm a Hare Krishna self-help artist. And if it helps, good. But there's no solution to our material problem except for pure bhakti. We're always going to fight with our family or someone else This is something we were joking about yesterday. It's Kali Yuga. If we're not fighting, something's wrong. Something's not normal. So what do? We don't be in Kali Yuga. Dhanya Kali Jugera Chaitanya Avatar. We're in Dhanya Kali. That means we try not to break the 4 regulative principles. We try to chant Harinam. Then this is Mahaprabhu's force field bubble. And then we don't have to fight. But otherwise we'll fight. Asat Sangha, then we'll fight. All these other things. So we'll try to follow Mahaprabhu. I know I only have 1 minute or so left. But I'm sorry, this is just random ramblings. But how to please Mahaprabhu? I don't know Mahaprabhu without Gurudev. So I want to conclude with that. To please Mahaprabhu, we have to please Gurudev. And Gurudev also didn't disappear. He has his Tirobhav, but he has his Avirbhav also. And every year we're celebrating his Avirbhav. Every year we're celebrating his Vyas Puja. We're not idolaters that worship dead statues. If Gurudev's Murti is a dead statue to you, then this is something Vaishnavas always told me. If you don't serve Thakurji with love, why serve them? Because it means you don't believe they're real. So serve them like they're real. Gurudev is real. You can pray. Gurudev is in his Vani. So one thing is Mahaprabhu also appears as Guru. Vande Guru Nisha Bhaktan. And Mahaprabhu appears as the devotees. So we honor Gurudev and we please Gurudev, then Mahaprabhu is pleased with us. Otherwise it says you're independent trying to come to me. How are you connected to my family without Gurudev? So Param Gurudev would cry at Prabhupada's Samadhi and not be able to say his name. He would say, Prabhu, Prabhu. He couldn't complete his name because he had so much love for his Prabhupada. He said, Prabhupada is the one who pulled me out of Maya. So this is my personal meditation. Also, we should love and serve our spiritual family. And we should appreciate each other, warts and all, right? If someone who really loves you as you are. And someone who pretends to love you tells you, oh, one day I'll love you when you'll be good. But I like to hear this from people. Krishna loves you so much. He loves us as we are. And he loves us so much. He helps us become who we're meant to be. So we follow Srila Gurudev. There's so much philosophy. But a lot of the philosophy in the Katha focuses on the past. But my focus is today. On Gurudev's Vyas Puja, we had this class. We said, I'll stop very quickly, I promise. Gurudev is not past tense. We're always talking about Gurudev did this, Gurudev did that, Prabhupada did this, Mahaprabhu did that, Nityananda did that, Krishna did that. Rear, view, mirror. But I was just reading this morning, Srila Prabhupada said, I'm always traveling. I'm always preaching. So right now, Gurudev is preaching. Prabhupada is preaching, Mahaprabhu and Nityananda, and they're performing their Leela. Right? Eternal present. So this is our meditation. To really please Gurudev, to really please Mahaprabhu, to really please Srila Prabhupada, we should be present with them. We should be present with them. Then how can we also serve? Then if you really want to please them, Siddha Rupena Chatrahi, Tad Bhava Lipsuna Karya, Braja Lok Anusharata, follow the Brajabasis. Many times I saw people talk to Gurudev about preaching. He said, you'll never preach in your life because you're not practicing. So you want to preach, then we practice. Hare Krishna, we practice, then we ask someone else. So, but really, there's so many people out there who are dying to meet Srila Gurudev. There's so many people who are dying to meet Srila Gurudev. Let's introduce them to Srila Gurudev. That's our mission. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Sorry for shouting.
No, no, Maharaj, I mean, you actually did give me a little bit of that preacher vibe, but it's really beautiful, because you opened up talking about that we have to have endurance, and it immediately made me think of that Bible verse from, I think Paul, run this race with perseverance. And the race is really a marathon. I call it a radical quest. It's a full-on it's not a 100-yard dash by any means. And also just reminding us that we are in Gaura Leela right now, that this is true, that these aren't just images or statues or idols, they are actual appearance places of the Supreme Lord in this most sublime, amazing form. So much in your message. I can feel it. I can feel the passion. And I also really appreciated what you were sharing about bona fide guru, because I think all of us in some life and some time have had an experience of maybe false guru. I know that before I became Krishna conscious, I remember in college, I took a world religion class and I wrote a paper about how bogus gurus are, But you meet these acharyas from this line, and it's part of why it's so astonishing and also delightful in this day and age of Kali Yuga to meet these elevated saints with such integrity to how they're living, like Srila Prabhupada, Srila Gurudev, my Guru Maharaj, all of the really the ones that we have in this disciplic succession are exemplary. And thank you so much. Thank you for being on the platform. Hari Bol, Hari Bol. And
I'm Indian now, so I'm sorry. I'm just trying to bring some spice.
Yeah, it's great. I was just thinking, no matter where the Harikatha is coming from, we're all in Raj, we're all in Navadvip, this week, and so by mind at least, and certainly by heart if we can't be there physically. So thank you so much, Rasikananda Maharaj. I'm gonna have to get used to that, so forgive me if I don't honor your sacred name, but
we'll be hearing from next.
Jai. So we're now going to go to another beautiful Prabhuji, Sriman Mahabuddhi Prabhu, and I believe that, let me see if I can get you to unmute. Sorry, I have different monitors going, so I have to get to
I should be on mute now.
Yes, there you are. It's so good to see you, Mahabuddhi. Hopefully you are feeling very well today. Mahabuddhi Prabhu is a longtime devotee. It was one of Srila Prabhupada's guards, actually, and has been involved with the movement since, I don't know, I think 1974, you met Srila Gurudev. Did you meet Srila Prabhupada in 1969? Is that
the
case? Wow, amazing. I'm so fortunate to have your association, Mahabuddhi. He also has been guiding classes to help many of us begin to venture into the deep waters of these sacred and Rasik scriptures. I've been fortunate to be in a study group with Mahabuddhi for a few years now, and it's changed my life. And I'm very honored that you're on our platform, Mahabuddhi. You'll have 30 minutes as well. So I will start you now. Please, the stage is yours.
Please let me know when I get too far into it, or it's when I'm close to ending or something, please. Me first off,
okay, do you want me to do like a 10 minutes or 5 minutes?
Yeah, just whatever. Throw a rag at me or something, whatever.
Okay, Mahabuddhi. Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna. Om Agnya Timirandasya Gyananjana Salakaye Chaksur Militam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vanchako Pratubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Bievacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namaha. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasri Gaura Bhaktavinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Te sam satati yuktanam, bhajatam pritipurvakam, dadami buddhi yogam tam, yena mamupayanti te. I may first offer my most humble dandavat pranams, obeisances unto the lotus feet of my divine spiritual master, His Divine Grace, Abhay Charnadavinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. And next, let me offer my same prostrated Dandavat pranams unto my Shiksha Guru, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj. Let me offer my most humble respectful obeisances unto all the Rupanuga Gaudiya Varga, who so kindly has given us their words and given us their bhavas, and have sent the messengers as messengers coming down from Srimati Radhika to help us fallen conditioned souls. We offer our respectful obeisances unto Srimati Yogamaya Purnamasi and pray that all of our misconceptions and illusions be removed, so somehow we can glorify purely our Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and our members of our Guru Varga. And I offer all my respectful obeisances unto all our sannyasis and all our Vaishnavis and Vaishnavas, and to my friends and godbrothers and Rasikanandan, Bhudhara, and so many other devotees and Matajis that have been so kind to me in my sojourn in this devotional platform of life. So I'm very fortunate. Rasikanandan Maharaj was, like giving a preview, which I was feeling. So I was very fortunate that he was speaking some of the things he said, because I wanted to really just read something first, a glorification from my heart. I very much like Prabodhananda Saraswati and his eruption of volcano of bhakti coming without any organizational platform. It's coming up. Anyone who's read Radharasa Sudhinidhi or Chaitanya Chandamrita, any of these will know his eruption, very dear. Also Tungavidi, he was Tungavidi Saki. So I wanted just to read that. But in listening to today's and this week's parikram, I was thinking, actually, everyone is so, I'm certainly not the person to give tattva. I mean, after hearing Mukunda's and Gaura Sundar's speaking today in that platform, we were all very fortunate to speak of the week we've heard with Tridani Maharaj and Ashram Maharaj and Naimi Maharaj and Brajanath and so many of the ladies. Some of the ladies outspoke all the men even. So what came to my mind, we're living now in Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's pastimes. And this was nicely spoken by Rasikananda. Everyone is going back and telling the stories that took place in the past, that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's glories and our philosophy. But I've never met Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Yesterday, we had the fortune of bathing Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, invited to ISKCON on the altar and bathed him with their sannyasigan. But even though it's bathing, I'm thinking and offering prayers, who we've not, and of course the Didi is Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and by his mercy, we're getting service to the Achar Vigrahara. But have we spoken directly? Have we seen that great beauty of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, whose hands raised, tears flowing to the ground, making it like mud, who's some can't even speak, can't even get hey Krishna out, that trembling, his body's trembling, and his hair standing. We have not seen. So, but who have we seen? In this platform, somehow or other, either by our past sukriti, most of us have all performed devotional service in our past lives to come to the platform of being able to have service, to being able to take diksha or have association with the pure devotees. In Mahabharata, Yudhisthira Maharaj was saying 1 16th second association of pure devotees, the most rarest thing in this world. So somehow or other, by whatever good fortune that we've had the opportunity for coming in this line through Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, through Rupa Goswami, down through Bhaktivinoda Thakur, and through Bhakti Siddhanta and the lion heart of Bhakti Siddhanta and Bhakti Pragyan Keshava, to the lion heart of Srila Prabhupada, to the lion heart of Srila Gurudev. So service, we have seen who has rendered better service than Rupa Goswami, but who has rendered more service all over the world than Srila Prabhupada, and who made a platform to which so many devotees in this world has all come. And who on top of that, what Srila Prabhupada did, who is given the topmost platform, as quoting Gaura Sundar from a year ago, has given the roof, has given the highest pinnacle of devotional service, this Parakya Ras, this Radha Dasyam, which is the desire of what Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came, but Srila Gurudev. So I have not seen Lord Gauranga Mahaprabhu, but I have seen Srila Prabhupada, and I've had the opportunity of serving Srila Prabhupada, and I have seen Srila Gurudev, and I've had the opportunity of serving Gurudev. So for me, we have signed on the dotted line. We have signed our service to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's platform, knowingly or unknowingly, ignorant or fully knowledgeable, somehow or other, by the mercy of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, we've been picked up from our sojourn in this material world of birth and death and craziness and suffering, and being able to put as a lotus atom at the lotus feet of our spiritual masters. And they are serving Krishna. They are serving Lord Gauranga. Otherwise, where have we ever hear, as we heard from Bhagavati Kanti in South India, where Lord Chaitanya has spent so much time, hardly anyone knows Lord Chaitanya. So here we are in the United States, some thousands upon thousands of miles from India, from Gaur Bhumi, from Vrindavan, from Braj, but somehow by the mercy of the devotee is that this has been made available to us. So how can we understand the fathomless mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? Because it's standing in front of us. And not only that did we get a chance to serve them, but anyone who has listened to this platforms this whole week and today, who can see, oh, how much mercy, how much of the hearts are being spread into the different devotees. Gurudev told me, for someone like me, he gave me no management experience. I've been managing for 50 years. He gave me no management. You simply have to read the Rasa Tattva. I said, I'm not qualified. Anyway, lucky I could get through the Bhagavad Gita. Not that I can't read it, but I'm not so much interested. You know, all of us have different, and when I say interest, all of us have different qualities. And that's the wonderful part about it. We have different qualities. But at the same time, these qualities are to be used in the service of Krishna, in service of Gauranga Mahaprabhu. So who is more beautiful? Who is the most munificent of all of the incarnations, of all the forms of Sri Krishna? Is that Lord Gauranga. And it was said very nicely today, how Mukunda explained, how the stolen form of Radhika, it gained into Krishna, has got it and it formed this Gauranga. So, but the point I'm trying to make is, Gurudev said to collect these bhavs. He told me, you have to read these literatures, you have to study them. And I was feeling unqualified, and still, I mean, realistically unqualified, and still unqualified. But he said, Rupa Goswami will personally help you to study them. And then I could not see anything. But I did see one thing. He told us to collect these bhavs. And if we're honest with ourselves, if we actually see that these bhavs, these moods of love, these are distributed, not in any one person who is, I am the Acharya. They're distributed to the hearts of all his devotees, of all of his followers, and listening to these different glorifications, to the different effects that it had into the heart. How can one not be moved that, oh, there's Srila Gurudev, oh, there's Srila Prabhupada. So I'm hearing these things. I'm saying, oh, we're very fortunate. He's implanted in all these hearts a little bit of that love that he had for everyone according to that person's capacity. He's installed it in the heart. And we're so fortunate by the arrangement of the Bhakti Zoom coordinators. We're so fortunate, like others have already said, that of bringing all these people together by the mercy at this time, right now, in the most craziest age in Kali Yuga, where the most demoniac forces are spreading all over, where everyone is being cheated. And no one knows, as Rasik said, there hardly knows they're suffering, how to get out of suffering. So the gem is held within the hand of a devotee, because why? That truth is there as given into their heart. So I look and I can hear, oh, Gurudev is speaking there. Prabhupada is speaking here. In the different devotees, that love that's manifested in their hearts, oh, they're coming out in their kata. They're coming out in their dedication, even after so many years, that they're still trying, they're still doing this. What wonder? This is Mahaprabhu now, not in the past. Mahaprabhu expanded himself to the hearts and through the mission of his followers, through his dear Radharani's, dear Manjaris. And he's empowered them. And Lord Nityananda and Radhika's empowered them. And somehow or other, we're tiny little servants, attempting to be servants at their lotus feet, to do something that may benefit them, something to please them, as Rasikananda Maharaj had just said. So I'm feeling I can't help but see that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is here. Why? Because through the hearts of our Guru Varga, they're spread into each and every one of the devotees. And according to their desire to serve, their desire to love, that love is being reflected in their speech, in their hearts, in their actions, in their very demeanor. So not that everyone is going to be a Tattvajnani or a Tattvana. There are so many different types. And the good thing about this, just like at the time, Lord Krishna, we know even Lord Krishna vanquished his own family members, and people, unconceivable that Krishna is doing something, and he's doing seemingly contradictory activities against one of that. At the same time, he's accomplishing many feats. Inconceivable for devotee, inconceivable for kanistas, inconceivable for the general paths. But this is also inconceivable that somehow in Kali Yuga, in the midst of the most mechanical, atheistic age, that this devotional service is spreading wildly, even with fault. There may not be all pure, but there's purity still there. And through these methodology of, as spoken earlier, like the internet, I think, we're able to reach these hearts. So, but how can one not be thankful? How can one not feel obligated that we've re-upped through Srila Prabhupada, and we've done our tour. Now we've re-upped through Srila Gurudev and done our tour. And now, like for those old folks like me, that we're now moving into another stage probably within our lives. So what does that mean? It means that the time has come for us to be serious. So it's not by chance they didn't pick one acharya. It's not by chance that, you know, we don't, Lord Chaitanya mercy was unfathomable. And if they were qualified or unqualified, it didn't make any difference. He did not, whomever he came with, he would just raise his hands up in the air and chant. If he could chant Hare Krishna. Sometimes he couldn't even chant. Just seeing them, those would become devotees. And the devotees that saw those devotees would become devotees. This is the mercy of Lord Chaitanya, unfathomable. So somehow or other, this mercy has also come to all of us. That we're here in this platform, here begging for the shelter, that in this Raganuga Praviti, this practicing of devotional service, that somehow we're begging for some opportunity, some greed, some mercy, some kripa, some particle of mercy from our Guru Varga to fall upon our heads, that we can somehow be useful in the service of our lordships and under the guidance of the Manjaris and their service to Srimati Radhika. And also who? Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. But through who? Through the practical service of our gurus. So like we said, we have not seen Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu face to face, but we've seen his murti, but we have seen his representatives. And his representatives in pure heart. We are fortunate that somehow we've got to hear many lectures, many walks, many opportunities for service, many instructions given to us that I was hearing yesterday, I think it was, where Shamarani was saying, Shri Gurudev, so you have, after 3 lives, you will come back. I think he said to me 5, maybe 7. So maybe, I don't know if it's 500 or 700, but somehow or other, birth after birth, time after time, service after service, however, whatever the qualifications or lack of qualifications, we want to have that association that somehow or other we maybe get able to get the service and the mercy of our Guru Varga. So how much time do I have? I can't hear you. You're on mute.
You still have 12 minutes, Mahabuddhi.
Okay, so rather than, I want to move off of my extrapolating, spontaneous, lack of preparation, present, and read from the Chaitanya Chandamrita by Prabodhananda Saraswati. As I think here, I can resonate with his heart feelings, and hopefully I'll be able to read some of these, I'll just pick a few, maybe 15 verses or so that we can read. As long as one does not meet devotees of Chaitanya, discussions about Brahman and liberation will not seem bitter. Attachments to local and Vedic rules will not be lessened, and arguments among knowers of scriptures about various materialistic paths will continue. The person passionate with every fresh love, who has once seen the beautiful face, pained with affection, with wide lotus eyes, streaming with tears, never desires to give up the feet of Gauranga, which manifest an ocean of sweetness. Even by following Dharma, serving Vishnu, wandering to Tirthas, deliberating on the Vedas, people cannot know the purpose of the Vedas, which is difficult to achieve without serving the dear feet of Gauranga. If one churns the shoreless ocean of nectar and attains its incomparable supreme essence, that will all be bitter and horrible for those who touch the beauty of Krishna in the form of Gauranga. You may worship millions of excellent gurus. You may study millions of Vedic scriptures, but those who attain the merciful glance of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu will easily attain the secret of praying. Let there be millions of types of renunciation. Let there be millions of types of controlling the senses, controlling the mind, tolerance and friendliness. Let there be millions of contemplations on tattva. Let there be millions of types of bhakti to Vishnu. All this is not a millionth of the host of the manifesting qualities which exist in the devotees who experience bliss from the light of that dear toenail of Chaitanya Chandra. Some devotees dance and leap over oceans and mountains. Some constantly deride Indra and the Devatas. What devotees headed by Advaita, being overwhelmed with a net of strong bliss, are not successful in the dancing festival of Chaitanya? We have a few moments here. Good family is useless. Eloquence is useless. Fame is useless. Study is useless. Beauty is useless. Youth is useless. Wealth is useless. Being a dvija is useless. A faultless ashram is useless. unless Krishna appearing as Gauranga is not known in Kali Yuga. Persons of rough, argumentative minds who did not respect the Lord, who manifested rasa for the Lord, who gave extraordinary mercy while speaking with smiling face, and who gave great joyful prema while casting an affectionate glance from afar, are most wicked demons. I have been cheated. I have been cheated. I have been cheated. There is no doubt. The world has been inundated in the rasa of Gauranga, but I have not been touched by it at all. What person who made no effort has not attained the topmost human goal, now that the earth has been touched by the dust from Gauranga's lotus feet? My life is useless. My knowledge is useless. My ashram is useless, since by great misfortune, I have no taste of the relationship with Gauranga's prema. In this age of Kali, the inimical senses have become strong. The path of bhakti is obstructed by millions of thorns. Depressed, where will I go? What will I do? If you are not merciful today, O Chaitanya Chandra. Because I never saw the astonishing Lord and never tasted the bliss of his lotus feet. Because what has happened has passed. May I have the joyful association of persons whose minds were absorbed in Chaitanya's lotus feet and who even today decorate the world. Just a few more. May the moonlight of Chaitanya, which forcibly uproots the darkness of the heart throughout the whole universe, which makes the ocean of Ras with the bliss of prema overflow unlimitedly with force, which cools the universe mutilated by the three miseries, constantly illuminate our hearts. At one moment he was thin, and another moment he was fat. At one moment he wept, and another moment he smiled. At one moment he was cool, and another moment he was burning like fire. At one moment he ran, and another moment remained stunned. At one moment he chattered excessively, and in another moment was mute. May the golden body of the Lord manifest to me. My supreme goal is Lord Gauranga, who does not distinguish the qualified and the unqualified candidate, who does not see who is in his own and who is outside his circle, who does not consider who should be given mercy and who should not, who does not examine what is proper time and who is immediately gives the taste of rasa bhakti, which is rare even by hearing, seeing, offering respects, and meditation. All I know is I desire to have that association of those devotees who in their heart have strong desire for Guru Seva and a concomitant desire for the service of Gauranga Mahaprabhu and Srimati Radhika and her manjaris. Somehow or other we are unqualified. I'm even amazed they still ask me to speak. There are so many brahmanas and so many more advanced devotees on this platform that have been speaking. So I apologize for this non-Brahminical type of person, but somehow or other, by the mercy of our Gurudev and by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, my heart has also been affected and stolen by their mercy upon us. So I pray at their lotus feet and the lotus feet of Gauranga Mahaprabhu that somehow or other, life after life, whatever it takes, that they don't kick us away and give us the shelter of their lotus feet, that someday, somehow or some other, no matter how many births it may take, allow us to obtain our goal of Vairadasyam and service in their preaching room. Offer my most humble respects to my God brothers and to all the Gaudiya Vaishnavas for their constant attempt in trying to serve this mission, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Srila Gurudev, Srila Prabhupada, and our Guru Varga. And I pray somehow that the Lordship and our Guru Varga be merciful on them, that somehow they may be successful in the practice of their service, and that they also be accepted into the loving service of Srimati Radhika and Gauranga Mahaprabhu. Hare Krishna. Vanchakalpatibhyascha kripasindhubhya patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha.
Haribol, Mahabuddhi Prabhu, so beautiful you're sharing today. You actually still have a couple more minutes if you'd like to read maybe one more thing or share a little more. It's very glorious. So someone described this as like a beautiful garland being made for Mahaprabhu with each of us. I mean, I'm just a petal on the flower on that garland, but you know, there's so many beautiful devotees, and Krishna, Radhika and Krishna appreciate us all. Mahaprabhu appreciates us all. And so is there one more thing you'd like to share or read, possibly?
One of the last verses in this second to last verse in this book, Prabodhananda Saraswati says, I have not seen scriptures. I have not asked gurus. I did not deliberate with intelligent people. By my own intelligence, I speak like a child. Still, may Gaura Hari be pleased with me. And so my prayer is that we have very little power or potency to affect those suffering. But if somehow or other the Lord has mercy upon all of you, and in turn, then each one can at least communicate to one person. And as Rasikanandan was saying, if we can even in our lifetime bring some conditioned soul to the lotus feet of our Guru Varga, and they actually become engaged in the sevas, then their whole life will change. Just like what happened to all of us. We somehow came in contact with Srila Prabhupada or Srila Gurudev or Gorgovinda Maharaj or Vaman Maharaj or Bharati Maharaj or so many other Gaudiyas who's changed our lives. So I am praying that as your life has been changed, have mercy on all the devotees and non-devotees, that their lives may also become changed with the happiness of this wonderful bhakti, this wonderful Braja bhakti, and this wonderful mood of serving our Guru Varga. So I am not a very good servant nor a very good speaker, so probably best to use the time for someone else who actually has something valuable to, say to the assembled devotees. I just pray, forgive me if I've said anything illogical or too contemplative or offensive to anyone, as that's not my wish. But I'm praying for the mercy of our Guru Varga, that somehow they bestow this mercy that we may become successful in our endeavor to serve them. Hare Krishna.
Jai. And Prabhu, people are asking, can you say the name of the book you're reading from again?
Sri Chaitanya Chandamrita was Srila Prabodhananda Saraswati. Candramrta.
Jai, can you show the cover? Show the cover for devotees? Yes. Thank you so much.
Anyone who, there are many devotees in line and speakers, but Prabodhananda Saraswati, if you've ever read Radha Rasa Sudhanidhi or any of his writings, he's erupting bhakti. There's almost no rhyme and reason. Like most books, there's an organizational structure, and his from moment to moment, verse to verse, is just an eruption of bhakti. It's just an eruption of from the heart. And so Gurudev always said to me, devotional service is not from our head. Prabhupada gave me the verse, Tesam Satadiyuktanam Bhajatam Priti Purvakam Tadami Buddhi Yogam Tam Yenamam Payantite. Told me to chant this every day. Gurudev also placed his hand on my chest, same thing. He said, I have taken your heart. So our knowledge is coming through the heart, not through the brain. So we may use our brain to think of so many things, but this knowledge is transmitted through the heart. That is why other speakers have said, Gurudev and Srila Prabhupada wanted us to sit close to him. So those saffron particles, they can enter, even if we don't understand. He's speaking Hindi or some, even if we don't understand, in the presence, then these things will take place. You know, we even have animals that are hearing Harikatha and Kirtan in this life. In the next life, even not understanding anything, they will take birth as devotees. By that mercy is unfathomable. Anyway, I apologize for going over if I did. I'm sorry.
No, Mahabuddhi, thank you again. Very, very glorious Harikatha and sweet reminders. Even when you were saying that last part about animals, I remember reading, I don't know if it was in Chaitanya Bhagavata or Chaitanya Charitamrita about, there was someone who was feeding a dog. And that dog, was it Srinivas
Chaitanya
or someone
Charitamrita,
had a
yeah.
dog? Yeah,
And
yeah.
taking prasadam.
And one day, yes, tell the story if you would.
No. Another some could tell the story, but the idea is even the animals up there, the animals are also spirit soul. They're just covered, and so they may not question, they may not understand, some of the higher concepts, especially even devotees when they understand the higher concept. But the heart with them, for those who are actually pure, whomever they come across, ever goodwill, this will penetrate all living entities. We know that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he would wander through Jharkhand forests, and tigers and bears and animals were dancing. Trees were bowing down and offering. We see in Braj Lila, all these different living entities. There are covered souls in different bodies, but in coming in contact with the Supreme Lord or his servitors, their lives immediately change. Just like like what are those pinball things? When the ball hits you, immediately it spirals off into another direction. And that is all of us, living this material world, following the path of karma, following the path of birth and death and suffering, somehow have been hit in this spiral by the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, given through his servants. And our trajectory is now changed toward the spiritual path by their grace. Haribo.
Jai. And for those devotees here, Raghava Prabhu was kind enough to post the link to this book, and I will drop it into Facebook if I'm able, and hopefully even on YouTube. But now we're going to move to another beautiful devotee to offer Pushpanjali. Jaishree, you are here, I see. I saw that you weighed in on the chat. Let me ask you to unmute. And thank you again, Mahabuddhi Prabhu.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was saying thank you again. Thank you again.
Thank you for hosting, and thank you for, I apologize. I wasn't at class last night because they invited me to ISKCON to do all the program there, which was quite unusual in the first place. So I apologize.
That's
for
lovely.
Mother Krishna. Thank you, everyone.
No problem. And Haribol. Jaishree, I know that you met devotees in, I believe, 2006, if I'm not mistaken. It's so good to see you, by the way, Didi.
It's so good to see you, Manini, Radha. So many Dandava.
Yeah.
You can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you great. And, we're really fortunate that Jaishree is going to do Kirtan as well as speak. So I don't know which you'd like to do first, if you want to do Kirtan first or speak first. It's as you like. Or if you want to do a mixed talk like Radhika Manchara often does in between, I leave that to you. We're so fortunate that you are on this platform. And happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you, Radhe. Yeah, this is the most glorious opportunity to speak something and glorify dear Mahaprabhu and our Guru Vargya. So thank you for that very, very, very kind introduction. And it's very nice to see you.
Likewise. And you have 30 minutes, plus you have time for your kirtan. So
okay, I see the time, 444, very nice numbers.
Jai. I can let you know if you'd like, when your time is close, if you like, but either
Beautiful.
okay. How do you feel?
I think I'll speak a little and then sing.
Close out with Kirtan.
How it
That's
goes.
the idea.
Okay.
Fantastic. Thank
Okay,
you, dear.
Radhe. Thank you. Thank you. So Dandavat pranams, dear devotees. First of all, let me offer my Sastan Dandavat pranams to my Srila Gurudev and to all of you. Oma Gyana Timrandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Jena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Guruve Gaura Chandraya Radhikaya Tadayale Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tad Bhaktaya Namo Namaha Namo Vishnupadaya Radhikaya Priyadmane Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Narayaniti Namine Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Tinamine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nivishesha Tsunyavari Pasketa Deshatarine Jayo Jayo Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo 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 Hare Hare Jai Jai Shri Radhe. So I'm very humbled and raw and nervous as is, because, you know, speaking in this glorious Sangha is just the greatest gift. And I probably will shed tears because that might be all I'm quite useful for. But, you know, we've been hearing today from Bhudhara ji and Goura Prabhu about the key to saving the world, and that we must not forget the rarity of our identification, actually, in this time of Gaura Hari Mahaprabhu on his glorious birthday, in this, you know, day of Brahma, the 8,486,000,000, right, days of Brahma when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu advents. And I am actually looking at notes for the first time today. I think I have some of that pragmatism that's coming in that our dear Rasikanandan Maharaj and my dear Raghava Pandit Prabhu is always actually asking for, and it's important. So if you'll allow me to, I will do my best to glorify, and I hope to mirror my desire to realize my fortune so that I can follow through with my Srila Gurudev's mission. And I love how we're speaking of how the organization of all of us coming together does that, and how vital that is. And speaking of Prema Maitri, the inspiration of the heart, and that's amazing because I'm down the road from Goura Prabhu's daughter, Manini Didi, of course, who is leading at BhaktiBandhava. And these cycles are vital, and Harikatha is the remedy. So many have said so much about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, that he is Swayam Bhagavan, that he is Krishna himself, come in the form of Srimati Radharani, and himself, in order, of course, to taste their love. And I want to speak to how that plays out in this real world, because that's what's in my heart right now as a devotee, because bhakti is to try. It's a river. And as a devotee, as a aspiring bhakta, because bhakti is to try, Chaitanya is the expansion of relationship, right? Of team. He's the ultimate devotee because he's not just one, he is two. He is coming to taste all rasas, and all of these levels spiritually we are not able to totally comprehend, but perhaps we can touch upon it by talking about how he comes with his crew, how he advents with his team. And he is so powerful. We bags of bones, you know, we're out here to beam our energy and be as useful as human beings to uniquely offer something and to deal with this material energy. So Chaitanya, of course, is not human, not mere human. He is Srimati Radharani and Krishna coming together, but we are in direct relationship with them. And that's what I'm focusing on and praying to offer as my personal share. I'm not qualified, but we must try. And devotees need harikatha, right? We need that nectar. We want it. And so I'm not a scholar, but to speak on it. 2 years ago, I was on this Bhakti Zoom, and my beloved Rasanidhi, who was Kalanidhi, for those who don't know, my husband's new name is Rasanidhi Das. And we were begging for mercy, which we should never do, but we had to because we were moving or hoping to move to support BhaktiBandhava. And here we are again on Goura Purnima, and it happens to be my solar birthday. I think that the mercy and the glory of Chaitanya is that he is coming, or he came, what to speak of that fortune, so that we could speak in the language of love, so that we could practice tolerance, so that we could understand some kind of integration, even though we are humans. And that is why the middle for me is always team. It is Vaishnavas, it is Sadhu Sangha. And all the other ingredients are there. So, my Narayani is here. I think Gaur Lila is vital, right? To like understand. And most do not. And I love how everyone has spoken about showing up and going out into the world so that our mind and our bodies and whatever expansion we have is part of that understanding. It's the essential mix of Srimati Radharani and Krishna. All of Krishna's expansions, yes, come through. Ras, what to speak of it, the ingredients of the tasting, but ras as the taste, as the tasting, ras lila. They are, this is so high, but them meeting in the moods of love, they're always coming with their Vrajavasis, right? Krishna is always expanding in all times and places and circumstances. And to have that psychic understanding, if any, of Mahaprabhu coming now, this is what Gaur Lila is on earth. This is my humble understanding. And because Srimati Radharani is the binding, all that mystery, and they separate. And here's why I'm saying it, because why we're so sad, you know, why we cry. Not just because materially this life is so hard, because it's so painful, but their separation is painful. And when we understand Ras Lila, which is very high, we can understand all the friendships of, all the moods of friendship and relationships, and whether it's a little jealousy or whatever, you know, taste is being expressed, the Ashraya, the Vishaya, the lover and the beloved. We know Krishna needs to understand Srimati Radharani. We know that. And Mahaprabhu comes as the oneness and the mystery of how he comes. This is that highest, my understanding of moods, this Mahabhav, this, you know, Madhamakya Mahabhav, the supreme happiness. And it's only possessed by Srimati Radharani. The boy can't have it. And we're not trying to compare who we are, right? But to have this like little bit of understanding. 2 years ago, we begged for the mercy from Sadhu Sangha so that we could come to some understanding, so I could come to some understanding of who I am and what my purpose is. And Mahaprabhu represents that completely. I want to tell you what happened this morning. Because I'm never trying to confuse my human condition, but Shakti is very real. So in real life, this is how my day happened. This is in real life, my bhakti. So having all the problems of life, we have so much stress, there's money stuff, there's everything. 2 years of this empowerment that Gurudev put us in the popcorn bag and shook us up here, right, at BhaktiBandhava and in life, so that the jewels could come out and shine. And I'm crying and I'm sad and I'm thinking, oh, you know, it's Mahaprabhu's Advent day. And here I am, this lowly person with all these material problems. How did this happen? I'm supposed to be happy. Gurudev says, be happy in your seva. What happened? You know, because of life. And then I turn on a video. No, first I put on Instagram and I see an old yoga teacher, a friend. He's not old, God, but he is a friend and he's a yoga teacher. And he was sharing something from the Upanishads, okay? And it was something about, you know, material energy and wisdom. And I think, oh, that's nice. That's sweet. I remember when I was a yogi before I met the devotees in 2006 and met my Nimai Chaitanya Das, and he brought me into this beautiful group and we started reading Jaiva Dharma, and I opened the book and I saw my Gurudev. And I said, oh, my Gurudev. And I had no idea who Gurudev was. I had no idea what bhakti was, just all that mood of yoga. And then in that moment, I turn on a video because I want to think about what I'm going to offer. And I see and hear about Narayani Devi Dasi being 5 years old, you know, the niece of Srinivas Thakur Prabhu, and how she was fed at 5 in the temple by Mahaprabhu. And of course, that brought the tears. And that reminded me, oh yeah, this is real. This is Gaur Lila. And immediately it connected me back to where we are, BhaktiBandhava, back to being shaken up and of consciousness. And so then I thought, okay, it's okay. It's my birthday. Oh, no, it's Mahaprabhu. I'm going to see this girl who has the same birthday. Her name is Tanya. She's my friend. She's my realtor. And all of a sudden today I realized her name is Tanya, like Chaitanya. And when I first moved here, I thought, oh my God, this girl, she's a devotee, because that's how I think of everyone, right? You see, but then years pass by and we lose faith, we lose hope. This is the suffering of the material condition. And then the memory from tapping into sadhu sangha, tapping into glorifying, tapping into realizing our fortune. It is an incredible fortune to be living in this Kali Yuga, in this Advent era of Mahaprabhu. Mahaprabhu is literally, as are the Vaishnavas in our whole Guru Vargya, so benevolent, so merciful. And if we can offer one shred, if I can offer one shred of my heart, which I am attempting to do, through whatever that means is, then I know that team is in the middle. I know Sadhu Sangha is in the middle. It'll always come back to that. And that is perhaps all that I can do to offer. Because this moment, I'm remembering my fortune, and I pray that the tears will continue to come and the pain will continue to come, because that's how I will plug back in. And that's why Mahaprabhu is so real and Gaur Lila is so real right now. So I'll sing something and hope that something comes from that. Vanchakalpatrubhis chakripa sindhubheva chapatitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. I'll take a sip. Jayo Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Jayo Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jayo Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jayo Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Jai Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Jai Guru Deva Jai Guru Deva Jai Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Nitai Gaura Haribo 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo Nitai Gaura Haribo 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 Nitai Gaura Hari Hari, Jayo Radhe, Jayo Krishna, Jayo Radhe, Jayo Shri Krishna, Jayo Radhe, Jayo Krishna, Jayo Radhe, Jayo Shri Krishna. Gaura Premanandi, Gaura Premanandi, Gaura Premanandi, Hari Hari Om. So, hoping that we can all connect, hoping that we remember that we are part and parcel of every minute particle of Sri Srimati Radharani's Shakti, and that we can be together and that we can share this glorious holy name.
Hari Bol, Jaishree, you actually have about 10 more minutes.
I knew that. I had a figuring out of that.
But if you are okay, if you feel complete, I didn't get to finish reading from Chaitanya Bhagavat. That I didn't want to interrupt Rasikananda's time.
Good. This is a sharing and a conversation and a glorification, and I know that my dear godbrother Nimai Chaitanya Das is coming on, and just to speak the qualities and the glories of our sadhu sangha is really what I wanted to speak to. And if I would be honored if you would read a little bit.
Yeah, I actually don't know where he is yet.
Okay, yeah, I figured that.
We're running a bit early. I mean, on Bhakti Zoom, we hardly ever run early, but we are fortunate to be running a bit early. I'm reaching out. Let's see. Give me just one moment. And also, after I read, what were you saying, Jaishree?
Oh no, I just got to look at the comments, and I was just grateful for the happy birthday wishes. And Dandavat Pranams to my god sisters and god brothers. And Manjari asked a question.
Oh, go ahead if you want to address that. That'd be fine.
She was asking what the point was about starting to say about my friend who was reading from Upanishads. And, I think one of the hardest things about this real world is that we are always under this mundane idea of comparison in some ways, that we need to be, we are at the adhikar we are at, right? And we receive whatever we get at the time. And I was honoring and grateful that there are those intermediary yoga teachers in the world, and actually remembering from reading his statement about wisdom and sharing a little bit, even if it's not particularly about Mahaprabhu. It's why I didn't want to go into it so much, that people don't know how lucky we are yet, but that this intermediary of all the Puranas and Upanishads and all Veda, all wisdom is of course, under bhakti. So to have this personal relationship at this time is such an incredible gift. And just that we all have the ability to be vulnerable and speak in the language of our own soul, in whatever language that is, and touch upon that relationship and give it. So I was grateful to see that sharing, and always hoping to see every yogi in the world become a bhakta as well. I think that's why I brought it up.
Hari Bol. Actually, I do think I see Jonathan Glass. You are Nimai Chaitanya, right? I believe. Okay, Hari Bol. I just phoned you, but I was like, we are running.
That was you. Okay. That was you.
What
Okay.
was that? Your internet is a little shaky, a little bit.
Is it shaky?
Yeah, I know it's okay now. I think it's better now. But well, I'm glad that you're here. I won't read now since since you are here and available. And also I'm going to hand the hosting over to Yugala Kishore Kishori Didi, who has recent addition to our Bhakti Zoom team. We're so fortunate to have her. And Didi, I will let you go ahead and introduce Nimai Chaitanya Prabhu, and I'll stay here, but I'll mute. And if you have space and it goes dead and you want to read or want me to read, I'll be happy to. Hari Bol.
Thank you so much, Manini Radha Didi. I'll do my invocation first. Again, Timuranda Jana Jana Shalakya Shumi Tanya, this makes you great. I'm a Guru Vegor Chandra Radhika, Krishna Krishna. Krishna Chaitanya, Bhagavati, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Right. Thank you so much, dear devotees. Nice to meet you all. So now we have Nimai Chaitanya Prabhu, and he met the devotees when he in 1982, and he's been a Ayurvedic practitioner, acupuncturist, and naturopathic doctor. And in 2002, that's when he met Srila Gurudev. So originally he got Harinam in 1986, but then he got initiation from Srila Gurudev in 2002. Okay, now Nimai Chaitanya Prabhu, the floor is yours. Would you like me to give you a warning, like a few minutes before the timing is up?
Please, that would be great.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
It's still a little
hear me
bit
okay?
choppy, the internet.
Give it a second. And what about now? Not now?
No,
Jaishree said, yeah.
that's not as strong in someone.
Yeah,
It's not as strong?
Yeah. There's just
Not as strong?
Nimai, speak a little.
Okay, Haribol. Can people hear me or not?
That's good.
Yeah,
better. Yeah.
Okay, that's better. Okay, we'll start with that. Maybe I can see you, Yugala. Just give me a signal if you can't hear me. First of all, I want to say happy birthday to Jaishree. I was very honored to be coming after her. This is so cool. Happy birthday, that's so wonderful. And it's also wonderful to be introduced by my dear friend, Yugala Kishore Kishori. And I'm very excited that she's participating in this seva, which is an amazing seva. What an amazing seva that is so in alignment with the mood of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So everybody's participating in this. You're being blessed with so much mercy, and also you're extending that mercy in the mood of Lord Chaitanya and Nityananda to all the devotees, to give us everybody an opportunity to share and to hear. So I will start. Gurave Gaurachandraya Radhikaya Tadalaye Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tadbhaktaya Namo Namaha. Om Jnana Timarandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshort Unmilitam Yena Tajmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Sri Srimad BhaktiVedanta Narayani Tinamine. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati BhaktiVedanta Swami Tinamine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharini Nirvasesha Sunyavadi Pastajadesha Tarni Jaishree Guru Gauranga Vanchakalpa Trubhascha Kripa Sindhyavedacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasi Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. I'd like to offer my unlimited Dandava pranams from the lotus feet of my Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, and also the same unlimited Dandava pranams to Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. All glories to the devotees. Thank you so much. So, been hearing off and on all these incredible katha throughout the day. And one of the things I can say is appreciating the richness of and the amazing knowledge, wisdom, and power of all the devotees that we're listening to over these last couple days, these last few days. It's been extremely remarkable. And honestly, before I met Srila Gurudev, I could have never imagined knowing any of what we've been taught. I never even dreamed of the day that we would be hearing such Gita. I had no clue that it was even possible. I remember one day in, I think it was 1984, I was in Spain, serving a sannyasi in southern Spain. And he was downstairs and I was sneaking in his room and I opened up one of his books, and it was a Chaitanya Charitamrita, and it was Adi Leela Volume 1, Chapter 4. And I started reading and I was like, I've never heard any of this stuff about the internal reasons of the appearance of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And it was kind of blowing my mind. And I was like, well, why isn't anybody talking about this? This is amazing. Not that I was really understanding it, but still it was like, it was amazing. And I closed that book and pretty much I hadn't heard anything about that until about 2001 when I met Srila Gurudev. And when I first met Srila Gurudev, I've told many people this story where I was thinking, oh, I was told for so many years, don't go to Srila Narayan Maharaj, don't go to Srila Narayan Maharaj. Very bad idea. So then I was thinking, oh, actually, I think it's a very good idea to go. So I went and my whole life changed. So all glories to Srila Gurudev. So I just wanted to actually talk a little bit about the beginnings of the Sankirtan movement. And I've been reading the Chaitanya Bhagavat, which has been really incredible. And just appreciating the moods and the internal reasons of the appearance of Lord Chaitanya. Many devotees have discussed the internal reason of, wanting to experience the loving, the incredible love of Srimati Radhika for Krishna. And Krishna wanted to understand that. And he wanted to taste his own sweetness and to understand and to experience his own sweetness. And also to experience and know the happiness that Srimati Radhika experiences. So we've heard that a lot today. And we've also heard to some degree about the other internal reason, which was the call of the devotee, which is Advaita Acharya. And this is also a very, very important thing because with that call, it indicates that the Lord becomes subservient to the prayers of his devotee, of his pure devotees. So I'm gonna I took some notes from the Sri Chaitanya Bhagavat. I'm just gonna go through those and hopefully we'll get to everything. So, but before that, I'm gonna read a verse from the Chaitanya Charitamrita, which is Chaitanya Avatare Emukya Hetu Bhaktira Ichaya Avatare Dharma Setu. And this is Chaitanya Charitamrita 1.3.110. Seeing the decadence of the age, the all-compassionate Advaita Acharya thought to himself, to help these fallen people and to save the wretched world, Bhagavan Sri Krishna must come to earth. With this sankalpa, Advaita Prabhu began to worship a Shalagram Shila, the form of Krishna, with Ganga Jal and Tulsi, and along with loving roars, pleading for the Lord of Goloka to descend. And I just, appreciate more and more this idea of loving roars. I think every year I appreciate that more because the roar of the pure devotee is an extraordinary, extraordinary, extraordinary thing. So the loving roars pleading for the Lord of Goloka to descend, Advaita Prabhu's loud calls are the main cause of Sri Krishna Chaitanya's appearance on earth. So we have to so much appreciate the roars. It's described that Lord Vishnu, his throne was shaking due to the roars of Advaita Acharya. Imagine the most unrestricted roars to call on God. So let's see here. In Navadvip pastimes, Nimai Pandit was supremely arrogant. And that's also a very sweet, powerful thing. Whatever he did, he could not be surpassed. When he wants to be chivalrous, the Lord, no one can equal him with his weapons. And when he wants to reveal his amorous pastimes, only he can capture millions of hearts of the most beautiful gopis. And as a scholar, no one can equal his knowledge, wit, and arrogance. When he accepted the renounced order, no one could excel him in devotion, renunciation, or dedication. His renunciation was supreme, but he allowed himself to be lovingly defeated by his pure devotees. So in the very beginning, it's explained how, before Lord Chaitanya really revealed who he was this extraordinarily beautiful scholar, and he had extraordinary arrogance. Now, it wasn't the kind of arrogance that didn't deserve arrogance. I mean, most people are arrogant and they don't really deserve it. Where Lord Chaitanya was the pinnacle of a scholar and the pinnacle of beauty. And so in that sense, he deserved the absolute arrogance that he was embodying, which made his transformation to the Lord Chaitanya, the founder of the Sankirtan movement, even more extraordinarily beautiful. So Nimai walked the streets with his students like a king. His movements, demeanor, dress was so beautiful. His tilak was beautiful. His red lips, his lotus eyes were beautiful. Just seeing him dispelled the sinful thoughts of anyone. So this was even before the Lord revealed who he was, but still just seeing him relieved people of sinful reactions. He swung his arms carefree and arrogantly. And one day, Srivas saw him and said to him, "O epitome of vanity, what futile work are you doing? Why not educate others about bhakti?" And Lord Chaitanya said, "By your grace, devotional service will be possible for me." So even in his arrogance, hearing Srivas, he was humble. And then he went to Gaya. So the Lord, it's described that he's desiring to manifest his true identity. The Lord went to Gaya with his students, where he also offered worship for his deceased father, Jagannath Mishra. He bathed in Brahmakund, and he went to a beautiful Vishnu temple where there's the footprints of Lord Vishnu. And there were many beautiful Brahmins there glorifying Lord Vishnu, described like they were like Seshanaga, just continually glorifying the Lord and his qualities. And there he saw Ishvara Puri. And they recognized each other because Ishvara Puri had been in Advaitacharya's house in Shantipur years ago. And when they recognized each other, this is where it all, in one sense, really began. They had an ecstatic embrace. Neither one of them could control their emotions. And they were drenched in tears. And the Lord offered him his obeisances. And just one point with that is that the Chaitanya Bhagavat is so emotional. And it's, our whole path that Srila Gurudev has really brought out is so much about the Rasika aspect of this path. Never that we fake it, but that we appreciate it more and more and more, that these moods that these devotees and Lord Chaitanya had were truly real, and they were truly exalted, and they were truly manifesting the potential of the living entity and the reality of the Lord. So the Lord Chaitanya surrendered to Ishvara Puri. He said, "Please make me drink from Lord Krishna's lotus feet." And Ishvara Puri said, "You are an expansion of the Lord." And in fact, Ishvara Puri said, "I had a dream last night that I met the Lord. Now my dream is true. Ever since I met you in Navadvip, only you have been on my mind." So Ishvara Puri was telling Lord Chaitanya that ever since he actually saw him in Navadvip, and he was just a boy in Navadvip, Ishvara Puri said, "Only you have been on my mind." So he made that impression on Ishvara Puri, even before he revealed himself as Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And then later, the next day, Lord Chaitanya cooked for Ishvara Puri, and they came together, they met at a house, and Ishvara Puri took rest. He massaged his lotus feet like a disciple would. And then the next day, he asked him for initiation. But Ishvara Puri said to him, "How is it that you're asking me? I am ready to give you my life and soul." So very interesting dynamic between Lord Chaitanya's asking Ishvara Puri for initiation, and Ishvara Puri saying, "Actually, you are my life and soul." So But Ishwarapuri did give the mantra to Lord Chaitanya, and he said, I surrender my life to you. Please glance upon me, so I always float in an ocean of love of God. And then again, they embraced in tears. Thus his love for Krishna increasingly manifested more and more day by day. And the day after he received that mantra from Ishwarapuri, Nimai was chanting in a secluded place, and he became completely lost in ecstasy. And when he regained consciousness, he lamented, talking to Krishna, you've stolen my heart, but where have you gone? Where can I find my beloved Krishna? He rolled and wept bitterly. Now Nimai, the greatest and most arrogant scholar, was pierced by the arrow of love of God. So this is a pivotal moment in the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya. The most arrogant scholar in the universe, the most deserving arrogant scholar in the universe, has now been completely pierced by love of God. His students saw him this way, and because Lord Chaitanya's students were with him, they saw Lord Chaitanya and they brought him back to external consciousness. And he told them that he was no longer interested in teaching and that he wanted to go to Mathura and give up his family. So this was the mood of Lord Chaitanya. But on his way to Mathura, when he was leaving, a divine voice said to him, he heard a divine voice, don't go to Mathura now. The time will come for you to go. You're the supreme personality of Godhead. And if you have come to liberate everyone, you will propagate congregational chanting of the Lord's holy name, freely distribute this greatest thing, love of Godhead. And then it said, we are your eternal servants. So it is our duty to remind you of your mission. So Lord Chaitanya accepted that message and returned to Navadvip. All were ecstatic to see him when he returned, especially Mother Sachi, because remember, she had lost her older son and she had also recently lost her husband. So she was very ecstatic to see him, but everyone could see the extraordinary transformation of Nimai, and she wasn't really understanding it. With some intimate disciples, he shared his Gaia experience. Incessant tears poured from his eyes. He couldn't control his emotions. While he continually repeated Krishna's names, his body shivered, goosebumps, and devotees were astonished at this. He met Gadadhar and told him of his great fortune and how he had been wasting his time. He's telling Gadadhar, you've always been a devotee, but I spent so many years wasting my time being a scholar. News spread of Nimai's transformation like wildfire. He had no trace of arrogance. Many happily speculated he will spread love of God to all. And then some said when he adjusts his ecstasy, he will break the head of the atheists. And perhaps the mercy of Ishwarapuri, he had a vision of Krishna. And all became ecstatic, for they felt they had new life and new hope. Because remember, at that time, the Vaishnavas were very sad, and this is why Advaitacharya called out so desperately, because even though Navadvip was filled with the greatest scholars, they were even interpreting Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, in materialistic and impersonal ways. So, there was great scholarship, but it wasn't pure devotion. There was just a handful of devotees who were pure devotees, obviously, because they had come before the appearance of Mahaprabhu and during his time for his pastimes. But there was a lot of sadness. But now the devotees were becoming ecstatic and felt they had new life and new hope. Again, Mother Sachi was thrilled when he returned, but worried Krishna may take him away like her son Vishwarup and recently her husband Jagannath Mishra. She would bring Vishnu Priya, and sometimes Mother Sachi, to try to normalize things, she would bring Vishnu Priya before him, put Vishnu Priya in front of Lord Chaitanya, and his gaze would just go right past her. And sometimes he would roar, feeling ecstatic moods and feelings, and Vishnu Priya would run away out of fear. With his students, he would try to go deep. He would have to go deep inside himself to not exhibit ecstatic moods. He would sometimes try to control his ecstatic moods with the students. And Nimai would bathe in the Ganges and meet his students at his home. He would only teach everything in relationship with Krishna. He would teach only that only eternal truth is the holy name. Krishna is the supreme controller and maintainer. Brahma and Shiva are all servants, and all are servants. Any explanation devoid of relationship with Krishna is illusory, and the birth of those who teach like that are useless. This is Lord Chaitanya teaching to the students. All the Vedas point to devotional service, but often is hidden. The greatest scholars are often mesmerized by the material energy with no attraction to the holy name. Shri Krishna is compassionate and merciful, and the life and soul of all. Even an abominable man who chants can reach the supreme abode. So this is what Lord Chaitanya is teaching. So the Lord also spoke like this to Mother Sachi. It's described that he enlightened her similarly to how Kapila enlightened his mother Devahuti. The Lord spoke only of Krishna. When asked what is the verbal root or a dhatu, he said the real meaning of a dhatu is the energy of Krishna. The Lord would go into ecstasy. He spoke for 10 days, and the students for 10 days didn't open any books. It was only about the holy names and a little boy with a black complexion holding a flute. And the boys told that to him, and he said, "Oh, you shouldn't have told me that." And sometimes the boys would have to hold him down because he would shake so much in ecstasy. I mean, and they said 1,000 men couldn't hold him down. The Lord said, "This is why I don't want to teach anymore. Go find a new teacher." But the boys, almost all of them, cried and refused. Some became renounced. Instead, they all chanted together. And it's described in Chaitanya Bhagavat that when the boys were chanting with the Lord, this was the beginning of the Sankirtan movement. As the Lord fell in ecstasy, many went to see the tumultuous Kirtan at the Lord's house. So this was happening with the students, and now the Lord's house became a place of tumultuous Kirtan. All the Vaishnavas felt great happiness. At last, the Sankirtan movement has begun. The Lord came out of his house and embraced all the devotees with shedding tears. So again, the Lord is constantly in the state of exalted consciousness, always going internal and then coming out and shedding tears and tears. And then Advaitacharya, he heard comments of the devotees and he was so pleased. He had a dream that he saw Vishwambar, who said to him, "Your austerities are now bearing fruit. By calling the Lord, all will fructify." This is the dream that Advaita just had. Chanting the holy name will reverberate in every town and village. The Lord became so humble. He gave up his position simply as the Lord to serve the devotees. The devotees expressed to the Lord their distress regarding the lack of Krishna consciousness in the world. Just see the compassion of the devotees. And these devotees are, who is Advaita Acharya? He's Mahavishnu and Sadashiva. Who's Shivas? He's Narada Muni. Who's Gadadhar? He's Radharani. So much compassion that these devotees have for us. Something that I was feeling more and getting more of an impression and appreciation for. How much compassion is there in the Lord? Devotees expressed to the Lord their distress regarding lack of Krishna consciousness in the world, and the Lord considered this, and he deeply felt their plight. So he deeply resonated with the plight of the devotees. And then suddenly he roared, and he got into this roaring, destructive mode. "I will destroy them," he said. The atheists. He was laughing, he was crying, and then he was going unconscious. Mother Sachi was very concerned now. Word got out to everyone about the maddened state of Nimai. Some ignorant people would come to see him like he was a spectacle. Some speculated that he had some disease. When they would arrive at his home, Nimai would charge at them madly, ferociously. But when the devotees came, like Srivas, he would greet them with love, respect, and go into ecstasy. Srivas came and Mother Sachi asked him if he thought Nimai was okay. Mother Sachi was again concerned. is Nimai okay? He asked Srivas. And if he was suffering from some disease, and the Lord also asked Srivas, am I suffering from some disease? Is this why I'm always in this maddened state? And then Srivas contemplated and he said, no, your love for Krishna is manifesting as the highest spiritual ecstasy. Srivas reassured Mother Sachi, all of his symptoms are that of the highest love of Krishna, and Mother Sachi was relieved. The devotees then visited Advaita Acharya. Advaita realized Nimai has hidden his true identity because Advaita Acharya had known him his whole life. You know, he'd gone to his house many times as Nimai. Advaita Acharya had always been extremely attracted to him, but due to Yoga Maya, he didn't know that he was actually Lord Chaitanya, the very person he was praying for. And Advaita is also a little naughty, and he said, Veda said, he cheated me, now I'm going to try to treat the Lord. So he left his house, he went to his second home, and he went to hide there. So in the meantime, the Lord was with all his devotees, but at this point still, no one fully recognized who the Lord was. The sight of the Lord was extraordinary. He was constantly in ecstatic trance. He trembled constantly, violently. Tears were always streaming from his eyes. He was sighing and saying, where's Krishna? Where's Krishna? Goosebumps were coming on his skin. He would sometimes laugh hysterically, amused inside himself. He would fall on the ground, but mysteriously never bruising himself. And he would just land so heavily, but somehow he didn't bruise himself. Returning to external consciousness, he would again say, where is Krishna? Where is Krishna? Seeing Krishna, and then he would go into separation moods. The devotees at that time, they started seeing themselves as his followers, again, not fully cognizing who he was. When he would see them, he would rush to them and he would say, where's my Krishna? Where's my Krishna? And one day he asked Gadadhar Pandit, where's my Krishna? Where's my Krishna? And Gadadhar said, he was very thoughtful, he said, he is in your heart. So what did Lord Chaitanya do? In his maddened state, he started ripping at his chest, his claws, his nails were ripping at his chest, and Gadadhar had to use all of his strength to restrain him from literally opening up his chest. And Mother Sachi saw how Gadadhar was able to manage Lord Chaitanya. And she asked him at that point, she requested Gadadhar to never leave him alone for a moment. And so that instruction, Gadadhar followed for the rest of his life. And we also know that Gadadhar is, of course, Srimati Radhika, who never leaves Krishna ever also. So one day, while walking on the Ganges, the Lord saw cows drinking and playing and frolicking and doing cow things. And he remembered, it's described that he remembered himself as Krishna and began just yelling very loudly, I am him, I am him, I am him. And upon getting to the home of Srivas, because that's where he was going, he kicked open Srivas's temple room door and said, what are you doing, Srivas? He said, the person you are worshiping is now here. And Srivas saw the four-armed form of Lord Vishnu. Lord Chaitanya admitted that he had come to Srivas on the call of Advaita. So this is one of the first revelations of Lord Chaitanya to his devotees. Srivas fell into a deep trance, and the rest of his family also came. And they fell into a deep trance, who also saw the form of Lord Vishnu. The Lord's devotees floated in waves of bliss, seeing the manifestation of the Lord's ecstatic moods. The Lord's devotees were as dear to him as his own life. So again, that beautiful relationship. The devotees of Lord Chaitanya were more dear to him than his very life. And he was constantly now still chanting and weeping in bitter separation as the Lord embraced his devotees. One day he said, I am him. He was yelling out, and he said, where is that old man Advaita? Because remember, Advaita had left to trick the Lord. Where is that old man Advaita? I will fulfill his desire and spread love of God door to door. And then the Lord told Nimai, who was a brother of Srivas, go get Advaita. Tell him that person who he worshiped for so long, who he wept for, who he fasted for, that same Lord has appeared to distribute knowledge of loving devotion. So Nimai, who didn't really know how to find Advaitacharya, somehow found Advaitacharya and told him. Advaita then lifted his arms and began to cry. I have brought my Lord. He came to answer my prayers. And then Advaita tested the Lord, and the Lord tested the Lord and told Nimai, get Advaita Advaita tested the Lord, and then the Lord told Nimai, because they couldn't find Advaitacharya, Nimai told Advaita, go get him in Nandacharya's house, because he had gone to Nandacharya's house. Finally, Advaita hurried to Srivasa's house, because when he was found by Nimai, he knew that Lord Chaitanya instructed him to go get him. So Advaitacharya said, okay, enough of this testing and this game. I'm going to see Lord Chaitanya. And so then the question is, why did Advaitacharya test the Lord? Well, one reason was because he wanted to reveal himself. He wanted the Lord to reveal himself to all of his associates before Advaitacharya revealed it to them. Rather than him saying, he's the Lord, he wanted other people to realize that. And it was just really clear, and then Advaitacharya would appear. The Lord saw Advaitacharya and he said, I have descended in this world in response to your vow and repeated worship. So this is how it's so powerful, how the Lord responds like this. I think of Srila Prabhupada and how his faith was so strong. And he had that mood of, you could tell that his intention could move the Lord so powerfully. I was resting on the ocean of milk, but your roaring woke me up. You are so merciful. Talking about Advaitacharya, you are so merciful. Mahavishnu, right? Lord Shiva, you are so merciful that you could not bear to see the suffering of the conditioned souls. And so you summoned me to alleviate their painful condition. All of these demigods, sages, devotees, and associates have appeared in response to your call. So he's validating the truth about Advaitacharya. And Advaita said, all my dreams have been fulfilled. O Lord, who else but you could liberate all the living entities? And then after that, Lord Nityananda, he comes into the picture. While Lord Chaitanya was manifesting his self in Navadvip, Lord Nityananda was waiting in Vrindavan for Lord Chaitanya to reveal his Sankirtan pastimes. Because again, Lord Nityananda is described, he could have expanded the Sankirtan movement by himself, no problem, he's Balaram, So, but because he's Balaram, who always has the mood of servant to Krishna, just like Lakshman always has a mood of servant to Ram, he was waiting for Lord Chaitanya to reveal who he was before he stepped in and became part of the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya. So briefly, when Lord Nityananda heard that the Lord had begun his pastimes, he went to Navadvip, only then. And Lord Chaitanya knew a great personality would come, and he told the devotees, but the devotees couldn't find him. But Lord Chaitanya he said, follow me to, again, Nandacharya's house. They're always going to Nandacharya's house. I'll have to find out why that is. I didn't look into that. Follow me to Nandacharya's house. And there, of course, they found Lord Nityananda. They both became completely overwhelmed in ecstasy. So again, that whole meeting, they sat there and said that they stood motionless, just looking at each other with streams and shaking and tears just coming and coming and coming. And that's what happened. And then they embraced. And then there was that pastime where they were going to do the Vyasa Puja. And Nityananda was supposed to put it on the deity, and but he had the garland, and he waited and waited, and finally when Lord Chaitanya came, he put that garland on Lord Chaitanya. He waited to garland the Lord only at the Vyasa Puja, and the Lord at that time revealed his six-armed form. And Nityananda went into an ecstatic trance, and the devotees were scared because of the ecstatic intensity of Nityananda, because remember, Nityananda, he was an avadut. He could be completely mad. And the Lord was a six-armed form, which can be quite ferocious. And then the Lord held Nityananda on his lap, and he said, please get up, steady your mind. And he's telling him, you have descended to this world to propagate the chanting of the holy name of the Lord. You are the absolute proprietor of love of God and the embodiment of devotional service. No one can receive love of God unless and until you distribute it. Please get up and see how you are surrounded by your associates. You may distribute this to anyone who wants. So this is where I ended my little study here of the Chaitanya Bhagavat, and this is the timeline of the Sankirtan movement, and what a beautiful, extraordinary timeline it is, and how such a merciful timeline of all these incredible personalities and pastimes, and that mood of Lord Chaitanya telling Nityananda, get up and steady your mind, reminds me how Nityananda did the same for Lord Chaitanya when Lord Chaitanya came to, punish, punish, not Jai and Vijay, but you know what I'm talking about. The hoodlums in Navadvip. Having a mental block. Yeah, Jagai Mud. Thank you. And Lord Chaitanya was going to take his disc and kill them, and Nityananda said, you haven't come in this age to do that. You've come to give mercy and give the holy name. And of course, that pastime ended up very auspicious for everyone. And Lord Chaitanya did not take out his weapon in that way, but he used the weapon of love. And this is in Kali Yuga, what we're being given, this most extraordinary opportunity to enter into these pastimes. And the pastimes, again, something that I'm appreciating more and more by the mercy of Srila Gurudev is the Rasika nature of the pastimes of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and that we are meant to appreciate the Rasika pastimes of Krishna and Vrindavan, but also the supremely beautiful human-like pastimes of Lord Chaitanya and Navadvip. And this is something that, again, over time, I'm appreciating more and more, that the emotional, the moods and the experiences and the potentiality that these devotees are showing, that is actually possible for the hardened hearts of those of us in Kali Yuga, from my heart and heart, that is showing that this is a possibility. This is the goal of human life, that we are meant to, as Gaura Govinda Maharaj, cry and weep for God. And Srila Gurudev would tell us we have to cry for God. This is just a reality. And the more and more we can hear these pastimes and appreciate these transcendental pastimes, and the amount of sacrifice that, Advaitacharya did, and the roars and the cries that all these devotees have cried for us already. We just have to step into their tears, even a drop. We step into their tears just a little bit, and our lives can be completely fortunate and very blessed. So I think I'll end it here. Vanchakalpa Trubhascha Kripa Sindhyavicha Patkitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha.
Thank you so much, Nimai Prabhu, for your beautiful Harikatha. I took some notes, and it's very cool you mentioned like in Navadvip, Nimai Pandit, he used to be so arrogant. And then no one can match his knowledge during that time. But later on, when he's renounced, no one could match his devotion. And it was a very interesting interaction you described between Ishwara Puri and Nimai. And you mentioned like the Srinivasacharya, how he exhibited the 4-arm form of Vishnu, and also the 6-arm in front of Lord Nityananda. Yeah. And we have some questions from the chat if you have a few extra minutes to answer.
Sure, yeah. Let's see if I can answer them.
Yeah, the first one is from Mandri Didi. She said, externally, what was the catalyst for Nimai's bhakti transformation? Was it the mantra given by Ishwar Puri?
Yes, you would say it was the mantra given by Ishwar Puri. Even though it had manifested in some different ways, even the scholar that he defeated when he was a scholar, and that scholar had a dream of who Lord Chaitanya really was. Lord Chaitanya told him, don't tell anybody. So it's kind of like we understand Krishna knows he's Krishna, but sometimes Krishna forgets that he's Krishna, that paradox, that inconceivable truth. It seems that Lord Chaitanya also knew who he was, but he also didn't know who he was. And but it took that, we also can understand, it took that, it shows the power of association and initiation, that it took that to fully transform Lord Chaitanya. Because it is when he chanted that mantra, it was the very next day that he started experiencing all these ecstatic symptoms. And it's after that that when he goes back to Navadvip and everything changes completely. And all the devotees see that he's completely changed. His personality, everything had changed.
Thank you so much. There's also other questions. So was Ishwar Puri a Vaishnava, and was it the Gopal mantra he was given?
He was absolutely a Vaishnava. He was a pure Vaishnava. He was a disciple of Madhavendra Puri, who is the root of our path. So there's no doubt about that. And I don't know if it was the Gopal mantra. I was thinking that it was, but I'm not positive. Someone else will probably know that. It says in the Chaitanya Bhagavati, it was a 10-syllable mantra. So I'm not sure. Someone else I'm sure will know.
Okay, thank you. And the last question is, how could Ishwar Puri have been able to ignite Radha Bhav in Nimai?
So this is achintya, inconceivable. Just like we can ask, how is it that Ramananda Roy could ignite, the understanding of Radha Dasyam and Manjari Bhav in the heart of Lord Chaitanya. Lord Chaitanya is Krishna. He knows everything. Does he need anything? But on the other hand, he is already, Ishvara Puri was a pure devotee of Radha and Krishna. So because he had that in his heart, in terms of Leela, he was able to awaken that into the heart of Lord Chaitanya. So, and we also understand, even Lord Chaitanya, this is why, coming in the mood of Radharani, where, we have his associates in Jagannath Puri, Gadadhar Pandit also, who was always supporting him and realizing the moods and the bhavs of Srimati Radhika. He's Krishna. He has the moods of Radhika, but he's being trained by Vishaka. He's being trained by Radharani. He's being trained by Lalita in the forms of his pure devotees in Jagannath Puri.
Thank you so much, Nimai Prabhu. So Manjari Didi has the last question. So who is Ishwar Puri in Raj Leela?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you so much.
And maybe someone else will know here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll just read a quote from the chat. It's Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took initiation from Sri Ishwar Puripad, who first gave him Harinam, and to purify that chanting of Nam, he gave him Gopal mantra. Gopal mantra is transcendental and ever existing, and it gives the relationships Krishna as Gopi Jan Vallabha. It's from Srila Gurudev.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Yugala. Good job. Keep up the good work.
Okay, thank you so much. Since we have some time in between, we would like to ask Manini Radha Didi to read from the Chaitanya Bhagavati.
Sorry, Didi, I was having a technical problem and couldn't unmute.
No worries.
Sorry about that. I had wanted to share, I had started sharing earlier around the horoscope of Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, but to actually give everyone a little bit, I want to start, this is in chapter 3 of the Adi Kanda of Chaitanya, of Sri Chaitanya Bhagavat. And I'm not going to invoke again since I had invoked earlier, Yugal, Didi. But I wanted to read a little bit from the end of chapter 2, excuse me, because it was so amazing about how the demigods were celebrating the appearance of Sri Gaura Hari, and I want to read that part because it's very delightful for us to hear. It said, the demigods became overjoyed and sang in praise of Lord Chaitanya's appearance. A mere glance at the Lord's beatific moon-like face was enough to extirpate all miseries. This was a glorious and happy occasion. Lord Anantashesh, Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, and other demigods all took up their new forms, which they came in human forms, and using the lunar eclipse as an excuse, continuously sang Lord Hari's name. I cannot fully describe their exultation. This is Srila Vrindavan Das Thakur saying this. Milling crowds poured into Nadia with shouts of Hari, Hari. Navadvip was in the grips of unbounded bliss. The Supreme Lord, demigods, and human beings had all come together to frolic with one another. The demigods came to Srimati Shachi Devi's house in the darkness of the eclipse and, unseen by humankind, fell to the ground and offered obeisances to Lord Chaitanya. Who can describe these abstruse pastimes of the Lord? Some demigods broke out in glorification. Some held an umbrella above the Lord. Some fanned him with chamaras, while others showered flowers in ecstasy, and still others sang and danced exuberantly. The Supreme Lord, Sri Chaitanya, has appeared with all his pure devotees, and the atheists can never understand. I, Vrindavan Das, sing the nectarian glories of Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda. The rumble of Dundubi drums, hymns, prayers, and sweet music mingled and resounded in the air. Today, immediately, we can meet that Supreme Personality who is a mystery even in the Vedas. The demigods at Indrapuri were tumultuously happy. Busily decorating themselves, they felt extremely fortunate that they could receive Lord Chaitanya's blessed association in Navadvip. They embraced and kissed each other without shame in exultation that the Lord of Navadvip, Lord Chaitanya, had taken his birth. There was no distinction of friend or foe. In great curiosity, the demigods came to Navadvip amidst loud chanting of Krishna's name. Infected by the transcendental mellows of Lord Chaitanya, they became almost unconscious in ecstasy and joined in singing the glories of Lord Chaitanya. They saw the beautiful form of Lord Chaitanya. He was more exquisite than 1,000 rising full moons. He had accepted the human form and was making everyone loudly chant the Lord's holy name, taking the eclipse as an excuse. The Supreme Lord had descended with all his energies and expansions. This is incomprehensible to the atheists. Let me, Vrindavan Das, sing in adulation about my life and soul, Lord Sri Chaitanya and Sri Nityananda Prabhu. And that's the end of chapter 2. And I had started to read the beginning of chapter 3, the horoscope of Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, which was really wonderful that Bhudhara showed his chart. And actually now, every time I hear about how he was more exquisite than 1,000 rising full moons, I think, look at how the moon was in every house of his chart, how the eclipse came, and he really brought that like lunar energy to bear. So this is about the horoscope. This is a kind of short chapter, so I think I can get it in Yugal before Sri Sundar Prabhu shows up. But let me know if he arrives and I can stop at any time.
Okay, sure.
Because the horoscope of Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Even before he took his birth, the Lord propagated the chanting of his holy name. Streams of people went for their bath in the Ganga at the time of the eclipse, and all along the way they chanted the Lord's name. Some who from their birth never once uttered the Lord's name now chanted the name on their way to the Ganga. The sound of chanting emanated from every direction, and the Supreme Lord, the best of the Brahmins, smiled to himself as he made his appearance. Sri Jagannath Mishra and Srimati Shachi Devi glanced at their child's beautiful face and were overcome with unbounded joy. Overwhelmed, the ladies stood around the child, not knowing what to do. Excitedly, they ululated in jubilation. Relatives and friends hurried to see the newborn child. Sri Jagannath Mishra's house was a scene of great exultation. Srimati Shachi Devi's father, Sri Nilambar Chakravarti, found esoteric and wonderful signs in every house of the child's astrological chart. Sri Chakravarti was astounded by the baby's beauty and saw all divine symbols upon his person. He said, "A much accepted prophecy in Bengal is that someday a king will be born in Bengal as a Brahmin son. Only the future will prove whether this is the actual child." In the presence of all, Sri Nilambar Chakravarti, an expert astrologer, began explaining the ramifications of the different astrological signs in the Lord's chart. The further he delved into the child's exalted chart, the more difficulty he found in describing the Lord's glorious position. Actually, the qualities of this child displayed in his horoscope are beyond those of a king. In fact, they appear to be beyond description. The child will conquer the learning of Brihaspati, the guru of the demigods, and be the greatest scholar, as we just heard about some of those pastimes. That's great. He will be a natural repository of all divine qualities. Present in that gathering was a great saint in the guise of a Brahmin who made predictions on the Lord's future. The Brahmin said, "This child is the Supreme Lord Narayan himself. He will establish the essence of all religion. He will initiate a wonderful preaching movement and deliver the whole world. He will bestow upon everyone that gift which is forever desirable, even by Lord Brahma, Lord Shiv, and Srila Shukadev Goswami. Upon seeing him, people will feel compassion for all living entities and become callous towards material joys and pains. This will be the greatest benediction for the whole world. Not to mention ordinary men, even hardcore atheists will worship the lotus feet of this child. He will be glorified throughout the entire creation, and people from all orders of life will come to worship him. He is the personification of pure Bhagavat religion, Sanatana Dharma, the eternal occupation of all souls in relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Sri Sri Radha Krishna, the benefactor of the Brahmins, cows, and devotees, and the affectionate, devoted son of his parents. This child has come to accomplish great works, just as the Supreme Lord Narayan incarnated to reestablish religious principles. Who can explain the imports of this child's exalted astrological and esoteric symptoms? How fortunate you are, Sri Jagannath Mishra, a leader amongst men. I offer my obeisances to you, the illustrious father of this child. I feel greatly fortunate that I could calculate his astrological chart. His name, accordingly, will be Sri Vishvambhar. He will be known to all as Navadvip Chandra, the moon of Navadvip. He is spiritual bliss personified, which we know that is true because spiritual bliss is Srimati Radhika, the Hladini potency, in which was the mood that Sri Krishna was covered in to come as Mahaprabhu. It says, the Brahmin did not speak further about Lord Chaitanya's pastime of accepting the renounced order, sannyas, since that would have disturbed the loving emotion of his parents. Sri Jagannath Mishra was enthralled with ecstasy over the descriptions of his son. He immediately wanted to offer gifts to the Brahmin. He was a poor man with few possessions, yet feeling great jubilation, Sri Mishra fell at the Brahman's feet and cried. The Brahmin also caught Sri Mishra's feet, and everyone present shouted, Hari, Hari, in great joy. The relatives and friends were all praised for the child, and they blessed him as they heard the supernatural predictions about his future. Soon the musicians arrived, playing their respective instruments, clay drums, flutes, and shanai, and filled the air with wonderful music. Ladies from the higher planets mingled freely, yet unnoticed, with the ladies from Earth in this wonderful gathering. The mother of the demigods, Aditi, smiled and placed her right hand, which held auspicious grass and paddy, upon the child's head to bless him, saying, live long. Please remain eternally in this material world and always manifest your pastimes. Sri Aditi thus explained the expression, live long. Srimati Shachi Devi and the other members of the joyous assembly noticed the extraordinary beauty of these ladies, but they hesitated to inquire about their identities. The demigods respectfully took the dust from Shachi Devi's feet. She could not speak through extreme exultation. Neither the Vedas nor Lord Ananta Shesh could describe the waves of jubilation that drowned Sri Jagannath Mishra's house. The entire population of Nadia seemed to be present at Shachi Devi's house to experience that indescribable joy. Wherever the people were, in their houses, on the banks of the Ganga, on the streets, they all loudly chanted the Lord's name. Everyone jubilantly celebrated the Lord's birth, unknowingly thinking that the festivity was actually for the lunar eclipse. Lord Chaitanya appeared on the full moon night of the month of Falgun. This day is the most worshipable by Lord Brahma and all other great personalities. This day of the Lord's appearance is the holiest of holy occasions. This day is devotion personified. Lord Chaitanya appeared on the full moon night of Falgun, and Lord Nityananda appeared on the 13th night of the waxing moon. Both these days are all auspicious and transcendental occasions. If one properly follows these two holy occasions, he develops pure Krishna prema and cuts asunder the knots of material illusion. Similarly, the appearance days of pure Vaishnava devotees, like the appearance days of the Supreme Lord, are also all auspicious and transcendental. Whosoever hears the narrations of Lord Chaitanya's birth is freed from all miseries in life and in death. Anyone who hears Lord Chaitanya's pastimes immediately gets love of Krishna and becomes his eternal servitor. He comes with the Lord each time he advents in this material world. The Adi Kanda text is wonderful to hear because it contains descriptions of Lord Chaitanya's appearance. The Vedic literature describes these pastimes of the Lord as eternal, although apparently he sometimes appears and sometimes disappears. Lord Chaitanya's pastimes have no beginning and no end. I write them down only by the mercy of the Lord. I offer my humble obeisances at the Lord's feet and at the feet of all his devotees. I pray that I may be excused from all offenses. I, Vrindavan Das, offer this song to the lotus feet of my life and soul, Lord Shri Krishna Chaitanya and Lord Shri Nityananda Prabhu. Hari Hari Bol, Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hari. This is so beautiful. And I was thinking that in case our program had run long, that I would have something to read. So it was really, like I said, it was great that Bhudhara Prabhu went over the chart. And then I thought us getting a chance to hear this and to hear the blessings associated with hearing this is just auspicious for us all. It's so sweet. And I also loved in this passage how all the demigods, I mean, one thing we know about Gaura Leela is that the Lord invites all of his devotees, whoever loves any Vishnu incarnation comes to Gaura Leela and can get a taste of Madhurya Ras through the chanting of the holy names, through Harinam Sankirtan. So thank you for allowing me to offer this and to read. I'm not qualified to even probably read this, but I do appreciate that we got a chance to hear it. And I do thank Srila Vrindavan Das Thakur, who, for those who don't know, was actually, his Gurudev was Nityananda Prabhu. So we're really fortunate to be hearing at the lotus feet of such exalted Vaishnavas, and this Bhakti Zoom is amazing. I'm so glad it's back, and that I get to participate, and that we all are here doing Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu Shmaranam. So on that note, I'll just say Vanchakalpa Turubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhyeva Cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Jaishree Nityananda Prabhu, Jaishree Gaura Hari. Dandavats.
Thank you so much, Manini, Radha, Didi, for a beautiful offering of the reading. Is Gaura Sundar Prabhu here yet?
I'm checking to see, and I don't see him yet. So let me see if I can reach him, or I don't know if someone else has any. I could also read some more if you want. Until
Yeah, sure. If you would like, let's. I'll try to reach him.
Oh, okay.
I think you're muted, Manini Radha.
Did someone already speak about how he was kidnapped? I had stepped away for a minute. I don't know if that was already shared by Nimai Chaitanya. Did he?
No, he didn't speak how he was kidnapped.
Oh, okay. Well, I want to share that. That's in the next chapter. It's just a part of it. The next chapter of Chaitanya Bhagavat, Adi Kanda, which is chapter 4, talks about the name giving ceremony, his childhood pastimes, and the kidnapping. Oh, there's Gaura. So I'll just leave everyone on that cliffhanger. Be sure that you guys, if you can get this text and read it. It's actually, the Sanskrit is quite beautiful, in addition to what I was reading, which was just the text, so to speak. So I see, Gaura, you're back. Thank you. And I'm going to turn it back over to you, Kishori. Hari Bol.
Thank you so much, Manini Radha Didi. Hare Krishna Dara Pranam, Gaura Sundar Prabhu. Please allow me to give you a brief introduction. So Sriman Gaura Sundar Prabhu, he met the devotees at the age of 7 in 1972. And he personally met Srila Prabhupada in 1974. And in 2006, he took Harinam and Diksha initiation from Srila Gurudev. Sriman Gaura Sundar Prabhu, you can start now. Thank you.
Right. Namo Vishnu Padaya Radhika Priyatmane Shri Sriman Bhakti Vedanta Narayana Iti Namane. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtai Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namane. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharne Nirvashesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarne. Om Jnana Timanandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Malitam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Guruve Gaura Chandraya Radhikaya Tadavaye Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tadabhaktaya Namo Namaha. Jaishree Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasari Gaura Bhakti Vrinda. Om Rindaya Tulasi Devai Priya Kisavasacha Krishna Bhakti Paridevi Sajavachaya Namo Namaha. Vancha Kalpaturubhyasya Kripasan Vivacha Paritanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So on this glorious occasion of the celebration of Sri Goura Purnima, the advent of Mahaprabhu into this material world, this material universe, I should say specifically, I wanted to talk about the principle of renewal, how Mahaprabhu represents renewal. When Mahaprabhu advents on this earth, when his foot dust touches the planet, the entire renaissance takes place on this planet. There is a complete renewal in all the arts, in literature, in science, in thought, in the discovery of new lands. America is discovered or rediscovered while Mahaprabhu is on the planet in 1492. And the discovery of new wealth as a result of these new lands. So everything on the entire planet is renewed when Mahaprabhu touches his foot to it. And that is the cause of the Renaissance. Now, not only these things in the material world are renewed, but he specifically come to renew bhakti itself. When he comes, it's a brand new day in bhakti. Previous to Mahaprabhu, the Sampradaya, the Brahma Madhva Sampradaya, is a Sampradaya that is giving Vaikuntha Bhakti, Vaikuntha Prem. Mahaprabhu, when he comes, he completely changes and renews Bhakti, the Sampradaya, as well as the holy name. These three things. Bhakti he renews, the Brahma Madhva Sampradaya he renews, and the holy name he renews. Each of the three go through a renaissance. So bhakti becomes raised when Mahaprabhu descends. It goes from Vaikuntha Prem to Braj Prem. The concept of the Godhead also rises and gets renewed. It goes from the Aishwarya conception of the Godhead, the one of awe and reverence, to the Madhurya conception of the Godhead, which is one of great intimacy and sweetness. So Mahaprabhu does this complete renaissance in bhakti. It starts to sprout a little bit with Sri Madhavinda Puripad, who was a predecessor of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Just a budding, sprouted this. Vraj Bhakti starts with Madhavinda Puri. Then it gets further transferred to Ishvara Puri, who is Lord Chaitanya's spiritual master. But it's again nurtured, but more still in a hidden way. But when Mahaprabhu comes, this new type of bhakti completely explodes in full, and he becomes the main trunk of it. And this is how he renews or creates a renaissance in bhakti. And as a result of him coming into the sampradaya with this new bhakti, the entire sampradaya is renewed or goes through a renaissance. Because as I said previously, it was only giving Vaikuntha Prem. It wasn't giving Braj Prem. But Mahaprabhu turns the Brahma Madhva Sampradaya into a Sampradaya that's now giving Braj Prem. He does perform a renaissance also on the holy name itself, the Mahamantra. The Mahamantra previously existed in the Brahma Madhva Sampradaya. But again, when one chanted it, one only received Vaikuntha Prem. But Mahaprabhu, he invests his own Prema Rasa in the Mahamantra and transforms it, renews it, raises it. And now when one chants it, it can give Braj Prem, which previously it was not able to give. But Mahaprabhu invests the Mahamantra with his own Braj Bhakti Prem potency, which is what he's come to specifically give. So this is how he performs a renaissance in bhakti, a renewal, and how it's a brand new day in bhakti. This is why we measure our new year with Mahaprabhu's advent, because it's a brand new renewal. It's a new year. It's a brand new day. He represents this newness. And so we celebrate our new year according to the advent of Mahaprabhu, because he's come to renew everything, and it's a brand new day in bhakti when he descends. Now, the specific newness and the specific speciality that Mahaprabhu has in terms of the jiva is eligibility. What Mahaprabhu does when he comes is he makes all the jiva souls in the universe that he is in eligible to become a Palyadasi of Srimati Radhika. This is not available prior to his advent. And this concept of eligibility is very important to understand. Previously, like I said, this is not possible. Becoming a Palidasi of Srimati Radhika, that's a door that's closed to the jiva. When Mahaprabhu comes, and this is why he's called Mahavadanyaya, the most generous and most munificent incarnation of the Godhead. Because when he comes, he gives eligibility to all jivas to enter into Madhurya Rasa and become a Palyadasi of Sri Radha. This is what's called the greatest form of generosity and magnanimity. What does it mean? He's making them eligible when previously they were not eligible. So it's this concept of eligibility. And that's why he's called Mahavadanyaya. He is also called Niram Kusa Maha Madhurya Kadambini by Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur in Madhurya Kadambini. Now, Niram Kusa Maha Madhurya Kadambini means an unrestricted rain cloud, or specifically a rain cloud bank of clouds that is flooded or full of Madhurya Rasa that's going to be inundating the world. So that is what he is. Niram Kusa means without a goad. An elephant needs a goad to control it. Niram Kusa is without a goad. So this is an elephant that's out of control. Mahaprabhu is totally out of control in that he is indiscriminately flooding all the jiva souls in the material universe that he advents in with this Madhurya Rasa, or eligibility to enter into Madhurya Rasa. And he's showering it upon them also. So this cloud bank, this flood from his rain cloud, falls on the highest mountain and to the lowest valley, to the greatest ocean, to the tiniest stream, to the highest qualified brahmana, down to the lowest malecha, to the most exalted thing on this planet, to that which is like a piece of stool. All equally get his flood. When rains come, the rains go everywhere. So this is what Mahaprabhu is. This is why he's called Mahavadanyaya. And Niram Kusa Mahamadhurya Kadambini. This big, huge rain cloud of Madhurya Rasa that he floods the earth with. So it's up to the jiva to choose if they want it or not. But the problem of eligibility has been solved by Mahaprabhu. Mahaprabhu solved the problem of whether or not you're eligible. Because it was like, you're not eligible. You don't have the container for Madhurya Rasa. He says, it doesn't matter. I'm going to give you the container, which is the eligibility. Container and eligibility are one and the same thing. He gives eligibility, which is the container. We always say Mahaprabhu gives the container. You don't have to have the container or the qualification. That means the eligibility. So you now have the eligibility. All the jiva souls, when he comes, they have all the eligibility, the containers, to enter in Madhurya Rasa and become a Palyadasi of Sri Radha. Whether they choose to want it or not, that's their choice. So it's eligibility versus choice. So if the eligibility is solved, that's the generosity of Mahaprabhu. It's up to the jiva to take that highest of offerings to the jiva. Now, when Krishna came, see, Mahaprabhu is really like a devotee making machine. When Krishna came in the previous yuga, in Dvapara yuga, he was not very good at making devotees. He couldn't make Duryodhana a devotee. He couldn't make Shishupala a devotee. He couldn't make Rukmi a devotee. He couldn't make the members of the Kuru dynasty that were opposed to him a devotee. He was not good at that. So he has to come as Mahaprabhu to actually make devotees. And at the time of Mahaprabhu, if Mahaprabhu just looked at a street sweeper, immediately that street sweeper would get prema, just by the glance. And that is because Srimati Radhika ji is in Mahaprabhu. And she's the one that gives the prema. because she's Bhakti Devi herself. And Bhakti can only come from the Bhakta, says Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur in Madhura Kadambini. And she is the supreme ultimate Bhakta of Sri Krishna. And is that because she is in Mahaprabhu, Bhakti and Prema immediately easily given just by her glance, because she is in Mahaprabhu. So Mahaprabhu was able to make so many devotees, whereas Krishna was not. This is a very big speciality difference between the two of them. Krishna also thought in coming as Mahaprabhu, one of the other reasons is in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is always saying, Aham Oshadam, I'm the healing herb, or Aham Sarvasya Prabhava, I'm the origin of everything, of the material and the spiritual worlds. I am the taste in water. I am the light of the sun and the moon. Aham Sarvasya Prabhava, like this. And Raso Aham Apsakonteya. He's always saying Aham, 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 I. So I thought, I sound like an egotist. I'm not going to be able to make any devotees this way. So by coming as a devotee, he would be able to make devotees. So he's a devotee making machine, really, because of Srimati Radhika Ji. And he's made more devotees than everyone. He continues to make more devotees because we are now in Gaura Leela. All these devotees coming now are all because of Mahaprabhu's mercy. So he specifically wants to make manjaris. So he's specifically coming to primarily issue and flood the world with Unnata Ujvala Rasa Sva Bhakti Shriyam, otherwise known as Manjari Bhav. This is the Madhurya Ras Manjari Bhav that we're talking about, which is actually the goal of all Gaudiya Vaishnavism, is Madhurya Manjari Bhav. So he's come to flood the world with that. And the reason is because he is in debt to the gopis, to the manjaris. So when he goes into the material world, he's on a tour to recruit as many manjaris as possible to pay back his debt to the gopis, to the manjaris. Because as Krishna, he says, na pareham, na pareham, I can't repay you, I can't repay you. But as Mahaprabhu, he's attempting to pay back this unpayable debt to the gopis, to the manjaris. And by recruiting as many manjaris as possible in the world through his inundation of Unnata Ujvala Rasa on the Jiva souls, so that they will have the eligibility to enter into the manjari camps of Sri Radha, to increase their camps, expand their camps. And this way there's got compensation to them for what they have sacrificed for him. So he's on this tour in the material world, and he performs this tour every day in a day of Brahma. Once a day in a day of Brahma, he goes on tour in the material world to recruit manjaris. Because his debt to the gopis has to be paid in gopi currency. It cannot, which is to be paid in manjari bills. It cannot be paid in cowherd boy bills. And Mahaprabhu is not in debt to the cowherd boys, he's in debt to the gopis. So he specifically, and it's in his best interest, to recruit as many manjaris as possible, because it helps him pay his debt. And the person who helps him perform this task is Rupa Manjari, in the form of Rupa Goswami. Rupa Goswami is Mahaprabhu's agent, manager, publicist, and accountant, who helps Mahaprabhu publicize his tour in the material world, and helping him to recruit more manjaris so that he can help pay back his debt. So that's Sri Rupa Manjari's function. So I wanted to talk about this point of two main points of granting eligibility to all the Jiva souls to become Palyadasis of Sri Radha, which helps him pay back his debt, as Mahaprabhu's greatest specific speciality, and why it makes him Mahabadanyaya and Niramkusa Mahamadurya Rasa Madhurya Kadambini. So it's because of this eligibility that he gives that is previously not available to the Jiva, which is why he has these two titles, Mahabadanyaya in Niramkusa Mahamadurya Kadambini. And we're talking about some of the devotees. It was Yasodanandan Prabhu speaking about the historical context of Mahaprabhu's descent. And one of the things our blessed Srila Gurudev spoke about, he said that the internet was created. It was actually inspired by Mahaprabhu and the technocrats to make it for Mahaprabhu's mission. Because with the internet, you're able to be all over the world instantaneously. And Mahaprabhu wants his mission and his message to be spread all over the world instantaneously, regardless of caste, creed, religion, sex, nationality, which is anybody with a smartphone. So, and access to the internet. So this internet has been specifically created at the beginning, towards the beginning of the Kali Yuga, so that Mahaprabhu can broadcast his message to every single jiva. Because remember, this is part of the flood. Flood's got to go everywhere. So everyone's got a smartphone. Everyone's got the internet now. So this is how he floods. So you can get anything on the internet now. Works of the Goswamis. You can go on YouTube and listen to lectures, order artifacts, devotional artifacts for your home, murtis, whatever. In order to do this before, you had to go to a rishi in some mountain in India. And now everything is available. And this is how Mahaprabhu expands eligibility and his flooding to all the jiva souls. So our Srila Gurudev mentioned this about the internet. It came because of Mahaprabhu. And so Mahaprabhu, he blesses the technocrats who made the internet with enormous wealth. That's why they're very wealthy, because they receive what's called the external blessing of Mahaprabhu. External blessing is great wealth. Internal blessing is prema. So in this life, they will get a lot of wealth for creating the internet, because they are inadvertently, without them knowing, advancing Mahaprabhu's mission. So they get a blessing. It's an external blessing. Perhaps in the future life, they will get some internal blessing of prema for facilitating Mahaprabhu's mission. So this is all showing that this Danya Kali Yuga of Mahaprabhu is completely under his control. And everything is going to be supremely victorious for him, because this Kali Yuga belongs to him. It comes once every 8,640,000,000 years, where he decides to become this Mahamadurya Kadambini cloud and open the Braj Bhakti door and flood the world with this very rare confidential rasa and help him pay his debt back to the gopis. So this is called the Danya Kali Yuga. And the incarnations, like I wanted to speak a little bit about the three other incarnations or the manifestations of the Godhead, which is Lord Ramachandra, Sri Krishna himself, Swayam Bhagavan, and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Ramachandra has come to teach Maryada, or the perfect behavior of a human being. And he exhibited that in the Treta Yuga. And then Sri Krishna, Swayam Bhagavan himself, he comes to perform great sweet Leela pastimes, to enchant the living entities who are completely been enchanted and distracted by the illusory energy of the Lord. And so Krishna displays these pastimes to attract them out of that. And then Mahaprabhu comes to deliver prema, love for God in the highest form and at the highest level, to help the jivas end their cycle in the material world that they've been suffering for time immemorial. And these three incarnations are called a Sadbhuj incarnation, which Mahaprabhu himself manifested. So my main points that I wanted to speak primarily about, which I've highlighted here, is the concept of renewal. How Mahaprabhu comes to renew everything on the planet, and everything in bhakti. The sampradaya, the holy name, everything is renewed, and that is why he represents our new year. And his special newness that is different than any other incarnation is the eligibility that he gives to enter into Braj Bhakti, and specifically Unnata Ujvala Rasa Sva Bhakti Shriyam, the highest conjugal mellow of any rasa, of all the rasas to Sri Krishna, this conjugal mellow, Madhurya Rasa, and to become eligible to become a Palidasi of Sri Radha, which represents the highest achievement a jiva or any transcendentalist can achieve in the material world, or even in any world, the spiritual world also. So this is why he's called Mahabharanyaya and Mahamadurya, Niramkusa Mahamadurya Kadambini. So with that, I will close, and that's all I wanted to sort of highlight. I've heard many speakers today, and they've all been wonderful, and I just wanted to add this about the newness, the renaissance that Mahaprabhu represents for all of us and all the jivas. A renaissance in eligibility and a renaissance in bhakti and in the sampradaya and in the holy name. Vansha kalpatrubhyasya kripa sindhivibhya patitanam pavani vaishnavibhyo namo namaha.
Thank you so much, Gaura Prabhu. I particularly like the part you mentioned about the renewal, like of bhakti, of the sampradaya of the holy name. And you mentioned like before people only have Vaikuntha Prem, but then after Mahaprabhu came, we're able to receive the Vraj Prem. And another point is that you mentioned that because like Krishna before, he wanted to make devotees, but he's unsuccessful. But then Mahaprabhu is able to do it because Srimati Radhika is Bhakti Devi herself, and then she is in Mahaprabhu. So that's why he is able to just give prem and make devotees simply by giving a glance to a street sweeper. And you also mentioned that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he's here to collect as many manjaris as possible to help him repay his debt. And Rupa Manjari is the main person to help him recruit manjaris in this world. And lastly, I really loved your point about the internet is created to spread Mahaprabhu's mission, and that's something Srila Gurudev also mentioned, and that's what we're here for here at Bhakti Samaya. Thank you so much, Krsna.
Jai.
Manini, Radha, Didi, would you like to read? You mentioned you wanted to read the kidnap part before.
Hari Bol, Yugal, I was trying to reach Avadut Maharaj. I don't think he's here yet. I have not been able to reach him to confirm. I haven't been able to reach him to confirm. Are there any questions for Gaura Prabhu?
No, I don't see any in the chat so far.
I can read about Krishna getting kidnapped. Oops.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
If you like, hold on, let me do, because that is kind of a very sweet pastime. I was also trying to see if I could find out who Ishvar Puri was, because I have the Parishads book, but I don't think he's listed. He's not listed in there.
I think someone mentioned that Jiva Pavana Prabhu mentioned it's Sandipani Muni.
Oh, Sandipani Muni is Ishvar Puri. That's great. Okay. Let me see if I can see where I left off here. Okay. Sorry, I lost my place in the book. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Trying to see where to start reading, because he had so many escapades. Maybe I'll just start at the beginning of this chapter. I don't know how long it'll be before Avadut Maharaj shows up. Okay, I wanted to get to the kidnapping though. Let's see. Okay. I'm going to start partially through. So the backstory in this chapter is that this is to tell about Lord Chaitanya's like childhood pastimes, how even when he was just a few months old, he would, do things like he'd be crying, and of course people had to chant Hare Krishna to pacify him. And sometimes if he was crying in the room by himself, he would get up and break all the pots and do all the things similar to Krishna. And then he would lay back in bed and cry when his parents were coming, and they would think, oh, what spirit has come in here? And we've protected him with mantras, and that's why the evil spirits can't get him. But they broke everything and left. And so it's very sweet. Very sweet. So there was a point in time where I'm going to go. There was another pastime that's told in this chapter, how the Lord would grab hold of things like fire, like snakes. Like one time he saw a snake and he was sitting on it on a coil, and the snake was an Antashesh. And most people couldn't see that, but some could tell it was that. And he was really sad when the snake had to go away. He wanted his snake back, and the Lord just would catch hold of him just to enact his pastimes. So I'm gonna start reading here. The supreme, this is still about the snake. Let's see. One thing about the snake pastime is that they say these pastimes are not revealed even in the Vedas, and anyone who hears them is free from the bite of the serpent of material illusion. So many benedictions in the Sri Chaitanya Bhagavat for those of us who venture in. So Lord Chaitanya, the pleasure of Shachi Devi, soon toddled about the house. Lord Chaitanya's extraordinary beauty eclipsed the beauty of millions of cupids. Even the radiant moon longed to behold the Lord's beauty. Curly locks decorated his exquisitely formed head, and with lotus-shaped eyes, he looked like Gopal Krishna. His long arms stretched to his knees. He had an expansive chest and reddish pink lips. All his limbs were beautifully formed. His brilliant sun-red complexion was always attractive, and his fingers, hands, and feet were like blooming lotuses. However, the Lord's reddish complexion on his palms and the soles of his feet sometimes caused Shachi Mata anxiety. As the child ran about, she sometimes mistakenly thought she could see red gaping wounds. Shachi Devi and Sri Jagannath Mishra were always struck with great wonder at the Lord's beauty. Although they were needy, their son was a source of unending joy for them. Together in seclusion, they whispered to each other, "I wonder what great personality has come as the son. An elevated and distinguished personality has taken birth in our house. Perhaps this will terminate all our material miseries. I've never heard of any other child with such wonderful behavior as ours. He smiles and enthusiastically dances without stopping when he hears the chanting of Lord Hari's name. When he cries, no amount of consoling will calm him. But when he hears loud chanting of Lord Hari's name, he immediately stops crying and listens. From early morning, the ladies would surround the Lord and loudly sing Lord Hari's name. They clapped their hands in rhythm, and the Lord would dance gleefully. The Lord would playfully roll in the dust, and then, laughing, he would jump into his mother's lap. Sometimes the Lord would dance, moving his body in such a manner that no one could contain their laughter. However, no one could grasp how the Lord, through his escapades, was motivating everyone to chant the holy name. The Lord was so vivacious and restless, fleeting in and out of the house, that no one could catch him. Venturing out on his own, Nimai wanted to taste whatever he saw, roasted rice, banana, or sandesh. The Lord was so extremely attractive that strangers gave him whatever he requested. Strangers would give him sandesh and bananas, and pleased with his gifts, the Lord would dash home. He would then distribute the items to the ladies who used to sing Lord Hari's name for him. Everyone would merrily applaud the child's ingenuity and start further singing of Lord Hari's name. Unrestrained, the Lord wandered freely in and out of the house, whether morning, noon, evening, or night. Mind you, he was a baby at this time, like a few months old, wandering about like this. Daily, he went to the houses of friendly neighbors and playfully stole from them. In some houses, he drank all the milk, and in others, he ate all the rice. Whenever he found nothing to eat, he was satisfied to break all the earthen pots. If he found a small child in any house, he would tease him to tears, and when he was observed, he would flee. However, if by chance someone caught him, Nimai would catch the person's feet and plead, "Please let me go this one last time. I shall never come back again. I will never steal anymore. Please be merciful." Astounded by the boy's sharp intelligence, no one could remain angry with him. Ultimately, everyone was affectionate towards him. Just seeing him naturally captivated people, and all the parents loved him more than they loved their own children. The Lord of Vaikuntha, Lord Chaitanya, passed his childhood in this manner, moving about and being mischievous. One day, 2 thieves saw the Lord roaming about the streets alone. Seeing his fine ornaments, they conspired to steal them. One of the thieves picked up Nimai, saying, oh dear, while the other joined him, saying, "Where have you been for so long?" "Come quickly home, dear," the thieves said. The Lord smiled and replied, "Yes, let us go home." Busily, the 2 thieves sped away with the Lord in their arms, while the onlookers in the street ignorantly thought that the rightful guardians had taken their own child. Teeming thousands of people were on the streets. Therefore, who could know everyone? Meanwhile, the thieves were happy to see the valuable ornaments upon the child. Overtaken by greed, the thieves were imagining their great riches, thinking they would now surely steal the golden bangles. They carried him upon their shoulders toward their hideout, while the Lord rode along, chuckling to himself. One thief passed the sandesh into the Lord's hand, while the other said comfortingly, "We have almost reached home." The thieves had kidnapped the Lord and run far away when the Lord's relatives realized Nimai was missing and began to search for him. "Vishvambar, come home! Nimai, where are you?" They shouted. Everyone grew frantic and restless like fish out of water. In distress, they remembered Lord Govinda. While far away, the thieves carried Nimai towards their hideout. Deluded by the Supreme Lord's illusory potency, Maya, the thieves mistook their way to their den and arrived instead at the residence of Sri Jagannath Mishra. The bewildered thieves thought they were in their own house, so they busied themselves in trying to remove the Lord's ornaments. "Get down now, we are home," said the thieves, and the Lord replied, yes, put me down." Inside Sri Jagannath Mishra's house, everyone was sitting around with their heads in their hands in utter despair. The beguiled thieves took the Lord down from their shoulders, thinking the house to be their own. As soon as Nimai was on the ground, he ran straight into his father. A joyous uproar shook the house as the relatives loudly chanted, "Hari, Hari!"